Here in Normandy, the rescue began. Here, the Allies stood and fought against tyranny in a giant undertaking unparalleled in human history. We stand on a lonely, windswept point on the northern shore of France. Today, as 40 years ago, our armies are here for only one purpose: to protect and defend democracy. The only territories we hold are memorials like this one and graveyards where our heroes rest. We will always remember. We will always be proud. We will always be prepared so we may be always free. Thank you.
President Reagan would have loved today's mixture of racing and remembrance. Now on FX, the MBNA America 400. But first, America's best drivers will take a backseat for a special anniversary and a moment in time that lives on. D-Day, June 6, 1944. It was exactly 60 years ago that Allied troops risked their lives and gave their lives to defend freedom. Why did they do it? 20 years ago today, speaking in Normandy, France, the late President Reagan said, "It was faith, belief, loyalty, and love." Coming up, a day of racing begins with a salute to heroes. And welcome to the MBNA America 400 pre-race show, coming to you from Dover International Speedway, a track labeled the Monster Mile on this special day, in our Hollywood hotel located trackside where there's a lot going on. It's the place America gathers every weekend for NASCAR. Along with Jeff Hamlin, former crew chief, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for being with us. And Jeff, we've got Jeremy Mayfield on the pole. We got Ryan Newman, who's won the last two races here at Dover, going for the three in a row. And the Green Monster we know at Fenway. Why do they call this the Monster Mile?
Well, first and foremost, this is a very special day for everybody in this country. And when you think about Dover, well, this is a special racetrack because you need to attack this racetrack to be successful. But because of the fact it is so fast, so narrow, pit road is also very narrow. You can't make any mistakes, whether you're a pit crew member or a driver. If you do, that's when the monster will jump out and get you.
All right, so which drivers should we keep an eye on?
You got to keep an eye on guys like Kurt Busch. Had a great final practice. On top of that, Elliott Sadler coming on strong, and Jeff Gordon, he's getting ready to try to make a rebound this weekend. So had a bad week at Lowe's, but looking to come back. I think these are guys you got to keep an eye on.
All right, today's race called a salute to heroes, the heroes of D-Day, and as one historian put it, D-Day, the pivot point of the 20th century. In the greatest sea invasion of all time, Allied troops went ashore on the Normandy coast to liberate Europe from tyranny. It was General Omar Bradley who said, "Every man who set foot on Omaha Beach that day was a hero." Bobby Labonte's car, a special D-Day paint scheme on it for today's race. Labonte driving for Joe Gibbs Racing, and as Larry McReynolds discovered, the Gibbs team has special ties to D-Day.
I'm here with president of Joe Gibbs Racing, J.D. Gibbs, and J.D., your grandfather was a huge part of that day, wasn't he?
Yeah, he sure was. My mom's dad, Jasper Escobar, was in a 507th Parachute Infantry and was sent out over France on that evening and wound up getting shot and won the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart for some of his acts of bravery that day.
Well, it's obvious talking to you, you're very proud of your grandfather, and you certainly should be. Every Sunday that we watch these Next Step Cup races, we look at the racetrack and we see the heroes of Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr. But as I talked to J.D. Gibbs, the real heroes was the guys that were on the beaches of Normandy 60 years ago, June 6, 1944.
And moments ago, 5 D-Day veterans on behalf of the thousands who were there in France honored on this stage: Charlie Worley, Ralph Kelly, Joe Lofthouse, Edgar Start, and my own father, Gene Myers, who at age 19 was on an LST at the Normandy invasion and often spoke of the heroes, the men who did not return that day on D-Day. A grateful nation and a proud son say thank you. We'll continue from Dover, Delaware, the race and the salute to the heroes when we come back here on FX. Playing and part of the ceremony here in town also to perform and raise money for the fight against autism. He will also sing the national anthem. Clay's brother Brett has actually enlisted and will join the Marines in July. And also our Fox director Artie Kempner, honored for his hard work with autism research. As we welcome you back to the MBNA America 400 pre-race show, thanks for staying with us. Today we salute the heroes of D-Day as we get ready to go racing. Now, Ryan Newman, who won 8 races last year, yet to win this season, still in the top 10 in the points race. Last year, Newman did the Dover double, winning both races at Dover International. Newman, a degree in engineering from Purdue, as you well know, but as smart as he is, he couldn't find a way of having to get out of our sit-down choice game, the often imitated game of choice. We call it 10 laps win. Home-cooked meal or going out to eat? What do you prefer?
Married now, home-cooked meal.
Okay, and do you have a favorite meal?
Chicken parm's always good.
Comics or crossword puzzles?
Comics, I'm more of a comedian than I am a... although my grandmother is a big crossword puzzle buff, so.
Short track or super speedway?
If the super speedway is anything that's unrestricted, then super speedway.
Okay. You grew up in South Bend. We have the Irish or Boilermakers?
Oh, Boilermakers.
No question.
Yeah. No good reason to be against the Irish other than just the fact that I didn't like them.
A sitcom or reality TV?
Sitcom, I'd say.
Okay. Talking seasons now. Summer or fall?
Summer.
How about Bill Murray or Jim Carrey?
Jim Carrey.
You have a favorite movie of his that you've seen? Or?
Oh, I know. Dumb and Dumber.
Music. Do you like more country or more rock?
Dave Matthews Band.
How about the old point system or the new point system?
Doesn't matter.
Friends or Seinfeld?
Seinfeld.
The
only one with a Newman.
Newman, right? How many times have you heard that in your life?
5 or 6.
He heard it once again. Brian Newman, there he is coming off the stage.
He's such a comedian. Can you believe that?
I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Low-key personality, intense driver. But as we mentioned the points, let's take a quick check. And we've passed the 1/3 mark of the season, Jeff. 12 drivers within that 400-point mark or the top 10 as they chase for the championship. Look how tight Jimmy Johnson within 5 of Earnhardt Jr.
That's really close at the top. But how about the guys back there toward the bottom? Kevin Harvick, Ryan Newman. They know they need to start making a move to make sure they don't lose any more ground at a place like Dover.
We'll see if Jimmy Johnson, who's had success here, although last year a tough finish here, 2 years ago he did the sweep. Can he catch Junior today? We'll be back as we count you down to racing. Thanks for being with us on this special weekend from Dover, Delaware, here on FX. Welcome back to the MBNA America 400 pre-race show, coming to you from the track they call the Monster Mile in Dover, Delaware. Dover International Speedway, within a few miles of the Dover Air Force Base, 77 miles from the Liberty Bell, and 95 miles from the White House. And today, part of the 60-year anniversary of the D-Day, remembering those. Jeff Hammond, you know, this was a war, I should say, of World War II that bonded America.
It really did, Chris, and I got an opportunity to talk to a couple of folks that were very close to that. Like Leonard Wood had a brother who was over there. And the amazing thing about these men, they never bragged about what they did. They just did a job that really affected the whole world in a very profound way, and we can't be more proud of what they accomplished there on that day than we are today.
And to earn the tag, the greatest generation, as the drivers get ready to race ahead, we pause, reflect, look back exactly 60 years, June 6, 1944, and certainly these drivers have a lot on their mind, and many of them have fathers, grandfathers, relatives that are tied to history here. And you see some of the veterans, Mark Martin, Elliott Sadler.
You see right there, Ricky Craven. The thing about this race right now, Chris, you look at these guys, some of them are laughing, other guys have got basically their game faces on, like Ricky Craven, who drives the Tide car. These guys realize they're getting ready to go into their battle of their own. They've got to battle not only the racetrack, but each other to try to win this race.
And it can take a toll. You know, Dale Earnhardt Jr. involved in crashes in both of the races last season at this track. And I mentioned Jimmy Johnson suffered his worst finish of 2003 in this race last year.
This place can be so kind to you. You feel like you got it figured out, and all of a sudden it will bring you back to reality, just like it did Dale Jr., and much like it's done a lot of these other drivers who felt like they had control of this monster we keep talking about. That is the reason why it's nicknamed the Monster Mile. It will bring you to your knees so quick.
And the drivers getting ready for the call to start engines, the national anthem.
And Jeff Gordon right there, his sponsor right up the road here in Wilmington area, DuPont. Again, he feels like he has added pressure because he wants to perform so well for them, and he's usually done that. And Another guy who's had the sweep here is Jimmy Johnson, who was definitely on fire at Lowe's about a week ago.
And so we look back and we reflect and remember on that day more than 150,000 Allied forces coming ashore in France. Over 6,000 Americans died in defense of liberty. Their lives were touched by fire and will always remember.
Please remain standing now for our invocation. I'd like to introduce to you Reverend Dan Schaefer, pastor of the Calvary Assembly of God in Hightstown, New Jersey. Reverend Dan.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, we pause to thank you for those who have given their lives so that we can live in this great nation of ours, the United States of America. We thank you for their sacrifice. We thank you for their representation here today. And we pray again for our leaders. We pray for our soldiers in Iraq. We pray that you'd bring them home soon. And now may we get to racing. We thank you for Dover International Speedway and the staff and all the racers and all the fans. As always, may it be a great race. May it be a safe race. We ask this in your name, in Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
And please remain standing as we present to you the national anthem sung by Clay Aiken.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the
An American Idol making way for racing idols and veterans everywhere. Now let's go upstairs and join Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Jones.
Thanks, Chris. Hi, everybody. A very moving tribute on this anniversary of D-Day. And now we're about to go moving at nearly 160 miles an hour. Dover Downs has been kind to many drivers, but there are three who have won here who have not won this season. Tony Stewart, his teammate Bobby Labonte, and Ryan Newman. So kind of the microscope is on them because the concrete canyons here are a good track for them, but winless yet this year. Darrell, who else is under the pressure cooker?
Well, I think Jeff Gordon is, believe it or not. I mean, the performance he had last week, and by the way, that was his California car, the car that he won that race out there, dominated that race. Hit this week, I think, though we're in DuPont territory, the Lowe's car performed well last week. I got a feeling that Jeff Gordon will step it up this week. Watch for him to be tough.
A 1 mile high bank concrete speedway. Even the straightaways are banked 9 degrees, Larry. This has to be it's such a unique challenge for everybody.
Well, the real pressure is on those 43 crew chiefs down on pit road, because when they had practice yesterday, track conditions were very similar to what we have now. But when they get rubber down on this racetrack is going to make a huge change. So those crew chiefs that can make those changes at the right times, they'll be the ones that prevail. In Dover, it never fails. We always have 3 or 4 cars that really hit it and another 30 or something that really miss it.
The track scrubbed clean by rain throughout the afternoon and evening. Very little racing yesterday. Nobody really knows what to expect in the MBNA 400. A Salute for Heroes, next on FX. Welcome back to FX coverage of the MBNA America 400. A salute to the heroes of D-Day. Your honorary starter today, Joe Losthouse, who was part of the Screamin' Eagles, 101st Airborne, parachuted in behind enemy lines at 1 a.m. on D-Day and immediately engaged the enemy in combat. Just one of the many that we honor here today. Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, the proud sponsor of the Budweiser Pole Award, given the fastest qualifier at each Nextel Cup race. It's Jeremy Mayfield's 8th career Bud pole, and he set a track record in the process. Anheuser-Busch has awarded more than $8 million as title sponsor of NASCAR's Pole Award program. Your MBNA starting grid will scroll across the bottom of the screen as we get ready to start things on a very gray day at Dover, but the overcast much higher ceiling here than we had yesterday, trying to get the 200-miler in that will be completed at 11 a.m. tomorrow, right here on FX. Let's go trackside.
These great D-Day veterans to publish the order of the day. Gentlemen, please start your engines.
The field lumbers to life a little slowly on this gray day. Things just don't come up quite as quickly as they do on a bright and sunny one, but we're set to bring you 500 miles of action on a place that's always so unpredictable.
One thing that comes up in a hurry when they fire those engines, that's that heart rate. I guarantee you that starts thumping when you know it's about time to go green.
Let's get some late updates from pit road, starting with Matt Yoakum.
Well, Mike, in past history, including Friday's truck races, any indication this tight pit road could play a major factor in the outcome of today's race. Now, Jeremy Mayfield, who set a new track record on Friday, had the first selection. He chose the very first pit stall, which would be great for getting off pit road. Now, Mayfield, who set a track record, trying to end another streak. He hasn't won a race in nearly 4 years. He finished second here last fall. Many in the garage feel like he has the best car and his best chances to do that here today. To the editor of Speedway Illustrated, Dr. Dick Berggren.
Well, Ryan Newman surely has got to be considered a favorite to win today. He won both races here at Dover last year. He will take the green flag starting in the outside front row position. He will pit in the middle of pit road. It's an interesting pit stall that he has. No one is in front of him, so he won't get trapped in the pits. And here's the best part. He's right in front of victory lane. It'd be a short walk in for his crew if he takes the checkered flag first today. Steve Burns.
Dick Berggren, Jimmy Johnson won both races here in 2002, and he's coming off a win last weekend at the Coca-Cola 600. Now, last week, he had pit box number 1 down where Matt is, all the way at the end of pit road. Today, crew chief Chad Knaus thinks they can win from pit box 42, which is the very first pit box off of turn 4. Why? Way down here? They don't want to get blocked in on that tight pit road. And Mike Joy, come to think of it, this strategy worked for the 48 team and Jimmy Johnson at Darlington earlier this year.
Yeah, they started and perfected that pit early strategy in turn 4, that is.
There's only 42 pits, so somebody down on that end of the racetrack is going to have to share one.
Yeah, Morgan Shepherd and Kirk Shelmerdine are having a share.
McDonald's Drive-Thru Championship, fueled by Powerade. There's our most recent winners. And at the end of the season, the cumulative season-long shortest pit time among participating teams will win $200,000. Getting set to get things started at the track they call the Monster Mile, and there you get a good idea of the banking in the straightaway in the MBNA America 400. 400 miles today, the conclusion of the 200-mile bush race tomorrow. Our singular virtual crew chief sweepstakes offers participants in today's polls the chance to be a virtual crew chief with Team Singular July 4th weekend. Log on to foxsports.com for details on how you can win. This is the backstretch crossover, an area that the jet dryers spent a lot of time with, Darrell, this morning, and just made a pass through there now.
Yeah, Larry was talking about the track's going to be a little different maybe and a little looser. One of the things that makes it loose is they cross a lot of vehicles over right there into the infield, and when you come off of turn 2 over there, first of all you see a cloud of dust and you wonder what the heck that is, but it also makes the track very, very slick off turn 2.
And the reason as we widen out here, just to the right of the paved oval, is the horse race track. That's the straightaway, the front straightaway of the Dover Downs horse racing track, and it's a real gritty, fine gravel.
Almost like concrete dust.
Yeah, it seems like.
Feels like concrete, yeah.
There you see our weather. Air temperature is 62 degrees, very cool, and the track temperature down around in the mid-60s. Something that it's not really a huge issue here. This is a concrete racetrack, and it seems like concrete is not as sensitive to track temperature changes as if it was an asphalt like at Lowe's last week. Biggest thing is sensitive to is rubber being laid down on the racetrack as these cars race.
Greg Biffle getting set to go. Michael Waltrip as you look at some of the onboard views. Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, Mikey's going to have to go the rear because he's in his backup car. He crashed qualifying.
Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt Jr. with his gloves. More about that later. Robbie Gordon. As we take you through the onboard views. An attaboy to the folks at Arnold Motorsports. They own the number 50 team. Morgan Shepherd crashed hard yesterday in practice into the outside wall, and they loaned him a car, hastily renumbered for today's event. There's their primary number 50 car with a new driver this week, Mike Wallace. The team released Derek Cope. And there is their backup car that's been renumbered 89 for Morgan Shepherd to drive.
Yeah, we have 5 cars that will have to go to the rear, including Morgan Shepherd. Greg Biffle will have to go to the rear. Matt Kenseth, who lost an engine before qualifying, has to go to the rear. You talked about Michael Waltrip, but Stanton Barrett had a great qualifying run. 20th, he's got to go to the rear. He lost an engine.
Pit window, 85 to 95 laps for fuel and tires. Now, in this race, at lap 30, NASCAR will issue a competition yellow because of the lack of practice yesterday and the rain overnight. They'll throw a safety caution to allow the teams to come to pit road if they wish and check out and make adjustments.
You look at that pit road speed, 35 miles per hour, and I guarantee you, Artie Kempner, our guys, they will keep a camera on this area right here. This is where they come onto pit road in turn 4. It gets very slick and very greasy there, and it never fails on green flag stops. We have a car get in trouble or completely miss pit road.
Yeah, and what makes it difficult is that commit line. I mean, it's way up there, man. You got to be slowed down early.
Greg Biffle's National Guard subway car carrying our Fox suspension cam.
And the right front here at Dover, trust me, that gets a workout right there. It never gets a rest.
It's just like a big Bristol, Larry.
Darrell had a great quote yesterday. It's a Bristol on what?
On steroids.
Yeah. 43 cars and teams at the ready. 130-some thousand fans set to go. 85-year-old Joe Losthouse, the honorary starter. Fellas, time to get this show on the road.
DW going into turn 1 next time around, over 160 miles per hour. Reach and pull them belts tight one more time.
All right, buddy, here we come, here we come. Boogity, 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 boys, let's go racing.
Cars will be fighting for the bottom of this racetrack. Not a lot of grip in the second groove just
yet. Whoa, Robbie Gordon 3 wide coming across all the way through turns 1 and 2, Darrell. How about that?
What happens is, and Tony Stewart's doing the same thing up there, that inside gets all bottled up because everybody wants to get to the bottom. If you're bold enough to hang it out there like we see Robbie doing and Tony Stewart, you can make some passes. Of course, it doesn't take you long to figure out that's not where you want to be, but
Robbie Gordon started 24th. He completed lap 1 in 17th.
Yeah, he just got up on that outside. Like I said, everybody's fighting for the bottom, but he's in trouble now. I don't know what happened, but he just went way up the hill.
He was too high up the hill that time at 3 and 4.
And folks, this is a hill. It's 24 degrees, and you go up that baby in a hurry. Yeah, I think Robbie did some damage to his tires or something because he's sliding back now.
Teammates battling for 3rd position right here. Ryan Newman in the 12 car, Rusty Wallace in that 2. Rusty car looks like it can turn down to the bottom from the center off.
Jeremy Mayfield, the pole sitter, is our leader. Brian Vickers jumped out to a solid 2nd spot in that Chevrolet.
You see right here, Rusty Wallace, you see the throttle right here. You'll roll out the throttle, especially on fresh tires, DW. You'll pick it up real early in the corner and kind of play with it off the corner.
Yeah, you get in it, you get out of it, you get back in it. You're just waiting for the thing to get all hooked up so you can mat it. Sometimes it doesn't get all hooked up till you get all the way up on the straightaway.
4 laps complete. Robbie Gordon tries to get his car down and falls in line behind Dale Jr. But still a net gain of a couple of spots from where he started. Dick Berggren.
Well, I just checked with Robbie Gordon's crew chief, Mike, and his car is just fine, but some wild driving there got him some positions, and that's what it's all about here at Dover. You got to stick your neck out if you want to pass here.
Yeah, I think the problem is all those positions he gained, he continues to lose them there in that 2nd groove, especially down in 3 and 4. He cannot get his car to the bottom.
Stanton Barrett's car being pushed to the garage area. First casualty of this 400-miler. Kurt Busch working the outside of Jeff Gordon.
Boy, Robbie Gordon's car is, he used it all up in the first couple of laps because he is in trouble now.
Jeff Gordon passed Busch, takes Casey Mears with him in 41.
And Kurt Busch had such a good car in practice yesterday morning. He was by far the fastest car, qualified in 11th. He's back to 12th position right now.
It's not been one of his best racetracks, which comes as a huge surprise to me when a lot of guys compare this to a bigger Bristol, where he has been so dominant.
See a little screen break up there. There again at turn 3, and you'll see that because the onboard cameras, the pictures are relayed up to a helicopter and then back down to our Fox TV compound because Dover has a bridge both at turn 2 and turn 3. We apologize for the video breakup. It's unavoidable. Matt?
Well, Mike, I talked to Jimmy Finning this morning. Kurt Busch's crew chief. Busch currently runs the 14th position. They came to Dover to test. They felt like this is one of those Achilles heels of the racetracks that they have to go to with Kurt. They spent one entire day making race runs, came back with a setup very close to how they left. They felt very confident about today. He just feels like that with the weather situation that we've had this weekend, that Kurt just needs to settle in and ride and hit his marks and just start logging laps, and this will end up being a very good day for that team.
Next match, Jeremy Mayfield with a 1-second lead on Brian Vickers.
And you saw, of course, he was the Bud Pole Award winner with a new track record. In my book, that was a new world's record for a 1-mile racetrack.
Like I said, when he came on pit road after that lap, they wasn't waving, they were bowing. They were not worthy.
There's his teammate Casey Kane in 7th.
He's definitely made a move up because he started back in 12th position.
Morgan Shepherd headed for the garage in that back.
Oh, trouble, 41 around.
Casey Mears inside wall in the dirt, keeps it down to the bottom of the racetrack, and everyone will get by without incident as the caution waves for the first time today at lap 12.
Got to believe it. I didn't see what happened. I just saw him go sliding by. Got to believe it. You come off turn 4, the thing gets a little loose with you or gets a little push in it. You got to pedal it a little bit. Somebody right on your back bumper, they tap you, and away you go.
That's a shame, Darrell. He was a top 10 car.
Oh, yeah, and he's doing really great. He's had good runs here lately.
Yeah, 4 top 10 finishes in the last 6 races. It won't happen today.
Short day at Dover for Casey Mears. They may be able to get that car back on track.
Oh, they'll get her back together and get him back out there, but he'll be wounded.
Call it the self-cleaning track, DW. What's up at the top, it always goes to the bottom.
Well, and look, there's this straightaway, Larry. Look at the cars coming down through there, and it's all just goes right down to the bottom of the track. Look how narrow that is back there. There's an inside retaining wall. It's very narrow. You got the same thing coming off turn 4 down the front here, so there's not a lot of room for error.
From Bobby Labonte's Chevrolet.
Pretty much looked like he was down under somebody, trying to keep it down off, trying to keep off of whoever's on the outside of him, and he spun it. Yep, that can happen right there.
When you normally hit that inside wall, you hit it hard, no matter what speed you're traveling.
Casey Mears in the garage under repair as we have the first caution of the day at Dover. Welcome back to Dover International Speedway. There's your top 5 in the MBNA America 400. A look at the hotel that is part of the Speedway and Casino Complex, and the new DuPont Bridge you see there over the entrance to turn number 3. We'll explain that in more detail as the day goes on. Views from our Quaker State aerial coverage.
Man, I thought that was a Hollywood hotel, man. I said Hammond and them have expanded.
Business was picking up.
Yeah, baby.
Home Depot trivia. Who was the last driver to win 3 straight Cup races at Dover?
I think his sponsor is located here close to Dover Downs. Would it be Mr. Jeff Gordon? It's the first one I've got right all year. And I didn't have to look that one up in the book.
Very good.
What makes me mad is I got it written down right here, Larry.
You looked in the book.
I looked in the book.
All right, we listened in on Dale Jr. and his team as he dissected his car's handling.
Little bit snug, but it's pretty comfortable. Real comfortable to drive. If anything, just a hair snug. It got to bouncing pretty rough in the front.
That's not unusual here at Dover International Speedway because, I mean, this place there, we talk about it, the concrete has it like expansion joints.
Yeah.
And a lot that can be gained with a shock package, but I know that was music to the ears of Tony Eury Sr. and Jr. because he was not very happy with that car in final practice yesterday.
And you really lean on the right front tire here. I mean, you really got a lot of wheel cranked into it, and that creates a lot of buildup, air pressure buildup in the right front tire. It gets to feeling like, and you'll hear it before the day's over, a number of drivers will say, my tires feel like basketballs.
16 laps complete. Jeremy Mayfield's led them all. A lot of servicemen on hand here. Dover Air Base very nearby. Members of most of the armed services in uniform and in attendance. 60 years ago on D-Day, Darrell Waltrip's dad was in the Transportation Corps. Larry's father was an Army Master Sergeant. My dad was an engineer designing fighter planes at Lockheed.
Yeah.
So the whole country made the effort, and some gave all.
Yeah, my dad was helped prepare some of the 200,000 vehicles that were shipped over on the 6,500 ships that invaded Normandy that day.
Here's our Singular Wireless virtual crew chief question. Vote now from your Singular Wireless phone. Send text message FOX to phone number 191 or visit foxsports.com to vote online, and stay tuned for the result.
You know, we talked about a lot of teams really missing a setup. We only had ran 12 laps when that caution came out. We had 15 cars that came to pit road. We had a bunch of cars that was about to go a lap down. In fact, we had one that had went a lap down, Kurt Schemmerdine, and he will get the part back on the lead lap.
Yeah, Michael and Kenseth, a bunch of guys that were started to back. The leader was on the same straightaway with them. It's hard to pass here early on.
Stanton Barrett, Morgan Shepherd, and Casey Mears are in the garage. Matt?
Hey, Mike, we caught up with Casey Mears. Casey, looking at your battered race car here, what happened?
I don't know. It looked like Jamie was hung out up high. The 2 Hendrick cars got by him, and I was just kind of following their line. And I don't know. I mean, I have to look at the tape. But my first reaction is I felt like I just got pinched, you know. I mean, maybe he thought because I was his teammate, I was just going to kind of let him in. And, you know, I thought because he's my teammate, he'd give me the room, you know. So I don't think I came up into him. As far as I know, I was just following the line that was going. And instead of wrecking him, I wrecked myself to try not to wreck him. And I'm pretty upset because we just had such a good race car today. And it's early in the race. We're just being real conservative, just trying to get going. And I felt like I got pinched down, but we'll just have to wait and see.
This team has had such a great run lately in the last 6 races. 4 top 10s, Mike.
Green flag coming. Pace truck is in. Matt Kenseth made a late stop on that caution, so he'll restart tail end of the field. Here we go.
Yeah, it was a strange pit stop. They pitted a while ago, then they pitted again to pull the windshield tear off.
Not sure about that restart, Larry, back in there. Supposed to pass to the right. Looked like you're passing everywhere. Look at here.
Battle for the lead. Brian Vickers in that 25 car. He just drives underneath Jeremy Mayfield in the 19. Looks like he wants to bring Ryan Newman in the 12 with him.
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't know if he didn't get the good restart or there's got build-up on his tires, but he didn't take off too hot. Not like he did in the initial get-go.
The Busch Series champion racing for Rick Hendrick, Brian Vickers. He is the second leader of the day in the MBNA 400.
Good qualifying run for him, top 5, and he won the Busch Series race here in September.
And Hendrick Motorsports has 9 victories here at Dover.
That, buddy. Awesome job, buddy.
Talked this morning with their engine department head, Randy Dorton. Got a bunch of guests here from Jensen Button's BAR Formula One team here to see what stock car racing is all about.
And I think they were pretty excited to be here.
Not from the technology, but about the racing.
Yeah.
And they're going to see a good one today. Junior underneath Jeff Green, who qualified and practiced well. 16th place at stake.
Whoa.
Whoa.
They made a little contact there. Bump.
And Dave Blaney getting into the picture on the inside of Green.
I think that little nerf that Green got into the side of Dale Jr. there slowed him down, broke his momentum, opened the door for the 23 car. And there goes Tony right around old Russell.
4th place.
And I tell you, we talked about Kurt Busch being the fastest in final practice yesterday. We watched that 20 car. He was right around the bottom of this racetrack and looked like he might be the car to beat today.
Yeah, he was 3rd quick in that practice that we had. And I tell you, of all the cars I watched, consistently he was the best.
Jimmy Johnson around Mark Martin. Martin's off the pace. That or he just waited for that pack to go by and fall in line.
That's typical Mark Martin. You catch Mark Martin, you get on his back bumper, he'll pull down and let you go. I've seen him do it his whole career.
Yeah, he is not off the pace. He's right up to speed.
Right. He's just not going to have somebody hounding him. Not this early in the race anyway.
And one reason these guys are not panicking right now because the racetrack was so green and they knew cars were going to be maybe having some tire wear issues is NASCAR's going to throw a caution about lap 30 to 35 just to let especially the cars that have not pitted yet check their tires. It's not mandatory you have to pit, but it's an option.
Boy, I tell you something, Jeremy's car didn't get a good restart. It looks like they've got that thing set up for a really good long run because he is chasing the 25 car back down. He's on his back bumper down. It looks like he's got enough steam there to get around him.
For the lead, Mayfield, who started from the pole at the first 16 laps, goes under Vickers, repays that favor. He's back up front. And the Hendrick teammates, Gordon and Johnson, just swapped position a little further back, 9th place. Jeff Gordon moving up, taking a spot from the Coke 600 winner, Jimmy Johnson. More on Jimmy, Steve Burns.
And Mike, Jimmy Johnson saying that his race car is very neutral. He likes it. And we should mention, as we celebrate D-Day, his grandfather served at D-Day and in the Battle of the Bulge. Kenneth James Johnson served 4 years in World War II, and Jimmy was named after his grandfather.
Ward Burton on the move, and Matt Kenseth, who pitted under that caution, trying to come up 30th place.
And Matt's been getting about a car or two per lap. Again, he had to make another pit stop to get that windshield tear off, which I don't totally understand this early in the race, but evidently he could not see out of it.
Boy, there's a good race going on up here. These two cats are going at it. Tony's all over the back of Ryan Newman. He had a little run on him. I think Ryan slammed the door. Probably wouldn't do that more than once. Ryan's car always seems like it starts off a little too loose, and then they work on it as the day goes on and it comes to him, but sometimes he's just a little too loose early on.
Darrell, I'm already starting to see more black get on this racetrack, which was completely washed off after yesterday afternoon and last night, but now we're starting to see rubber get back down as Tony Stewart just drives by Ryan Newman in the 12 for the 3rd position.
Yeah, and the 24 just got around the 38 back there. So So we got some guys coming, and we got some guys going.
And we should see the caution flag. There it is. This is the competition caution, the safety caution, due to the lack of practice and the change in weather. NASCAR brings out the caution. They told the drivers in the morning meeting that at lap 30 there would be a caution flag.
And this is we've already said this is a very treacherous pit road, and there's going to be every car is going to be on pit road. So keep your eyes peeled for trouble on pit road.
Now, I think the strategy here, I definitely think we'll see most of our guys at the front of the field come in, but I think those 15 cars that pitted a while ago, if they feel a little better about their car, I think they'll stay out to get that track position, possibly cars like Matt Kenseth.
Jeff Hammond, to me, that sounds like good strategy, that if you know the caution's coming at 30, why not short pit early?
Mike, that's always a good question when you're trying to figure all this strategy out, but that would be what you'd want to do, is try to get yourself in a sequence that kind of differentiates you and gives you an opportunity maybe to move to the head of the pack and get a little bit closer. But a lot of times that strategy can backfire on you.
Yeah, Jeff, that's a short-term gain for a long-term loss.
Exactly right, Darrell.
I know what you want, Darrell. You wanted 4 tires on that caution. You want 4 more on this one.
Every time a caution comes out, if you're going to win this race, you better come get 4. This is Dover, Delaware. A lot of things change, but that never changes.
Pit road is not open on this lap. They'll open it next time by. Since it is a caution flag, the free pass eligible car is Curtis Shelmerdine. You can play Race the Pros online video game now and only on foxsports.com, keyword games.
You know, this is where they initiated the free pass last year right here, and Ryan Newman was the beneficiary of it, who went on to win the race. One thing that's changed, though, the free pass car, when they started this, could come in and pop up before they went back to green. And because he won the race on that strategy, NASCAR took that away.
And that's something NASCAR has done a good job at throughout this whole process, is making changes as they saw the need to, because it's been a learning experience for them too.
A few laps ago under green, Terry Labonte and Greg Biffle got together, and a little bit of contact you'll see here under green flag racing.
Whoa.
And that carried over into the caution flag when those two got together and did just a little bit of nudging and shoving and gesturing.
I think Tony got his tail hung in there. Tony the Tiger.
Now that was after this caution came out.
Now that's the Iceman who never gets upset.
Yeah, Steve Burns.
Jimmy Johnson in, he said he's snug in the center and tied off. They'll pull a spring rubber out of the left rear of that 48 car. Dick.
Here's in second position on pit road right now. Car is very close to neutral. They're going to change air pressure, and that's going to be a Nat.
Jeremy Mayfield in, no adjustments. The 19 car, he said earlier on that it was neutral to free, but the car is pretty solid. Going to be a close battle up between the 20 of Stewart and the 19 of Mayfield.
Boy, a lot of close calls down there, all up and down the pit road with what is one of the more narrow pit roads.
Boy, one of the guys that's really got burned on this deal is Rusty Wallace.
Look at that group right there, Dave Blaney. I mean, that group, they only race about once a month. Look at their time spent on pit road, as well as his teammate, Scott Wimmer, at 22.
Jeremy Mayfield's crew had a good stop. They have pit position number 1, and out they go.
FX, glad to have you with us at the MBNA America 400. This is a Visa race break from the Hollywood Hotel. Things getting started at the Monster Mile with Robbie Gordon after that marathon weekend of Indy and Charlotte here. Going on the high side for the pass, and then Casey Mears having a tough time in the 41 car. Mears coming in with 5 top 10 finishes in his last 10 races, having problems at this point. Right now, Jeff Burton, your leader momentarily. Jeremy Mayfield has led the most laps. But how about the mandatory, the safety caution? Some of the crew chiefs didn't like the idea.
Talked to several crew chiefs earlier this morning. They said they wished that NASCAR wouldn't do that. They felt like they had enough practice and knew what was going to happen with the cars, that if they had a good race car, they didn't want to let the other competition come in and work and get their cars better. So several of them not in favor of it.
All right, the second caution of this race. This has been a Visa race break. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. Here's the pit summary of what happened to the leaders, 1 through 5, and how they came off pit road. Tony Stewart was the first off pit road, but 7 cars did not pit. Led by Jeff Burton, they are the race leaders right now. Burton, Kevin Harvick, Michael Waltrip, Greg Biffle, Terry Labonte, Joe Nemechek, Matt Kenseth had all been in earlier and did not pit.
Rusty had a problem on the right rear. I'm not sure what happened, and then he had to. Dick, you know, real quick.
Yeah, the right rear tire changer lost 2 lug nuts. Donnie Richardson says it is so moist here that the glue just isn't sticking. 2 lug nuts lost. He's 31st now.
Green flag. Jeff Burton is the 3rd different leader today in that now unsponsored Roush Racing number 99.
Oh, trouble.
Way up the hill. 1 car contact. Elliott Sadler.
Brendan Gaughan, the 77. Caution is out.
Still coming. All right, you clear low right there. Clear low, get rolling.
Lap 38, second caution of the day.
I don't know what happened to the 38, but he went up and caught the 77. So I don't think the 77, I think he was a victim.
Let's mark it as the 3rd caution, counting the safety caution at lap 30 as the 2nd. So 3rd caution for Elliott Sadler and Brendan Gaughan.
Both cars were damaged pretty heavily, especially the 38 car.
Darrell, it's hard to spin here and not get damaged pretty heavily, isn't it?
Just don't know which way to go. You know he's going to go up, but you don't know how long he's going to be there. Whoa.
Did he and Kurt Busch get together?
Yeah, they did.
Brendan Gaughan, the 77, nowhere to go. Look at Jamie McMurray, the 42, just barely gets by.
That was a good move. Yeah, it looked like Kurt Busch tapped the back of the 38 car.
Murray and Jimmy Johnson taking evasive action. Let's watch from Dale Jr.'s view.
Down on the apron.
DW, that's why I like that strategy. Those 7 cars, they're up there at the front, out of the eye of the storm.
Sadler headed for the garage. Kevin LePage on pit road. We'll be right back. This is NASCAR on FX.
Mike General Dwight Eisenhower, he said, "We will accept nothing less than full victory." And that group of men, that generation, became known as the greatest generation. 6,500 ships, 13,000 aircraft, 200,000 vehicles, 600,000 tons of supplies in supporting Allied troops in the liberation of Europe.
60 years ago today, and they are honored in today's pre-race ceremonies. 5 veterans honored as representative of all of those who participated. Chris Myers' dad, Deacon Myers, also on hand. Veteran of the U.S. Navy, of D-Day and the Normandy invasion. We had hoped to have a B-29 fly over today, the sole surviving B-29 in flying condition, but it's grounded in Maryland due to the weather. As you look at Bobby Labonte's hood and the D-Day remembrance thereon, Kirk Shelmerdine's car also carrying a nice salute to troops past and present. Our NASCAR race menu brought to you by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers. It's better here. Next Saturday, Music City, USA, live from Nashville Busch Series Racing, the Federated Auto Parts 300 here on FX, 7:30 Eastern Time. Next Sunday from Pocono, NASCAR Nextel Cup Racing on Fox, 1 p.m. Eastern. Coverage begins.
Another hero, you know, of ours, mine particularly, I think most every American, was Ronald Reagan, who passed away yesterday. And an incredible man, great president.
And no NASCAR remembrance of D-Day in World War II would be complete without mention of Walter Bud Moore, watching from Spartanburg, South Carolina, longtime owner of the number 15 team in NASCAR and a highly decorated veteran of World War II.
Now, of those cars that were involved in the accident, they have taken the 38 car of Elliott Sadler to the garage area. Brendan Gaughan, the 77, is still out there on the lead lap. And we need to also note that Jamie McMurray in the 42 car came to pit road, as well as Greg Biffle in the 16 car, who was one of those 7 cars that stayed out a while ago. He made a pit stop.
There's Biffle. Elliott Sadler has waved off an interview for now. as they repair his M&M's Ford in the garage.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be very happy with Kurt Busch. That was, there's all kind of things you could call that.
You know,
mainly
Mike,
unnecessary.
You know, guys, we're halfway through this 26 race point situation as we head for the chase for the championship. And Elliott Sadler, after a good run at Lowe's, he's 7th in the points. He's been in the top 10 in the points all season long, so that's one reason. And there you see him headed back out on the racetrack, so he's going to come back out about 5 laps down. So Todd Parrott, that entire Robert Yates group, doing all they can to make as many laps as they can with this race car. And he as well has a D-Day salute to D-Day on the back of his quarter panels.
Sadler rejoins the race. Gahn remains in it. Matt?
Gahn will restart from the 33rd position, Mike. They made several stops on pit road to look at and then fix the cosmetic damage on the left side. They pulled out the left front fender, put on left side tires, sent them out, came back in for rights, but then they noticed they had a left rear fender rub, so they had to work in that area, change tires again.
Let's set the field for you for the restart. Jeff Burton, the 3rd leader of the day. From Kevin Harvick, Michael Waltrip, Terry Labonte, and Joe Nemechek. The rest of the top 10, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, Jeremy Mayfield, Brian Vickers, and Ryan Newman. Green flag to begin lap 45.
Boy, Robbie Gordon, every restart gets up on that right-hand side, Larry, and he passed a lot of race cars.
Goes by Bobby Labonte in the 18 car right there before they get to turn 1.
Casey Mears back in the race from the garage after bringing out the first caution of the day. All right, Burton's under pressure. Here comes Harvick.
Harvick's got the measure of him, puts the nose alongside. Burton's got to let him go.
Darrell, Jeff gives him enough room, but he doesn't give him a lot of room, does he?
No, and he's not giving up either. You know, I thought that Harvick might just blow on by, but I think Burton kind of likes the view from the front. He hadn't been there a lot this year.
Well, the problem is it sucked the whole field right up to the 2 leaders.
Well, the other problem is when you're running side by side like that, buddy, that guy on the inside will get that little D-dive though and jump into the car on the outside. Trouble that can cause.
Somebody better hurry up and lead this lap, because that 20 car, that orange Home Depot car, he is coming. He has those fresh tires, and we've been watching him. He's been so good since the drop of the green flag, Tony Stewart.
The other car that's coming is Matt Kenseth. Started way in the back. We know that's not a problem anymore. He's right up there in the top 10 in 7th place.
No, and you know, that caution, that early stop and that caution worked right into his hands, because that's what they needed, was track position for him.
You know, I see the car that's up there in 4th right now as we almost got a 3-way battle for the lead. Michael Walter, remember, he had to start at the rear of the field with a backup car after crashing in qualifying, coming off 2 great runs. This has to feel good for Michael that he's made this track position up.
Yeah, it does, Larry. And, of course, there's a lot of things going around this week about whether he's going to be at DEI next year after a great run at Charlotte, and he didn't need what happened to him in qualifying, but maybe he can overcome it.
Darrell, is Kevin Harvick right now. He's got to be frustrated. He just could not clear Jeff Burton for the lead. Now he's going to give up second to Tony.
Look at Tony Stewart, that 20 car. He just turned the thing to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to lead this lap.
That's 4 tires versus no tires. I mean, you know, even though they're only 10 or 12 laps on Burton's tires, nothing. There's no substitute for grip.
Tony Stewart is the 4th different leader today. Let's go back to 7th place. Matt Kenseth. Here's Steve.
Mike, crew chief Robbie Reiser had not planned on bringing that particular race car that Matt Kenseth is driving today here at Dover, but Kenseth liked it so much at Charlotte last week, they changed their mind and brought the car here.
Yeah, Steve, they already had their Dover car ready with engine in it, and they made a change right after the race at Lowe's Motor Speedway last week.
Well, that car won $1 million the week before. Had a great run again on last Sunday night. I drive it to work. I guess this is driving it to work, isn't it?
I would say. If you like driving to work at 152 miles an hour, it is.
With friends.
See Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car back there battling Terry Labonte in the 5 car. This is a battle for 15th position. Mark Martin in the 6 right behind him. Jeff Gordon in the 24 car. We talked about him in the beginning of the show, DW. Trying to overcome that run last week. He's up there now battling for the top 5.
You know, people were talking about dominance. He dominated this race here in 2001. He led 95% of the race. 2000.
Oh, I remember that. He stunk up the show. That was a very difficult race to broadcast because there wasn't much race. Matt Kenseth working Joe Nemechek. Nemechek working the outside and running well there. And he may get Kenseth.
Don't overdrive it. Still inside.
Both those drivers among the biggest movers in this race so far.
Yeah, and what they're saying there is don't overdrive it. You can drive into the corners really, really hard here. But the tip is back off early, get the car on the bottom, and then gas it.
When you pick that throttle up, you want to be able to stay in it. But this has to feel good for Matt Kenseth because a lot like Michael Waltrip, remember, he started back in 39th position and he'd have to go further back than that because of the engine change.
Brian Vickers trying to come back to the front, moves past Nemechek. And Tony Stewart is on a tear. He has a 1.8-second lead over Kevin Harvick. Pole sitter Jeremy Mayfield, though, in third, 2.5 seconds back, trying to close in. Jeff Gordon restarted 12th. He has just passed Michael Waltrip for fourth.
Yeah, and see, the neat thing about this joint is that Michael went up, just slid up the hill a little bit, opened the bottom up for Gordon. Gordon goes by, Michael right back behind him, doesn't cost either one of them any time. The guys that didn't get tires, they know the guys that did, and so when they get to them, they're going to give them a lot of room because they know they're going to be a good bit faster.
So like you said, Darrell, the benefit of that staying out strategy is only temporary.
It feels good for a little while.
Well, and I think that's
looks
what's
good
happening
on TV.
That's what's happening with Kevin Harvick in the 29. He's running in second position, but he's under a lot of pressure from Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 car. But I think this will pay off for Kevin. You see, he just moves up the racetrack. He saw Jeremy Mayfield coming. Don't race him side by side. All you're going to do is lose more ground to the leader of the guys back there behind you.
Joe Nemechek likewise now backing up in that Army car. Bobby Labonte moves underneath Joe.
When you get to the pushed on the outside like that, Mike, you just can't afford to cut down in front of somebody. That's what gets you in trouble. You've got to wait till you know you're really, really clear.
And Nemechek going to slide back to 23rd as Ricky Rudd goes by. 59 laps complete at Dover. Tony Stewart is the leader in the MBNA America 400.
FX welcoming you back to Dover, Delaware. NASCAR Next Up Cup Racing on FX, brought to you by UPS, the official express delivery company of NASCAR. UPS, we want to race the truck. People love the truck. 4 leaders, 4 lead changes. Tony Stewart leading his 8th race of this season, but so far he has yet to win, although in the hunt in points. Brendan Gaughan with a problem here.
Yeah, Brendan was involved in the accident just a little while ago with Elliott Sadler, and it looks like that left front is still rubby, so he'll need to come to pit road as he's doing right now to try to get some clearance so he doesn't have a problem with maybe blowing that left front tire out.
Let's get back to Stewart, the leader here. 4 of his 17 Cup wins have come in the month of June, so no June swoon for him. He's got a couple of Dover Cup wins, and since his rookie season, he hasn't won his first race of the season at or after the 11th race of the season in 4 of the 5 years that he's been running, and this could be his best chance so far this year.
Car looks awesome right now, and another car that looks like it's running pretty well is Brian Vickers along with Kurt Busch in the 97 car. Both these guys are here hanging tough, putting on a pretty good little show. Kurt gets a good run up off the corner there, getting ready like he's going to put a move on the 25, and Jimmy Johnson is also posing in the picture, so he's looking to kind of get back on track here at Dover after having a great weekend at Lowe's Motor Speedway. But Chris, one of the things that's kind of early playing out as we see the 97 car getting ready to go underneath Brian Vickers. Got position on it. Brian's not giving it up easy, but early on, and he does make the move, makes the pass. But it looks like guys are learning about the fact you need to put on 4 new tires each time the pit road is open if you get an opportunity, because Tony Stewart was one of the guys who came to pit road, and the guys are there. There's his teammate right there.
Stewart lapping Bobby Labonte.
Yeah, Bobby Labonte's got troubles early on, so be interested to find out what's going on with that car. But you need to get tires, otherwise you're going to wind up getting yourself kicked to the back of the pack.
And Brendan Gaughan and the 77 car has gone to the garage, so Tony Stewart is yet to win this year. Jeremy Mayfield, the pole sitter, currently running second. He's gone 129 races. without a victory, hopes to end that streak. Let's rejoin Mike, Larry, and Darrell.
What's going on with teammates? Last week, Jimmy Johnson dominated. Jeff Gordon couldn't get out of his own way. This week, Tony Stewart is trying to run away with this race. His teammate, Bobby Labonte, goes a lap down early. It's strange. Now, here's Ryan Newman. Newman is coming. He just passed Harvick for 4th. Rusty Wallace, though, has recovered from that pit miscue where he started back in the late 20s. Rusty has climbed up to 15th. Jimmy Johnson restarted 19th. He's up to 11th. So comers and goers. But you're right, Darrell. The guys that made the right adjustment and got the 4 tires, they're the ones that are coming.
And what makes the difference in these cars, Mike, is it's something that Larry and I we don't even think about very often. We think about shock, springs, sway bars. It's bodies, aerodynamics. Cars can be set up identical, but the aerodynamics can be so different on the cars that they don't respond the same way.
And you wouldn't think that would be big at a 1-mile racetrack, but like we talked about Jeremy Mayfield a while ago, whole speed over 160 miles per hour at a 1-mile racetrack, you better believe aerodynamics make a difference, and it's small differences.
That's right. There's no substitute for downforce. That's a driver's best friend.
And what makes the difference is that the only mass-produced pieces that you can see on these cars are the fiberglass caps for the front and the rear bumper. Everything else is handmade by the fabricators that build the cars for each individual team. So no two are truly alike.
No, and it's those little tweaks that the teams do. Each team does a little something differently. Each fabricator does a little something differently that makes that car good or bad.
Just talked about Rusty Wallace. He just drove by Dale Earnhardt Jr. underneath him in the 8 car. That puts Rusty up to the 14th position. I think if Rusty could get some track position back, he'd have a good race car.
All right, we asked the question about Tony Stewart dominating this race now and Bobby Labonte going a lap down. Dick Berggren knows why.
Well, Bobby Labonte's car just has not been fast enough until the green flag dropped today. Right now, the radio traffic is that the car is loose. Just playing loose, Mike.
You know, guys, we talked about that at the beginning of the show. When you're running that fast around a 1-mile racetrack, if you are off just a little bit, I mean, they'll lap you in 20 laps just like they did Bobby Labonte.
This is a frightening racetrack to drive when you're loose because you don't have a lot of grip. And when that back end jumps around with you, you see what happens. All these cars snap loose. When that thing snaps loose, it's like walking down the street in a pair of leather-soled shoes. You got grip, and all of a sudden your foot slips out from under you and you say, whoa.
You know, one of the best race cars I think I've been watching last 10 laps right here, this 9 car, Casey Kane. He just went by Kevin Harvick for 5th position. I've been watching the scoring monitor, and he pretty much on a regular basis has had the fastest car.
And Bobby Labonte has taken his ill-handling car to pit road.
Yeah, you can only stand it so long.
Yeah, he couldn't even get out of the way of people fast enough.
Kurt Busch with Michael Waltrip and Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy's climbed into the top 10. Michael now 9th as Kurt Busch moves up to 8th. Darrell, you talk about aero, and the other thing certainly is tires. 4 fresh tires here. Those have been the fellows moving forward, not back.
And another thing, it's just hard to conceive a half a pound of air can fix a race car. A half a pound of air.
Why, Larry?
Well, a tire is basically a spring. And what we have found is you change the spring rate of that tire just like you would a spring. And what we have seen is a half a pound of air can be like changing that spring rate 10 or 15 pounds.
Brian Vickers also coming back to the front. He's got a really fast car today, Darrell, but it looks like I don't know if coming off the corner, if he really trusts that car under other cars, and it's really fast.
Well, he's pretty sharp kid because he's watched enough guys get under people and see that thing come around with them. He's being real cautious. That's a good drive.
He's in 10th position, but he is a half a lap behind our leader right now, Tony Stewart, at 20.
Now, again, going back to last week, Jimmy Johnson, great. Jeff Gordon, not so great. It's a new week, Darrell. You said the pressure be on Gordon to perform in front of his sponsor's hometown track, and wow, he's coming. He's at 3rd place, 5 seconds back.
He better not run like he did last week, 2 weeks in a row, where there's going to be something, going to be some trouble somewhere. I expected him to run great today, and I think it.
Just a little bit tight, just past the center.
A little tight, just past the center. That's under power.
Yeah, another race like that, those flames on the hood would turn to icicles.
Yikes.
83 laps complete. in the MBNA 400, honoring America's hero. Tony Stewart, pole sitter Jeremy Mayfield, and Jeff Gordon, the leader. Tony Stewart leads at 90 laps. Kurt Busch just passed Kevin Harvick for 7th, and Johnny Sauter has made an early unscheduled pit stop. Where we stand with Stewart leading the Dodge of Mayfield and the Chevy of Gordon. Here's the Sears Craftsman Truck Series Tundra tail of the tape. Then a Sensor, the point leader. Larry's best of 2 trucks in 4th, and Darrell's rookie David Rudiman in 12th in the standings.
Had a couple of bad weeks. My boy has Rudiman, but he's still my man. We'll be fine.
And remember, you can catch all the Truck Series action only on Speed Channel.
Fix to get serious for those boys now. 8 races in a row coming up.
Yeah, and you can go to DW, or you can go to DarrellsTundra.com and bid on the truck that they're going to give away over.
Brian Newman, somebody lit the fuse on the rocket because he's closing on Jeff Gordon for 3rd place. Gordon, since we were away, only gave up half a second to race leader Tony Stewart, so Newman has run him down.
And you can see Jeff Gordon has moved up the racetrack to about the 2nd or 3rd groove, but Ryan Newman in that 12, he is still right around the bottom. Let's see down here in 1 and 2 if Jeff moves up the racetrack about a lane, but Ryan Newman digging around the bottom.
Bobby Labonte's off the pace over here in turn 3 coming to pit road. I'm not sure what's wrong.
He made three laps, Darrell, that were about 1.5 seconds off pace and came back to pit road.
I bet, you know, he was just in the, well, he's not running that well, so they got something wrong.
Kyle Petty also in the pit lane.
We're getting a report that Bobby Labonte may have a broken rear end. Right now he is back in 35th position, 5 laps down.
All right, here comes Newman to the inside of Jeff Gordon. Gordon slides up the hill, and here comes Newman. Sails past for 3rd place, Matt.
Jeff falls back and forth. Jeff did come out of the radio telling his crew chief, Robbie Loomis, he said the car had been good earlier, but it's just gradually getting tighter and tighter, and now I am really tight. This team trying to bounce back, like you documented earlier in the show, Larry Mack, from that 30th place finish at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. What a place to try to get back your stride. He's won here 4 times, now on a drive for 5.
And what I just saw, he's smart racing right now with that car getting tighter, because when Ryan Newman called him, he kind of pointed where he wanted Ryan to go by him. When Ryan went by him, he acknowledged, thank you, we didn't race each other right there.
And with the thing getting tighter, you move up the racetrack, because you want to try to, smart guy's going to take a little pressure off that right front tire.
Casey Kane catching Jeff Gordon. This is now for 4th place. Brendan Gaughan is back in the race. Darrell, what's the difference between snug and really tight like Jeff Gordon is right now?
When you're snug, you can kind of drive through it. You can just crank the wheel and you can see the front tire will get enough grip, you can keep going. But when you get it where you just can turn the wheel all the way to the left locked and the thing still goes straight, that's when you got trouble.
Speaking of trouble, here's our point leader, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who came in here with a 5-point lead on Jimmy Johnson, and he's about to lose a lap to Tony Stewart.
And I think what's happening to a lot of cars like Dale Earnhardt Jr. is this racetrack has changed dramatically since the start of the race. The rubber's down. We're hearing a lot of drivers complaining about pushing or being tight, and there you see it. Tony Stewart just drives by him with less than 100 laps into this race.
Junior kind of slid. Junior put a little block on him, but not much. It's what always happens to you here. You get off a little bit at some point in the race. You got a car like the 20 car, Tony Stewart, flying around this joint. You get a lot of people in trouble. Same thing happened last week at Lowe's with Jimmy Johnson.
We're at the quarter pole of this MBNA 400. 100 down, 300 to go. Tony Stewart has been the most proficient of 4 leaders. He's been out front for half of this race so far. Brian Vickers, top 5 qualifier, who's after his pit stop has come up to 10th. He has the fastest lap of the race so far. Dick?
But right now, Mike, the car is not good. Vickers is complaining that it's way too tight from the center off. He cannot bring the car down to the bottom of the racetrack. Just can't run the bottom, and that's where he wants to be.
Among the rookies, Casey Kane ahead of Brian Vickers in this race. Scott Wimmer, Scott Riggs, Johnny Sauter, who had a pit violation and had to restart at the end of the longest line, and Brendan Gaughan.
Jamie McMurray in the 42 car. He has went a lap down here recently. Right now, we only have 18 cars left on the lead lap.
Yeah, and just, you know, on that restart, remember who was leading?
Jeff Burton.
Jeff Burton.
And he is just within a few car lengths now of losing a lap. Here comes Tony. There goes Jeff.
Ricky Rudd also just ahead of our race leader in the Wood Brothers car.
Bobby Labonte back to pit road again.
Been there and done that. I'll tell you what, you get off here, you swear there's something broken.
104 laps complete. Stewart, Mayfield, Newman, Gordon, and Kane, the fast five. This has put us under caution at lap 108. Piece of debris down in the area of turn 1 from a little bit of contact from somebody. What's that?
I believe it's a piece of a brake blower. Even though they don't actually run brake ducts in the front of the car here, they'll run blowers to kind of cool the brakes. But I tell you who this caution is a huge break for is mainly those 6 cars that pitted earlier that stayed out the last caution, including Jeff Burton, who we just talked about, was just about to go a lap down. Looks like Ricky Rudd, the 21 car, will get the pardon back on the lead lap.
Now, Jeff Burton, Sterling Marlin, Terry Labonte, Dave Blaney, beneficiaries of that caution in that they were in danger of going a lap down. Pit road will be closed this time, but Hollywood Hotel is open for business.
Yeah, and our crew chief always on top of things. Jeff, let's talk a little pit strategy here.
For a lot of guys right now, they're really glad to see this yellow flag because a lot of race cars are very unhappy as far as this Monster Mile is concerned right now. These guys need to get the 4 new tires, especially a guy like Jeff Burton. He got a real lucky break, Chris, being able to catch his caution because he was falling back into the grasp of Tony Stewart for sure.
All right, let's take a look at some of the earlier action. Casey Mears, who come into this race running very well with 5 top 10 finishes in his last 10 races. Some problems here. He was okay, but it put him back in the race. And then after a second caution, the safety caution, Elliott Sadler bumped a little by Kurt Busch. Brendan gone into it. Jamie McMurray gets through.
Yeah, Jamie made a great job right there, keeping getting involved right here. But Tony Stewart, man, he came charging in the back of the pack. He threads the needle between Kevin Harvick and he dives underneath then leader Jeff Burton and takes the lead.
Tony Stewart has since lapped his teammate Bobby Labonte and points leader Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's rejoin Mike, Larry, and Darrell.
Bobby Labonte has taken his Chevrolet to the garage. We're told that they are repairing the rear end of that car and hope to get him back out. Pit road will be open this time by.
Hey, the car we better watch when he gets on sync with 4 tires. Matt Kenseth, again, on those older tires. He had held on to the 6th position. Steve Burns looking pretty good.
He is, Larry. Matt Kenseth saying that his car is tight pretty much all the way through. They're going to lower the track bar, and they're contemplating making a spring rubber adjustment. We'll see if they do it right here as he heads to the attention of Robbie Reiser's crew. Again, his car is just tight. He wants it to turn better. Right side going up the jack. Tires off very quickly on the 17. They make the track bar adjustment. Left side tires off. Let's go to Dick.
Ryan Newman pits out of the 3rd position. The car is very close to neutral, but they're going to change the weight distribution ever slightly in the rear end. To Matt.
Service already complete on Tony Stewart's Chevrolet. A great stop, 13 and change. They made a track bar adjustment just a half a round. He said his car in open air was free in the center. He needed to be snugged up just a little bit.
There, look at the pit stop times as they come off pit road.
Like Kevin Harvick, the 29 car right there. Those guys had a great pit stop, but Darrell, you saw it and I saw it. With no more cars on the lead lap, that first pit box down there for Jimmy Johnson, Chad Canals, it's an advantage, there's no question.
He come out of there in a hurry, I can tell you. On a clean pit road.
.110 laps complete. Tony Stewart has dominated on the track, and his Greg Zipadelli-led crew gives him a good stop. Gets him out first. Pit road's a busy place, and here are the standings after 12 races in the McDonald's Drive-Thru Championship fueled by Powerade. Among the teams that choose to participate, the weekly winner, spending the shortest time on pit road, gets $20,000. $200,000 for the top team at the end of the season. Stewart, Mayfield, Newman, Gordon, and Kane. 2 Chevys, 3 Dodges in the top 5. A couple of Fords in the top 10, Kurt Busch and Matt Kenseth. Rusty Wallace overcame a miscue on the first pit stop to now run in 10th. Big crowd at Dover Downs, over 130,000 people. An FX original movie, Meltdown. What if terrorists took control of a nuclear reactor? It premieres tonight at 8 p.m. only on FX. One to go. A couple of close calls on pit stops here. That's more routine than it is unusual. Watch Dale Jr. and Greg Biffle.
I mean, if you just look at this pit road right here, it's about half as wide as most pit roads that we go to, and we see more cars sometimes get torn up on pit road, especially under caution, than we do on the racetrack. The only saving grace is we don't have that many cars on the lead lap pitting at one time.
Right now, 16 cars on the lead lap, counting the car that got the free pass, Ricky Rudd. It'll be Stewart Chevy, Mayfield and Newman in Dodges, Jeff Gordon Chevrolet, the Dodge of Casey Kane, Ford of Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, Kevin Harvick, Rusty Wallace are the top 10 in the outside lane as they come around to restart and begin lap 115.
What defines all this stuff here is the horse racing track in the center of this place. If that wasn't there, you could make the pit road wider.
Tony Stewart, the 20 car, he got a good jump. He didn't want to have to battle Robbie Gordon in the 31 car on the inside, who's a lap down. Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 trying to clear Robbie as well.
Leader sets the pace for the restart, and just like when we left off from green flag racing, Stewart is setting a frantic pace.
Yeah, just like last week with the Jimmy Johnson's car, where it was just looked like it had 100 more horsepower than everybody. It's all handling, baby. That's where you can mat it quicker than anybody else.
Ryan Newman in the 12 car, he's trying to battle past Robbie Gordon in the 31 and trying to bring Jeff Gordon to 24 with him. That's a battle for third. Jeff Gordon looks to the inside, trying to take third place away.
Scott Wimmer in the mix, Dale Jr. underneath Wimmer in the 22, who is...
But what Dale Earnhardt Jr. has done right there, he's put himself in position, should the caution come out, to get the pardon, to get the free pass back on the lead lap.
Wimmer fighting back on the outside, has to lift, and Biffle will clear him. The Cat Dodge, one of the cars, one lap down. Wimmer this week went to court on the DUI charge from a crash back at the first of the year and was given probation and 24 hours of community service. NASCAR tacked their own penalty on top of that with a probation to season's end and further hours of community service. Scott happy to have that behind him and looking forward to making restitution and getting on with it.
He won. Tony Stewart has his hands full right now with Jeremy Mayfield in that 19. He has been dogging him for about the last 2 or 3 laps. Jeremy's car's good right through the middle of the corner.
I think Jeff Gordon, Jeremy, all of them know they can't let that 20 car get away like he did last time. Boy, there goes Jeremy right on by.
Darrell, last week we saw Casey Kane good on long runs at Charlotte, and here's his teammate Mayfield. After he gets a couple laps on his tires, that car seems to pick up as well.
Yeah, we saw that on the first restart there when he fell back a little bit. Vickers got around him, he chased him down, took the lead again. Jeremy's got a great race car, came here and tested. He said it's the greatest, bestest test he had ever had. Come on, say exactly what he said.
Watch Tony Stewart, watch the hand signal. Yeah, come on, that side, right over there.
No, that's
that lane.
See, that's smart racing. Cat's faster than you are. Don't try to hold him up, particularly here, because you don't want him on your back bumper.
Exactly what Jeff Gordon did with Ryan Newman earlier.
Somebody up under your back bumper here will spin you out, and they don't even have to touch you.
Bobby Labonte is back in the race after rear end repair in the garage. 24 laps down.
I got to tell you, I was running here when I was running so poorly here one time. I just couldn't get going, and I kept going in the garage and out. And one of the drivers called in and said, "Let me ask you something. How many 17 cars are there in this race anyway?"
Sitting at 17, Matt Kenseth in 15th place, and 4 spots behind him, Dale Earnhardt Jr. showing us a 1 lap down. Dick Burton
Strange situation for Earnhardt today, Mike. He said the car is bouncing around badly, so badly, in fact, that he's having trouble seeing. So on the last pit stop, the crew did what you would do in your street car. If it feels too rough, they took air pressure on all 4 tires, trying to smooth the ride out a little bit for Junior.
And that's about all you can do. You know, you would think maybe they could help the car with shocks, but all you can do in the race is change air pressure.
And this place will bounce your teeth out. I'm telling you, you get 55, 60 pound of air pressure build up in that right front tire. It's hard to handle.
What's wrong with Matt Kenseth? He went from 10th to 15th in 1 lap.
I saw him go up the hill really big time off of turn 2 over there. I thought he was going to hit the wall. Whatever they did on that pit stop wasn't the right way to go.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to lose another position to Terry Labonte in the 5 car, who's still on the lead lap. Puts him back to 17th.
Kellogg's car moves through, and now the genuine parts and service. Wood Brothers 21 of Ricky Rudd. Carrying our Ford on board today. Rudd back on the lead lap after getting the free pass. And leaving Matt Kenseth just a bit coming off the corner. Blaney has another sponsor. I'll tell you, Bill Davis and that group, they just keep scrambling. This is a regional discount store chain, Ollie's Bargain Outlet for Blaney.
As good as that car runs every time they take it to the track, and Blaney's doing a great job of driving it. You gotta believe it. They'd love to run it every week if they could.
Yeah, they definitely would. Right now, their next race will be Michigan, and they'll be at Daytona, which is our last race with NASCAR on Fox, and then they'll be at Indy in August.
Ward Burton, Jimmy Spencer battling there with Casey Mears, who spent some time in the garage. That is for position. Cars 1 lap down, racing for 28. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon has caught Tony Stewart.
Now, Jeff helped his car a lot. Of course, early in the run, in the last get-go, Jeff's car was really good. It looked like it gave up right at the end of the run. So we'll see if he can maybe improve it where it'll be good all the way through.
But, you know, we're seeing the same thing almost with Tony Stewart in a 20, maybe not to the degree of Matt Kenseth, but I don't think Tony's car is as good this run as it was the last run, or Jeremy Mayfield and Jeff Gordon are that much better.
I think it might be a combination of both, Larry. I mean, you know, it's an air pressure game right now. Up and down until you get it right.
I tell you, a car that has rebounded nicely from that pit stop problem he had right at 100 laps ago, Rusty Wallace. He has now moved up into the top 10 in the 2 car up in 8th position. But I'm sure what Rusty's going to tell that crew, look, we overcame that mistake. We can't overcome it again.
There's the Miller Dodge. He's about a second behind Kurt Busch and 1.2 seconds ahead of Mark Martin. There you see the gap between Rusty and race leader Jeremy Mayfield. It's 9.3 seconds. Let's go to the leader's pit. Here's Matt.
And Mike, the air pressure adjustments has helped Mayfield's race car. And like DW was talking about, this team came to Dover with a lot of confidence after their test session, but really they've got a lot of confidence by the way they've run this year. When you compare the first 12 races to the first 12 last year, his average finish is nearly 10 spots better. So this team is really starting to get on a roll. But like Ray Evernham and Kenny Francis will tell you, they cannot beat themselves. They beat themselves last week in Charlotte by speeding on pit road. They've taken it to another plateau. Now they just have to capitalize. And by the way, I have the answer to the Darrell Waltrip trivia question. D, it was Terry Labonte.
Hey, I tell you, a car that's got it hooked up, and he is coming to the front in a hurry, is that 9 car. Casey Kane, he's working all over the back of Ryan Newman. He's running high or low. I watched the car. He can go in the bottom. He can go in the top. Pretty much going where he wants to right now.
He just drove past Ryan Newman in that 12 car. That moves him up to the 4th position. But when you think about Ray Evernham's 2 cars, we've been talking about this chase for the championship with 14 races to go before 26. Casey Kane, he's 11th in points, but he's in that 400-point window. He's 378 points out of the lead. Jeremy Mayfield, they have no more mulligans these next 14 races because he's 14th, but he's 448 points out of the lead. They have to do what they're doing here today to get in that window of 400 points.
Mulligans. You been golfing with Darrell?
All I know about Darrell is golf balls with DW wrote on them.
Matt Kenseth.
I got to quit doing that.
Our series champion has now slid to 16th place. Let's go to his pit and Steve.
Mike, on the last pit stop, they made a track bar adjustment because they needed to turn better. They also took a spring rubber out of the left rear, but Matt says his problem is not enough air pressure. He at one point thought he had a flat tire. The team told him to stick with it. It'll come back to him.
Biggest thing I see he needs is a caution because he's about 6 seconds from going a lap down.
That's the worst thing that you can say to a driver. He's out there about to wreck, and you hang in there, buddy. It'll come to you. Yeah, but when?
And what? The car or the wall? It'll come to you too.
Something's gonna come to you, I promise.
136 laps down. Jeremy Mayfield, your leader.
Welcome back to Dover, Delaware. Next week on the Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week, interleague play underway. Dodgers' first trip ever to Fenway Park to take on the Red Sox. The Mets beat the Royals, or Barry Bonds and the Giants. Their first ever trip to Camden Yards to take on the Orioles. Coverage beginning at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific with Jeannie Zelasco and Kevin Kennedy on the pregame show. It's baseball on Fox. Moments ago here, Jeff Gordon passing Tony Stewart for the second spot with Jeremy Mayfield leading.
Yeah, it looks like Tony's car is not quite as good as it was the last time when he was leading, but Jeff Gordon's guys, Robbie Loomis and his crew, definitely made some good changes, and they're really looking strong. But right now, the guy strongest of the whole group is Jeremy Mayfield, and he's out front. He's led 51 of 144 laps so far.
Tony Stewart's led the most laps with 70. Ken Schrader, the 49 car, headed to the garage. How about these Evernham cars with Mayfield, Casey Kane, the rookie, running fourth currently, 3 second-place finishes. Kane hoping to win. This is a place for a lot of first-time winners.
Really is, and right now, Chris, his car is really working great. Right now, you see him on the outside. I think he'll look, see if he can get by Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart is putting pressure back on Jeff Gordon. We got a whale of a battle here, the second and third. Kane is really putting the pressure on these two veterans.
Jeff Gordon trying to bounce back from the disappointment of last week. Let's bounce back upstairs, Mike.
Boy, what a great battle here.
Oh, baby. Let me tell you, Jeffy went up high and Tony got back around him, but the 9 car is better than both of them. He's going to blow by both of them.
And Tony's car on the long run has gotten better.
He definitely has come to life here the last 5 or 10 laps.
And Jeff's car is doing just what it did last time. It's starting to back up.
Matt's there.
And on that last pit stop, Mike, they made a wedge and air pressure adjustment, but Jeff was concerned about going too aggressive on the adjustments. He felt like at the beginning of the run, he was free for quite a while, and then the car got tight. Now he feels like they were too conservative. They should have been more aggressive and went a little further in their adjustments. Steve?
Hey, Matt, Jimmy Johnson's having fun out there. Over the radio, he just went, woohoo! And Jack Canal said, I really wish you wouldn't do that. And he went, oh, wait a minute. You just ran your fastest lap of the day. Keep it up. Dick Berger.
Well, Kenny Schrader has just taken his car to the garage area. He reported on the radio that he thought the track bar was broken. Crew took a left rear tire off, nodded the affirmative, and they just headed to the garage with a new track bar. That is a piece of equipment that locates the car to the rear end, and you just can't drive it when that thing's broken.
Thanks, Dick. Battle for 10th there. Jeff Burton getting past Brian Vickers with Michael Waltrip and Dave Blaney looking on. I like it when Steve makes those direct quotes. You know, folks like Kenny Wallace and Jimmy Johnson there. Put quotation marks around that. 150 laps next time by out of 400 that will run here today at Dover under threatening skies and very cool unseasonable temperatures. But folks are getting treated to a Tony Stewart driving exhibition once again.
Yeah, don't look now, Jeremy, but that's a Home Depot moving in on you.
Closing at a high rate of speed.
Of course, the 9 and the 24, Casey Kane and Jeff Gordon are not too far behind. Jeremy just pulled over and said, let just go right on by, young man.
Caught me that quick, just go right ahead. But, you know, talking about Kenny Schrader's track bar, this place is so hard on the equipment. It never gets a rest. I mean, we're on the right front of Greg Biffle's car right now. And just look, the suspension never stops moving. And watch how much this thing travels when he goes down in the corner. You'll get about 2.5 inches of travel over there. Look at that. It almost coil bonds that spring. But if you notice the brake road over here, unlike at Richmond a few weeks ago, you use very little brake here getting in the corner.
Yeah, Larry, that little red thing right there, that tire wrap, that's how you know how much travel you're actually getting. And the crew will look at that. Of course, not going to look at it during the race, but that's how you kind of figure out if your car, what your car is doing. Part of it.
And I noticed right up here on the shock right there, it's a little sticker right there, and what that will tell the shock man after the race is how hot that shock guy got during the race.
Now it's in the corner, and it'll unload coming off the corner and up and down as there was contact.
between Biffle and the 38 of Sadler.
Right front got real busy just then.
I have no clue right there.
Let's see that again.
Coming off turn 2 up onto the back straightaway, runs up on the back of Elliott Sadler.
Well, Elliott's wounded, you know, so maybe he just couldn't get up off the corner quick enough.
And Darrell, this place is a lot like Bristol. You can't get out of the way when you're in trouble.
If the guy in front of you, if you're right on his bumper and he has to squeeze out of it a little bit, which happens a lot here, you can ram into him.
Here's Matt.
Well, Mike, some of the big fans, when you go to a suspension cam, are actually the brake specialist for race cars like Jason Shapiro. He was analyzing how hot that rotor was getting, knowing what Tony is telling him about how he is using not a lot of brake here at Dover. Pointing to it again is Shapiro and Mike Ritterfeld eyeing that. Big fans of the suspension cam here in Dover.
It just amazes me, though, how much that suspension travels.
Yes, Larry. And the teams aren't allowed to use any onboard telemetry. NASCAR prohibits it, so the views we give them pretty much tell that story.
Now, there's a great race going on for the lead, but there's an even better race going on to try to be the first car lap down. And that's between Biffle and Junior right here. And they've swapped it back and forth 3 or 4 times, because if the caution comes out, one of those two is going to get a lap back.
And right now, they're actually battling for the 19th position, but as you say, Darrell, the big battle is to be the first car lap down.
Oh! Front straightaway, hard in the inside wall is Joe Nemechek.
And guess who won the battle?
Greg Biffle.
The field freezes at lap 158. And Greg Biffle, we believe, will get the free pass as Joe Nemechek brings out the 5th caution of the day. That was a wad of cars coming off turn 4, and most everybody straightened out except Joe.
You know at Dover, that caution can come at any time.
Oh, yes. Like I said, these things will snap out from under you, and sometimes you don't know why.
Darrell, let's see what triggered this with Nemechek.
Terry Labonte there with him. Ooh, Terry. Goodness gracious.
And you see Terry Labonte in the 5, Sterling Marlin in the 40. You see who's right behind them. They were in desperation. The leader, Tony Stewart, they were about to go a lap down.
Now you get a little frustrated with somebody you're faster than they are. They're holding you up.
But I wonder, Darrell, if that was much like what we saw in turn number 2 between Biffle and Sadler. As Nemechek came off the corner, did he have to lift?
Pretty far off the corner.
Labonte's foot was in the gas.
Pretty far up off the corner there.
About a third of the way down the straightaway.
Yeah, he was on the straightaway.
Oh, and there, Tony Stewart right behind them, about to put them a lap down.
That's what Tony calls it. Well, I ain't going to say that.
Ain't going to go there, are you?
No, but take that back, strike that.
Well, Labonte and Sterling Marlin do stay on the lead lap. And Joe Nemechek will head for the garage.
This team has had a tough time these last few weeks. They lost 2 cars out there at the All-Star weekend. Hard crash here today. One of the Armed Forces cars.
Yeah, and I tell you something, Larry, I think I've seen it with a lot of different drivers. You get in that crash cycle, and it seems like you're a crash magnet. Every time you turn around, you're getting into something, and it's usually no fault of your own. But you drive, so once you wreck a time or two, you start to drive cautiously, and you find yourself in more trouble.
Yeah, that was well up on the straightaway, well off the corner.
Now, only the 2 drivers know for sure, and hopefully we'll be able to get you the story.
And we have been told that Terry Labonte, you don't hear this very often, has been told to settle down.
What's that? Other than being big, bright orange and reflective.
Well, if they wasn't in the first pit box, I'd say that's to keep the guy that's going to put in front of him from running over him. But maybe.
I wonder if it's a warning as he comes around with that tire to everybody coming down pit road.
That's why I say it's like a warning to keep getting run over.
Or is it a patch? Steve?
Like Jimmy Johnson saying that his car is tight on landing, but let's keep it snug. They're going to take a half a pound out of the right front tire, and another adjustment, they're going to add tape to a lower grill opening on the 48 car, but Jack Canals telling his team, don't slow the stop down. Left side tires going on the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
That's what that was, Mike. That was the tape.
Yeah.
Ryan Newman now in the pits. The car is a bit tight coming off the corner, so there's going to be 2 rounds going into the right rear. That should loosen it up just a little bit. To Matt.
Tony Stewart, the top of your screen. The guy's already on the left side of the race car. Track bar and air pressure adjustment still needs to be a little more snug. In the center of the corner, he's down and away. The 19 team continues to service that race car. He was loose. Felt like maybe something with the tires, but an air pressure adjustment as well for Jeremy Mayfield.
Well, I know what the fight's going to be for when we come back here in September. The fight for that pit box coming off of pit road, because Jimmy Johnson, that 48 group, even with adding tape, they're going to come off second.
Yeah, and it makes all the sense in the world when we talk about how tight this pit road is. Get your box, get your work done. He's coming down pit road, and as you say, Larry, there's the tape.
Good job. The jet dryers are out, not for rain, but to blow away some of the divots that Joe Nemechek left on the front straightaway. Stewart. Johnson. Newman. Welcome back to Dover, where Jimmy Johnson's pitting his Lowe's Chevy way back in what used to be no man's land at the top of pit road. From the commit line to the start of the pit area and into his pit box, he doesn't have to worry about speed in. And then when he takes off, he doesn't have to worry about speed here, and he can really race all the way down here before he's got to slow down, because this is the first timed section where they can measure his speed.
Yeah, he's already in his pit box, and this stop is about completed before everyone else gets to their pit stop.
And what I like is he's coming straight down pit road, and when cars are starting to pull out, he's going straight, so he doesn't have to do anything but just watch cars coming out of their pit box.
Watch that, maintain pit road speed.
Because the wad is going to be from these cars right here.
Yeah, and here he comes all by himself. See, there's the 12. And see how they have to take evasive action to keep from running into him. He doesn't have to worry about him running into them.
Keep watching.
It's a beautiful thing, boys. You did it.
And added tape.
Love it when a plan comes together.
My surround sound's getting nervous at home, Larry. Haven't had a chance to exercise it today.
Almost halfway through this thing, I just reach up there, grab all the knobs, and crank it up.
Up into Scott Wimmer, but everybody's going to get away okay.
But boy, everybody's just barely going to get by Scott Wimmer as he gets back up to speed. But just back to that restart, the 19 car, Jeremy Mayfield, like earlier in the race, got a terrible restart.
Matt?
Mike on the restart earlier in the race, and also his first pit stop, he had a slight hesitation when he went to get back in the throttle. He's been talking about it to Kenny Francis. They're not really sure what it is, but every time when he's going slow and has to jump back into the gas, the car hesitates.
And NASCAR has admonished the 31.
Yeah, you know, one thing that can be, sometimes these guys get real fuel mileage conscious, and they'll change the squirters in the carburetor to kind of conserve a little fuel. And if don't get the right ones in there, you mad it won't go.
Well, let's find out what happened to bring out the 5th caution of the day. Dick Bergman's with Joe Nemechek.
He had a huge crash here last fall, Mike. Another big crash today. What happened, Joe?
Just unfortunate. The whole U.S. Army crew, USG Sheetrock, these guys support us. My car it got tight about 10 laps before that, and I had to keep it right on the bottom and make it go around the corner. And I saw Terry coming on the outside, and I happened to slide up a little bit. And when it slid, I had to let off the gas, and he just barely tapped me in the back. just one of those racing deals. It's just unfortunate for this crew. Just trying to get a break right now. We've got some awful good race cars, and we haven't been able to find that little good luck charm.
And the crew has left. This will go down as a DNF. Did not finish.
Remember, he had a bad practice crash here in a test session that nearly derailed his career for several months.
One thing you got to realize, and that why we always are hesitant to say what happened, he just told you what happened. We thought Terry just run into the back of him to get him out of the way because Tony Stewart was about to lap him. Joe had a problem, had to lift. Terry got into him. We know Terry's not that kind of guy.
You know, as I watched Jimmy Johnson in this Lowe's 48 car, you know, he qualified back in 14th. I think one of the reasons he qualified back a little bit, this team elected to work mainly on race practice in qualifying practice the other day. And I think with this track position, remember, he swept both races here 2 years ago. I think this gives them momentum. And along with that pit selection down there, I think they're on the mark now with almost halfway coming up.
The other thing I'm wondering is seeing Stewart in the second run drop back a bit after dominating. Did Greg Zipadelli make a major adjustment trying to find out how far was too far, knowing he had 300 miles to make that car and dial it right in for the run toward the finish?
Yeah, I'd say my crew chief buddy would probably go along with that.
If I'm going to get aggressive, I want to do it early in the race in case I do step across that fence. I can put some back.
Well, better to hear that driver whining early than it is hearing whining late.
You just keep digging. It's going to come to you.
That's right.
Matt, what did they do?
Mike, back on that lap 33 stop, they made an air pressure adjustment on all 4 tires and also made a track bar trying to work on Stewart's center of the corner. Remember, I told you, most of the race, it's not bad. His entry's great, but it's not bad in the center, but he just needs to be a little more snug. And that's what they've been working on progressively through the whole race.
And one of the things that the crew chiefs and some of the drivers are telling me is these tires do not like the air drops way down in them like they had last year. These tires got to stay right around recommended. If you go too far, can't drive it.
Let's move back to the battle for 11. Kevin Harvick, Matt Kenseth, Dave Blaney, and Brian Vickers, all front runners earlier. Ricky Rudd's made a nice recovery since getting the free pass. He's moved up to 15th ahead of Sterling Marlin, Michael Waltrip, Greg Biffle, and Terry Labonte.
But when I do look at Kevin Harvick in 29, so we see the battle right here. This is a battle for third, battle for fourth, actually. But going back to Kevin Harvick in the 29 car and Matt Kenseth in the 17, even though we kind of questioned that move they made back there by staying out, it got them track position after qualifying so bad. They were able to get that caution, get those 4 tires, and I think it's paid off now.
Closing in on halfway, which will be lap 200. And Tony Stewart, as he did in the first long green run, is well out front. He's now led 95 laps today, almost twice as many as Jeremy Mayfield.
Hope you're having a good Sunday. We welcome you back to Dover, Delaware. NASCAR Next Up Cup Racing on FX, brought to you by Budweiser. It's time for a fresh one. Grab a Budweiser. The race is on. And this MBNA race summary: Tony Stewart, the leader. Jimmy Johnson, last week's dominator for the Coca-Cola 600, running second. Tony Stewart retook the lead on lap 162 for the third time today. We've had 5 leaders and 8 lead changes, and so far 5 cautions. And the pit times for Tony Stewart: 14-1, 13-2, and 15-3.
Very solid performance right now by Greg Zipadelli and the guys, but more importantly, watching Tony Stewart go through traffic and work traffic as far as guys who are leading in front of him. He has been very methodical, waiting for his car to kind of come in, but once he gets the lead, he steadily pulls away. It doesn't make any difference who it is, he just keeps pulling away.
Kurt Busch in the 97 car, who was fast in practice yesterday, a little bit wiggly right now.
Well, he's right there in front of Casey Kane, and all of a sudden, right middle way to the corner, the car gets, it just breaks loose just a little bit. He has to chase it up the racetrack, and Casey Kane gets underneath him. And one of the other guys that I think want to know what's going on with the 97 car, let's check in with Matt.
And the wiggly that you were talking about, Chris, he was tight earlier in the race and made some adjustments, so now the 97 car is a little too free for Kurt.
All right, thanks, Matt. We got a battle here with 2 Evernham Dodges. Jeremy Mayfield, the pole sitter, and you see Casey Kane, the rookie, coming up from 5th.
Well, Jeremy had the lead early, and all of a sudden, here comes Tony Stewart past him, and now he's getting pressure fourth place by his teammate, Casey Kane. Casey's car seems like it takes a while for it to come around, Chris, but once the tires build the pressure, he can run either high or low, and right now he's trying to get underneath Jeremy Mayfield as they get ready to come up on the back straightaway.
And he has moved in front of Jeremy Mayfield. And while we're talking teammates, the Penske team, Ryan Newman going for his third straight Dover win, running third, and Rusty Wallace seventh. Kurt Busch, we saw moments ago, currently ninth, just ahead of Jeff Burton.
Yeah, Jeff Burton, I mean, he really kind of rolled the dice early on and stayed out. One of those times didn't take tires and was really falling back through the pack. Then the caution came, and all of a sudden he's up there in ninth place. And Larry, has a pretty bold gamble by Jeff Burton and their crew.
Well, it was. It's like Darrell and I were talking the whole time. We knew 4 tires was much better, but I think a lot like Kevin Harvick and Matt Kenseth, these guys knew if they didn't do something to get off sync, they would never get up to the top 10 and get that track position, and he's sitting there in ninth position with pressure from his teammate, though, Mark Martin in the 6th car.
4 of the Roush cars within 5 positions. Behind them come Dave Blaney and then their teammate, Matt Kenseth. So 4 of the 5 Roush cars in one very tight pack there, trying to work their way back toward the front, which is filled with Chevys and Dodges. The Chevys of Stewart and Jimmy Johnson first and second, and then 3 Dodges, Newman, Kane, and Mayfield. Boy, Robbie Gordon has been sliding that car all day.
He has had his hands full since the green flag dropped.
He is 1 lap down in 25th.
I wouldn't know what to tell him to do to it, Larry. I mean, he's been all over the place.
Michael Waltrip trying to work through is a lead lap car in 17th.
They got to get going because here comes Tony.
Kenny Schrader, last week's birthday boy, along with Dick Berkeley, back in the race after a track bar repair. As we close to halfway, 7 laps from now, we'll see the halfway sign.
I mean, Tony Stewart in his 20 car, he's pretty much doing right now as we approach the halfway point to this field here at Dover what Jimmy Johnson did to that group at Lowe's Motor Speedway. I mean, you may have not bet on Birdstone yesterday at the Belmont Stakes, but Tony Stewart would have been a pretty good bet here at Dover, Delaware. 10 races, he's never finished worse than 11th.
Yeah, he's got a 4.3 average finish here, Larry. That's amazing.
But he may have company in a short time with Casey Kane in this 9 car, so he just goes by Ryan Newman, the 12 for 3rd.
And Kane very quickly starts eating up the distance to second place Jimmy Johnson. Stewart in traffic, trying to put Terry Labonte in the 18th place car, 1 lap down.
You know, I made this observation about Tony a few weeks ago. I still got to think that Indy is a big distraction for him. I just think that once Indy's over with, you see it every year. He seems like he just buckles down and gets the job done.
Tony Stewart lapping past Robbie Gordon. He leads Jimmy Johnson by 2 seconds. Casey Kane by 3. Ryan Newman on 3.5. 60 years ago today, hundreds of thousands of Americans embarked on the invasion of Normandy, what we remember as D-Day, in great tribute to those who participated. Today, over 100,000 Americans sit here in Dover, Delaware, enjoying a different kind of American hero, Tony Stewart, out in front of the MBNA American 400. A dominating performance. And right now, Jimmy Johnson, who sits in 3rd place behind Casey Kane, would take over the Nextel Cup point lead. Our Home Depot look at the point standings. Tony Stewart maybe having a look in his mirror because Casey Kane's train is coming. Track number 9. On track, on the bottom, right past Jimmy Johnson.
So good on long runs, and that's what we're having right now, which is kind of a typical Dover race. We get to this point of the race, the teams, the cars kind of settle down, and we don't have any cautions, but Matt, that 9 car just keeps getting stronger.
Larry Macklin's team team has done a lot of work on this race car this weekend. Ray Evernham told me this morning that after final practice, they felt like the 9 was about a 10th to 15th place car. Number of changes to get this race car back into the ball game, and you're seeing it today. They made some adjustments on the last stop. It's made this race car go from tight to a little more free all the way around, and Casey is slowly reeling in Tony Stewart, now about 2.3 seconds back from Big Orange.
There's Stewart. And there's Casey Kane.
Two cars are really close. I mean, they're pretty equal race cars.
And here's Kurt Busch, who is in 8th place, talking about it with crew chief Jimmy Fennick.
At 4, I want the engineer to tell me how come when we drop the track bar, the car gets loose.
Oh, it's that right front air. We let air out of that right front and left front too, Kurt.
No, it's with the back. Yes, then there's no grip anymore.
Gotcha.
And we want to talk about the adjustment that Kurt thought they had made, which they did make that adjustment. They also made an air pressure adjustment. Now what he talked about was Kurt couldn't understand. They dropped the track bar on the right rear, right in this adjustment right here, and it's on the frame side. And I'm going to say they probably went about 1 round down right there. They screwed it clockwise 1 round. That's to tighten the car up. And what Kurt couldn't understand is how come the car was looser. Jimmy Finney didn't explain. Kurt, we also dropped the air pressure out of the 2 front tires. Darrell, you've been talking about it. These tires do not like low air.
That's what guys keep telling me, Larry. Dropping that track bar down sometime will tighten you up to the point where you're really using the right front more. They dropped the air down in it. It got double trouble.
You know, comparing these drivers as American heroes to those who fought in D-Day, that's not really an apt comparison, except in the sense of, as Kenneth Squires often said of these drivers, they are common men doing uncommon things. They're not racing for freedom, they're racing for pride, and certainly the stakes are far lower, but we enjoy our freedom to sit and cheer them on a Sunday afternoon, and they too are our heroes.
Talking about Rusty Wallace following it ever since that pit stop back on lap 33 when he restarted back about 27th. He's up there now battling our pole sitter Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 for 6th, and he just turns underneath Jeremy and drives by him. But you're right, Mike. It is so rewarding and a good feeling that we can gather this many people every Sunday and feel good about being here and not have to worry about it.
Guy on that 16, he's all over the place.
Jeff Gordon in 5th, Rusty now 6th, moving under Greg Biffle. Biffle 1 lap down in 18th. We're past halfway, 213 laps complete. Tony Stewart with a lead that was 2 seconds, and Casey Kane has chopped it down in 1 lap to 1.8.
Now, Kane's a little quicker on the clock, a couple of 3/10 every lap.
Casey has 3 runner-up finishes in his rookie season: Rockingham, Vegas, and Texas. But since that second-place finish at Texas, he's not had a top 10 finish.
That's a bad luck since then. Wrong place, wrong time.
You know, we keep talking about the points. You know, in past seasons, we would not talk about points this early in the year, but because of these 26 races, it's becoming a hot topic right now. And when I look at Rusty Wallace back there in the 2 car, before the race last week at Lowe's Motor Speedway, he was 14th in points, 396 points out. He's okay right there. He moved up a position after Lowe's, but he's 417 points coming into this race. So once again, a lot like Jeremy Mayfield, he don't have any mulligans.
Yeah, and you know, that's a good point, Larry, and you're exactly right. But one thing we got to look at is how far out of 10th is he? That's what some of these guys that are on the bubble like he is, they're all of a sudden not worried about 400 points. They're more worried about how do I get into the top 10.
And he is 148 points out of 12th right now. Larry, it's like the end of daylight savings time this season. Suddenly it's getting late earlier.
Yes, it is. And I think it changed your strategy. I heard Jimmy Johnson, Chad Canals, as we ride to Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's back in the 20th position. When you're in the position they're in, you can roll the dice a little bit. You can gamble just a little bit, because even if you build a 300-point lead at the end of 26 races, it's only 5 points.
It might be the greatest thing since that ice cream we had yesterday, but I got to see it to believe it.
218 laps complete. Tony Stewart's lead has now been cut to 1.3 seconds by a fast closing Casey Kane. Jeff Gordon has knocked the wall down in turn number 2.
Down he goes. He's been talking about the car being a little tight. You see the tire fly apart.
Like you saw the car not turn, then you saw it come apart right there, and that is a hard lick, and there is not any safer barriers here.
Heavy damage to the right front of Gordon's DuPont Chevy. The crowd very vocal in their reaction, and here's Rusty's look at it.
Oh, man. I tell you, from a driver, you got the wheels turned left, you're going up the hill, and about that time, she lets go.
I fail to understand why so many people cheer Jeff Gordon's misfortune.
I don't get it either.
But he has brought out the 6th caution of the day. And we'll get with Steve Burns as we await pit stop. Steve?
Jimmy Johnson saying his car is late exit tight, Mike. They're going to take 2 pounds out of the left rear tire as he hits pit road. They're also going to make an adjustment on the Panhard bar. Right side tires going on. The chassis adjustments are made. And they turn their attention to the left side of that race car. And Johnson is away. Dick.
Ryan Newman was running 4th when that caution flag happened. He has had terrific pit stops all day long. The cars have been tight either by himself or in traffic. They're going to try to fix that. Matt?
Tony Stewart, the top of your screen. They made a track bar and wedge adjustment. They backed off the track bar adjustment they made before. 15 and change for Stewart, 14.4 for Casey Kane's team. His car was a little free on that last run.
I tell you what, I believe one more stop, I believe the 48 car will win the battle off pit road, because he almost beat Tony Stewart in that 20 group that time.
Well, there's only one other better pit than the one he has, and that's the one Tony has, so it's coming out about equal.
Battle of the pit boxes. There you see his pit time right there.
So Jeff Gordon has triggered the 6th caution of the day, cutting down a right front tire and taking a hard hit into the turn 2 wall.
Welcome back to Dover, Delaware, and this is Avisa Race Break. 226 laps of 400 on the Monster Mile, and Tony Stewart, who has completed all but 7 laps this season, is dominating here, although with pole sitter Jeremy Mayfield, he gave him the pass early.
Yeah, he said, hey, come on, buddy. You're a little bit quicker than I am. Go on by. And later on, Jeremy returned the favor by letting Tony back on the outside of him. So a lot of respect between these two guys.
And you got to have respect for the Monster Mile. The walls, no safer barriers yet. They'll be here later on. That was Joe Nemechek and Jeff Gordon moments ago in turn 2, the right front tire. A 4-time winner here. Jeff Gordon, the only active driver to lead more than 2,000 laps here at Dover. And let's check in on Jeff Gordon with Matt Yoakum.
Jeff watches his team start repairs to that 24 car. What happened, Jeff?
You know, I was so tight, and I just was running hard and trying to find a line that I could get the thing to turn, and I almost came on just a few laps before that and said, I don't know how the right front's staying on the race car, because I was just having to abuse it so hard and it was so tight. So it doesn't surprise me that it blew. We were abusing that right front really hard. Not sure why they don't have soft walls here, though, and I'm definitely one in favor of them right now.
How bad's the race car?
You know, I'm not even in favor of fixing race cars and going back out. I'm just, disappointed we didn't need this. We needed a good finish here. We had a great race car, and I mean, we certainly had a top 5 finish ahead of us. But this disappointed. It's gonna be a big hit in the points again.
He came into Dover 4th in the standings, only 67 markers, Chris, ahead of Tony Stewart, who's leading the race.
Yeah, thanks, Matt and Jeff. And he fell after last week's race, the 30th place finish, slipping back a little bit. But the softer or the safer barrier, the walls, they are coming in September here. This is a place all drivers have said, even coming into the weekend, they absolutely need them. Brian Vickers, by the way, the free pass. Let's talk about the pit stops and what you saw there.
Well, Chris, I think it's really going to get into a situation where we've already had 6 caution flags so far during the course of the race, and I believe the race off of pit road and what these guys can do as far as the adjustments, keeping up with the changing track conditions, this is where I believe this race is going to be won or lost. And so far, Tony Stewart's guys have kept him up there toward the front. Their car's been really good and very solid on long runs, but it still gives an opportunity for guys like Jimmy Johnson to work on their cars so they can close that gap on long runs and challenge him later on during this race.
This race has been a great opportunity for young drivers in the past to win their first Cup race of their careers. Let's check in with the Mach 3 Turbo Champion, inviting you to enter the Gillette Young Guns Challenge. Each week, a lucky fan will win $5,000. Go to www.GilletteYoungGuns.com for details. You just talked about Jimmy Johnson. See Dale Earnhardt Jr., the points leader, struggling in this race, but a former winner here.
Yeah, and Casey Kane. Can't leave Casey Kane out. He seems like each race he is always a factor. And so far, his car has really been good on long runs. I like Tony Stewart, but they keep getting closer and closer after these pit stops, and that's exactly what he needs.
Let's rejoin Mike, Larry, and Darrell. This has been a Visa Race Break.
And Darrell, you know, we talk about Jeff Gordon losing that right front tire. This is a 1 mile racetrack, but the right front never gets a rest. When you look at 3 and 4 here, it starts getting loaded here and it's loaded there, and it's the same on the other end. So when you're looking at this racetrack, the right front, the straightaways are very short. The right front never gets a rest. It's loaded all the time.
Yeah, and you do. You put a tremendous amount of pressure on it. And how you make these cars turn is to drop that air down in the right front. Ever how much you decide you can stand, you go right to the absolute minimum, because that's when the car will turn the best. And that's also when it abuse the tire the most.
Tony Stewart's had a dominating performance so far. One lap before we go green. We're really impressed with the run by Dave Blaney in 11th place, lead lap car, a part-time effort from Bill Davis Racing. Steve Burns is in their pit.
And my crew chief, Felipe Lopez, also impressed with the race car. He told Dave Blaney that he's faster than all the Roush cars that are in front of him. On the last stop, they made absolutely no adjustments. Dave Blaney saying the car is just a little bit tight. One other note, the car is better when he's not in traffic.
And a lot of people may ask, what does Dave Blaney and that group have that some of the major teams that are here every week have? I think it's chemistry between Felipe Lopez and Dave Blaney, something a lot of these teams can't find and are still searching for.
Derek Finley and Felipe were the crew chief and engineer on the one car when I drove for Dale, so they are a good combination. They know what they're doing.
The lead lap cars are Stewart, Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, Rusty Wallace, Ryan Newman, Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin and his teammates Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton, and Matt Kenseth, plus Dave Blaney and Brian Vickers as we go back to green to start lap 231.
Brian Vickers got the free pass, the partner back on the lead lap that time. That call. See Michael Waltrip in the 15 car, the Napa car, in third position on the racetrack. He's trying to do what his teammate did earlier, Dale Earnhardt Jr., stay in that position. If the caution comes out, he will get the pardon and the free pass.
Now, Michael doesn't have a bad car. He's running okay if he could get back on the lead lap.
The news earlier this week, Dale Earnhardt Jr. saying that perhaps Michael Waltrip would not finish out his career at DEI, and that set the reporters running throughout the garage area. And Michael had a great run last week at Charlotte. And Darrell, it seems that every time they light the burner underneath that whole 15 team, they turn it up.
Maybe there's a method to their madness.
Maybe so.
I know one thing, last week was his best unrestricted race I've seen Michael drive. He did a whale of a job.
Caution, debris. Debris in turn 3 brings the caution out.
That's the break Michael Waltrip needed right there. He will get the free pass.
7th caution of the day comes at lap 234. Debris in 3. Might have come from contact between Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Sterling Marlin.
So one of the things you see up here at the top of the racetrack, see all that rubber and little pebbles and stuff up there, little pieces of rubber, not pebbles. That's what gets on your tires when you get up out of the groove.
And again, that breakup is caused by the cars passing under the bridge.
That's a little bit more than a bridge over there, Mike.
That's right. It's the DuPont Monster Bridge. And it's not a crossover bridge like the one in turn 2, but it's a VIP suite.
29 feet above the racetrack, and it's got hurricane-resistant glass for in case a lug nut flies off. It's 50 theater-style seats. Got television, radio, scanners, flat-screen TVs, air conditioning, and a bar.
And oh, by the way, Terry Ford right there on camera.
And oh, by the way, right under here is where I'd have me a big bunch of caution lights, too.
Here, Terry's getting married next Saturday. Turtle.
Wave at us, Turtle. We're talking about you, buddy. There you go.
Here's Steve.
Mike, you guys have talked about how Jeff Gordon struggled at Lowe's Motor Speedway while his teammate Jimmy Johnson dominated. Well, same thing here today. Jeff Gordon talked about how the car was weighing heavily on that right front tire, but when Jimmy Johnson stopped recently, Chad Canals and the crew looked at the tires, Chad telling Jimmy, your tires look excellent. They look great. So again, another comparison of one team struggling, another one running great, but teammates all the same.
234 laps complete. 7th caution of the day. A spring rubber on the track. We're under caution. .236 of 400 laps. The flag commemorating D-Day 60 years ago. The strife and sacrifice made by our nation's fighting men and women. And we're proud to celebrate it here with the MBNA 400 Salute to Heroes. Tony Stewart has been the hero of the day. His Home Depot Chevy has been class of the field. It's led 155 laps as we go back to green with 13 cars on the lead lap.
He has been so strong on restarts. He normally has about a 3 or 4 car length advantage by the time they come off turn 2 on every restart. Right now, Jimmy Johnson on the 48 having to battle Kevin Harvick in the 29 one lap down.
That 2 car of Rusty Wallace, he looks pretty racy to me, Larry. He's finally made up for all that time he lost in that first pit stop, and he is there.
It's taken him 200 laps, but yeah, he's sitting there running in the 4th position now.
Pickberger, and hard to believe, you make one mistake in the pits, takes you 200 laps to get it undone.
Yeah, but part of what has gotten it undone, Mike, is that the crew has recovered very nicely, and every pit stop since then has been absolutely flawless. Rusty, delighted with his car. We so often hear him talking about the car, not liking this, not liking that. Today, everything is just right. It's all clicking for car number 2, Rusty Wallace, right now.
And if I could tune in to anybody and just listen to them all race long, that would be the guy I'd listen to. Well, take that back. I might listen to Dale Jr. He's kind of funny, too.
I mean, he has 40 starts at this racetrack with 20 top 10 finishes along with 3 wins.
He turned the wick up now, buddy. That thing is sailing off in the corner.
Interesting lineup in the top 10. 2 Chevys, then 4 Dodges, then 4 Fords, and the first of those, they're all Roush cars. Mark Martin in 7th place. The Viagra Ford.
I mean, he's just been solid the entire weekend. Qualified 7th. Talked about guys bringing their same car here. Remember the great run he had at Lowe's? This is the same car he was so good with there before he had those ignition box problems.
His teammate Kurt Busch has come back into the picture. Car still wiggling around on him, Darrell.
They haven't fixed it yet. Gonna have to get on them.
There's you're riding with Biffle, who's a lap down. Here comes Kenseth to the inside, who is on the lead lap. And Dave Blaney right with Matt Kenseth, the 23.
Seeing Mark and Rusty up there in the top 5 or 6, kind of like flashbacks.
Yeah, Jeff Burton stuffed it in there underneath because Biffle wobbled up and Blaney took the high road instead of the low road.
No, we still got a long way to go, but this is definitely one of the best runs I think Jeff Burton and that 99 group has had all year long.
Right behind them, Brian Vickers trying to come back to the front after running up front in the early stages.
One thing I noticed about that 25 car, Vickers, he is so cautious. He really does take his time when he gets to racing with somebody to be sure that he doesn't make any mistakes.
Which is not a bad thing to do at this place.
No, I think somebody told him, if you run all day, keep your nose clean, you'll get a good finish.
Remember, I remarked about 20 laps in, he was passing cars. I said he looked so tentative on the bottom, almost like he didn't trust the car, Darrell. But I guess now, after looking at it for a while, it's more like he's cautious.
I just think he's being cautious.
You know, I've been a little surprised that Jamie McMurray in the 42 car, the Haviland car, the black car on the inside. I thought he would run better, but he's battling right now with Scott Riggs and Dale Jarrett for the 20th position. All these cars one lap down.
I think he scared that car early on when they had that accident up there, and it hadn't been happy since. What do you think, Matt?
The DW had to pit for those flat spotted tires, but Jamie's been bouncing back and forth all race long. First he was tight, then he was too loose, then he was tight, then he was too loose, and that's where he is right now, just a little too loose.
Hear that train whistle? Train of Casey Kane. It's come to second, and it is headed to the front once again.
Train number 9. And Darrell, he has moved up the racetrack, and his car is getting a good bite up there about a groove up.
That's one thing I noticed about him all race long. Goes high, goes low. He goes wherever he wants to.
That graphic showed he was about 1/10 of a second faster than the leader on the stopwatch that last lap. The fastest car that last lap was Rusty Wallace. Stewart's lead, 1 second. It's 2.4 seconds back to Rusty.
Definitely Casey Kane in the 9. He's quicker than Tony Stewart. Pretty consistently right now, our leader.
Those first 6 cars are pretty evenly matched.
Our Bud pole sitter, Jeremy Mayfield, he has pulled back up on the rear bumper of Ryan Newman in the 12 car back there in 6th position.
That car looks like they're one of those cars they keep kind of going backwards and forth. It must be a little loose one run, a little tight the next. Maybe they'll get her dialed in here before the day's over.
I think a lot like his teammate, his car likes long runs too.
And Mike, that's the trait that car showed in final practice when he ran 70 laps. Now what they did to fix that race car, they went back, and you mentioned how the car looks like it did earlier in the race. Well, they went back to a setup they had earlier in the race. Took some air pressure out of the right front and also made a wedge adjustment as well.
It's an ever-changing racetrack. You have to just try to keep up.
And it's a balancing act. Okay, so I'm going to take air out of the right front. That's going to make it turn better. But I got to put around a bite in it so it'll be tight up off the corner.
150 laps to go, more or less. One more pit stop if we stay green. Car to the inside there is Kyle Petty running at reduced speed.
Now Kyle is 40 laps down.
13 cars on the lead lap as Tony Stewart sees Casey Kane growing ever larger in his mirror. 0.6 of a second is the gap first to second as Jeff Gordon's team has retired their Chevrolet for the day. Welcome back to Dover International Speedway. 259 of 400 miles completed here. The garage a busy place. 7 cars officially retired and out of the race at roughly 2/3 distance. Several more, like Casey Mears and Brendan Gaughan, have been in and out, and Kenny Schrader and Bobby Labonte making repairs coming back on the racetrack. 13 cars are on the lead lap led by Tony Stewart, and he's increased his gap over Casey Kane by just 0.2 of a second during that break.
But you know, Mike, you talked about cars out there on the racetrack several laps down. Let's talk about Elliott Sadler, the 38 car. Remember, he was involved in that wreck earlier in the race, and he was, at one point was 39th position. Now, this was very early. This was about back on lap 14. Gets involved with Brendan Gaughan, the 77 there. But they went to the garage area. They lost about 5 laps. But now, because of perseverance and determination by Todd Parrott, that whole M&M's group, he's out there now in 29th position. So they picked up 10 position by fixing that car as quick as they could, but as effectively as they could.
Jeremy Mayfield, the pole sitter and new track record holder, trying to come back to the front, working on Jimmy Johnson for third. And doing it, Darrell, on the high side. Most of the passing we've seen today has been to the inside.
Yeah, it looks like that outside groove, the second groove, is working pretty good for some of these guys, particularly if your car's a little tight. It's a good place to move up to.
Particularly if you're a red Dodge, it looks like.
You don't really mind getting past on the outside because you just drop down, the guy goes around you on the outside. Doesn't hurt your speed that much. Car I've been watching, and he's coming back into our picture, is the 6 car of Mark Martin. He has closed up on the back of Ryan Newman.
That battle is for 6th place. They are about 5 seconds behind the place car. You have to go all the way back to 11.5 seconds off the lead. Or Matt Kenseth keeps piling up the points, Steve.
And Mike, he just told crew chief Robbie Reiser that his car is way too tight on sticker tires, which are brand new tires. And Darrell, he's another one of those drivers who doesn't like low air pressure. Remember earlier in the race, he thought he had a flat tire. Then after 20 laps, he said it was like somebody flipped the switch and the car hooked up and took off. Nick.
Martin has got himself a good race car, same one he had last week. The only problem he is experiencing, and this has been going on all day, is the car is just a little bit free. Right now running in 7th position. Martin looking awful good this afternoon at Dover.
Guys, I've been watching a pretty interesting battle right now with the 8 car of Dale Earnhardt Jr. running back here in 14th position. And these guys have been battling to try to get their car better and better. And right now, he's 1 lap down, but he's in that position where if the caution does come out, he can get back in on the lead lap. But interestingly enough, he's being chased by number 29, Kevin Harvick. Both these guys are trying to get their cars back on that lead lap and possibly gain some valuable championship points. Earnhardt leading, and Kevin Harvick is 10th right now. So both these guys are trying very diligently to get back on that lead lap so they can salvage some championship points.
And I'd like to do it early enough in the race where they could get back on the lead lap and maybe fight their way back to the front. Remember last week, Dale Earnhardt Jr. went a lap down there. He got the free pass earlier and came back after getting that car better to finish 6th.
Well, there's only 13 cars on the lead lap right now. So if you can get back on the lead lap, you don't have many cars to pass.
Tony Stewart keeps picking them up and putting them down. He pulls up on his teammate Bobby Labonte, who's had a rough day, lost 28 laps, 3 of them on the track and 25 in the garage, making rear end repair.
Tony looks like he's got one of those cars like Jimmy Johnson had last week. The 9 car closed up there in a hurry, but then they're breaking about even now, as if Tony's just running hard enough to keep the 9 at bay.
Stewart, a 2-time winner at Dover, has not won this year yet.
And the irony of the 9 car, Darrell, there was 1 point last week at Lowe's, about 2/3 through that race. We thought Casey Kane had the number on the 48 car. He was a little better at 1 point.
He did on the long runs, but the race ended with a series of short ones. Tony Stewart's lead over Casey Kane now 1.1 seconds, 130 miles to go.
Last week in Indianapolis, Ford Racing's new initiative to develop a young female driver into a race-winning Nextel Cup driver continued with 4 skilled candidates testing 2 days in midget cars. Aaron Crocker, Allison McLeod, Michelle Thuriot, and Lindsay Tilton first took to the track for evaluation behind the wheel, and then to Purdue for physical and intellectual testing. Ford's Dan Davis said there was no clear winner, so more than one may receive Ford support. Built Ford tough.
I understand Aaron Crocker was a standout. She and her brother Seth got their start racing quarter midgets. One of our production assistants, Alan Cavana, raced with them at the Silver City Quarter Midget Club in Meriden, Connecticut, and says she's got talent. Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace,
fight for 6th place.
Mark, his car has that look of being good on long runs, but you would expect Mark Martin to have that type of a car.
Just been seeing Mark, he's just been getting a little bit better every week here lately, and I think he had a great car at Lowe's last week, and they had that ignition problem, but I just anticipate him having a great weekend.
He's only 5.5 seconds behind our leader, Tony Stewart, in 20.
Behind them, but still on the lead lap, Matt Kenseth in 8th. Dave Blaney's fought his way up to 9th past Kurt Busch, who's 10th. Jeff Burton, Brian Vickers, Michael Waltrip all hanging on to the lead lap here as Tony Stewart remains 1 second ahead of Casey Kane.
You know, we talk about chemistry as we were looking at Mark Martin in the 6th car. I just think a lot like we were talking about Felipe Lopez and Dave Blaney. I think the chemistry between Mark and Pat Tryson, after making that swap the tail end of last year between the crew chief of Mark Martin and Ricky Rudd, I think those guys are starting to understand each other's language now. They're complimenting each other.
Let's look at a couple of Martin's Roush Racing teammates running in 10th and 11th, Kurt Busch and Jeff Burton.
We've had Roush cars battling each other all over the racetrack all day long. They've been running together a lot.
4 of the 5 are on the lead lap. Only Greg Biffle among the Roush Fords is 1 lap down. There's a look at where they run. And don't forget that Greg Biffle is in a backup car.
After crashing actually on his qualifying run, a lot like Michael Waltrip. Need to add Mike Wallace to our list of retirees. He's taken the 50 car in the garage area.
And Kyle Petty is also done for the day. Here's Biffle and Sterling Marlin. This is for position 17th. 1 lap down. Biffle will stick around for tomorrow to finish off the MBNA 200. Red flagged after 28 laps due to rain yesterday.
Yeah, a number of these guys will be in the race tomorrow.
From our Quaker State aerial coverage, there's Tony Stewart. And you have to go back a full second to find 2nd place Casey Kane in the number 9.
Tony's really just gotten around some of these lap cars a little bit better than Casey has. Tony's been able to get his cars really fast through the middle of the turn, and he takes the line away from anybody. When he gets under them, he can just shoot past them.
Hey, what we see that other red Dodge, number 19, Jeremy Mayfield, coming up here. He seems to be one of the quicker cars, as we're about 20 to 25 laps away from possibly these teams' last final pit stop.
And it would be their first green flag stop of the day. 7 cautions have slowed the average speed to 146.7 miles per hour. This is the MBNA America 400 on FX.
Welcome back to Dover. Tony Stewart dominating. Has led 211 laps of the 400 schedule. At the MBNA America 400, you see Casey Kane hot on his heels.
He's been putting pressure on Tony all day long as Tony closes up on Timmy McMurray right there in the 42 car as they go off from the corner. But at number 9, he has definitely got his car working on the bottom racetrack just like Tony.
And looking for his first win of the year, Kane. So is Tony Stewart. And maybe this could be the beginning of something big. Of course, he's won here before, but if you include this track, he's won at the next 4 tracks we're coming up on here after Dover. It's Pocono, Michigan, and Sonoma and Finian.
He definitely has got a liking to all these racetracks, Chris. And what's more importantly is the fact that he can get himself a little bit of momentum and a little bit of a routine going here as far as getting in the victory lane and running the top 5. All that is going to do is propel him into his final 10 races as far as the points are concerned.
But as impressive as he's been, this is far from over because Tony Stewart has failed to win the last 3 races he's led the most laps in. If you go back 7th, 2nd, and 2nd with Atlanta, Daytona, and Charlotte.
He's got to be patient. He's got to hit his marks. As we're coming up on that possibly the final pit stop of the day, you've also got to have a crew that can get you on and off pit road. They've done an excellent job so far today. But again, they can't afford to make any mistakes, as well as Tony, as far as speeding down pit road or speeding off the pit road.
Coming up on the 300-mile mark, let's rejoin Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip, and Mike Jordan.
Rusty,
Rusty way up and almost, did he hit the wall, Darrell, in one?
No, but it looked just like Jeff Gordon. He's cut down the right front tire is what he's done.
Hold on, coming to the pit.
Rusty Wallace, who was the 7th place.
Flat tire, RW.
Flat tire.
He's definitely going to be luckier than Jeff Gordon, but what is going to be untimely about this, I don't think he can make it to the end from this. He's going to be about 5 to 10 laps short.
About 6 laps ago, while we were in commercial, Ricky Rudd had a similar problem. Skated up the hill in turn 2, cut it down to the left and came in for tires, so Rudd has fallen out of the top 20. Dick?
Well, Rusty's hit his pit, certainly an unscheduled pit stop, but as you say, very, very fortunate that he did not catch the wall. He had to drop it back just before that tire failed. This is a tough one, like down lap as a result of what's happened here.
Rusty will fall off the lead lap, leaving 12 cars on the lead circuit. Let's have a look here, Darrell.
Yeah, he just coming off 4 here, go down the front straightaway. Heads down here to turn 1, he backs off. Now listen, there she goes, she won't go up, she won't cut. Right front soft, you hear little pieces of it flying apart there. Not bad though, not like Jeff Gordon's was.
Again, this is the first sustained run we've had today that will lead us toward green flag pit stops. And for some of these drivers, they can't come soon enough.
And of course, what's going to be weighing on Rusty's mind, he knows he has to go this distance again, and he's going to be wondering, what's this right front going to be like in 80 laps from now?
Wallace actually falls 2 laps down as a result of that green flag stop. Pit stops for everyone are coming, and we'll come back for them. Craftsman Truck Series in action here at Dover. Earlier this weekend, here's their race to the championship, brought to you by Craftsman. Dennis Setzer, Carl Edwards, Rick Crawford are the point leaders. Chad Chaffin picked up the win here at Dover.
First time winner.
Did a whale of a job, Chad did. I was pretty happy for him.
Matt Kenseth may have issues. He may think he's run through his tires and needing a pit stop. Steve?
Yeah, Mike, we're expecting most of the leaders to pit around lap 320. Just a lap or 2 ago, Matt said, you better pit me early or I'm going to blow a right front tire, and I'm not kidding.
And the thing about it, we are to the window now that these guys can come to pit road, get their 4 fresh tires, and they would be good. That was Robbie Reiser, his crew chief, telling him to pit. You saw Matt Kenseth signaling to the guys behind him, hey, I'm going to pit road next time. He's going to give up that 8th position. There you see him signaling again down the backstretch.
His teammate Kurt Busch goes by to pick up the 8th spot as the defending Winston Cup champ hits pit road behind Jimmy Spencer.
Of course, what Matt Kenseth really wants to happen, as well as Rusty Wallace, is to cycle through these green flag stops without a caution. Steve Byrne.
Larry Matt Kenseth has been fighting a tight race car. There you see they make a track bar adjustment. Justin Nottinstead and Jeremy West changing tires on the car of the defending champion, and their service is done.
And Darrell, I'm sure that made him even more nervous about that right front tire, knowing that he's been tight. He also saw that 24 car down there about 100 laps ago.
Oh yeah, it only takes one of those to get a driver's attention.
What Tony Stewart just got a big break, Darrell. He came up on Terry Labonte, caught him in a bad part of the racetrack, couldn't get right by him, and at the same moment, Casey Kane came up on Jeremy Mayfield, had the same bit of difficulty, so Kane didn't gain. They're still 7/10 apart as the 2 Dodges come to pit road. Michael Waltrip done, Dale Jr. in along with Jeff Burton, and here come Ray Evernham's Dodges.
Mark Martin, he's coming with them. Well, these 2 cats, the 9 and 19, are working in harmony today.
Business is picking up on pit road. Here's Matt.
And you can see the big red cars coming down pit road. Jeremy Mayfield asked in the 19 car, any adjustments? It's Tony Stewart. A big mistake on the racetrack. Tony Stewart has missed the entrance of pit road as both Evernham cars are on pit road. No adjustments for the 19. The 9 of Casey Kane, he says the car is good on long runs. He wanted a wedge adjustment to the 9 car, as Tony Stewart will have to make his way all the way around the racetrack here on lap 317.
We talked about that in the beginning of the show, and I think even that commit cone makes it even tougher to get there to pit road. It's so treacherous getting on that pit road.
Yeah, look at Jimmy Johnson. I mean, he was down on the apron in the middle of 3 and 4, so he's
got to get slowed down. He's in the first box.
Steve?
Jimmy Johnson gets slowed down just in time, Mike. Corey Quick and Shane Parks now changing tires. Chris Anderson, the jack man, gets the left side up in the air. No adjustment for Jimmy Johnson. Matt.
Tony Stewart making his way to his pit stall. Pulls to a stop, look for a chassis adjustment. Jeff Gooch Patterson has the wrench in his hand as he goes to the left side. Stewart was a little too tight, needed to be freed up for this final run. As Mike Lingerfeld hits those lugs on that left front, he's down and away.
So Stewart, instead of entering the pits as the leader, lost a lot of valuable ground.
Remember what happened to him here last year? Pit violation cost him the race last year.
And he had the best car a year ago.
My goodness, I mean, he's just way, way, way too fast.
Once you miss the commit cone, you might as well go around.
And it was late in the race when he made that mistake.
Dave Blaney is in. He's had a great race for Bill Davis today.
Oh, now Ryan Newman's in trouble, pit road. Into the barrier.
I'm going to say that's going to be borderline. The caution is out. The caution is out.
I think
keep going, run right to the pit.
The reason the caution's out is he hit the tires down there and knocked some of them out in the race.
Okay.
You may not believe this, but Mayfield may have just stuck the whole field lap down. We'll see when he comes around how scoring sorts it out.
This right here is what caused the caution. Not you, Jeremy.
There should be a penalty on Ryan Newman because he came onto pit road and he hit the commit cone.
Oh, well, then they called Joe Nemechek for that a couple of races ago. And they asked at the driver's meeting, and David Hoots said twice, you must enter pit road between the cones. So here's Newman again coming in fast.
And you get down here, he's a little hot. He picks up all that debris that's on the apron right there. And this bad boy is going around and around.
There's the cones he hit.
And ooh, well, he was.
And there's damage to that car too from those tires.
He was really lucky there wasn't more damage over there. I believe he just kind of bent her up a little bit.
As he came to pit road, he and Dave Blaney were the last two cars on the lead lap to pit. So we'll see how this sorts out with scoring and how the penalty might be applied. Right now, on the scoreboard, Ryan Newman remains the leader.
I expect we'll have to adjust that.
Because the rule is you cannot even touch those commit cones. It had to be scary for Dale Jarrett's crew there with all that going on right there on their heels.
Because things have changed since, I can't tell you who would be the free pass car, because Newman and Blaney at that
flag
moment,
out. I don't know if he's going to open the pits or not. I'll keep an eye on him.
they had everybody a lap down because everybody else had made green flag pit stops. So this may take just a little bit of sorting out, as pit road right now is closed.
Another fine mess you got to see.
321 miles complete in the MBNA America 400. 79 to go. The teams may have made their final pit stop of the day, since most of them were just in. We'll see if anyone elects to come back in under this caution flag, but they were on pit road just a couple of laps ago.
I would believe Rusty Wallace would be one that would come to pit road because this would put him in the window to get to the end.
Those are stacks of tires tied together to protect the entrance to pit road, the water from the rains over the last couple of days here. They'll clean that up to get us back up to green. Ryan Newman brings out the yellow.
A salute to heroes on the anniversary of D-Day, the MBNA America 400 at Dover, Delaware. This is a Visa race break with 76 laps to go. Tony Stewart had been dominating 234 laps. We understand that Ryan Newman is out of gas, so let's check in with Dick Berggren.
I'll tell you what, if anything else could go wrong, I can't imagine what it might be. He ran out of gas right here in front of his pit. He's picked up a friendly push from the number 21 car of Ricky Rudd. He wanted to come into the pits several laps before this, but it's out. It's absolutely out of gas. Mike.
Dick, we don't understand this, because if Newman is going to get penalized for not entering pit road between the commit lines, why didn't he come ahead and pit even though pit road was closed? Take that. He's going to get penalized for that. It's not an additional penalty to come to pit road instead of losing all that time running out of gas out there.
And this push that he's receiving from Ricky Rudd, that is legal. The only time you cannot receive assistance is on the white flag lap with 1 to go coming back to the checkered flag. But he's got to be very careful here not to speed on pit road because he don't have a tack. He's going to get more help from his teammate Brendan Gaughan. Remember, he's pitting all the way down at the other end of pit road.
I've never had two people want to. I've never had two people want to push me into my pits when I was out of gas.
Where's the ether?
Need that starting fluid to get him going again. Now that rear end.
Ryan, try and crank it.
Rear end
Put the fuel in it. Put the nuts back on, Joe. You get it fired, Ryan? Back. Yeah, go, Ryan. Go.
Right now, everything is just disjointed for these guys. I mean, that's the only way you can say it.
Discombobulated.
Right? If nothing else, that's freaking morale right there, bud. You guys go against him every week. You got him this time. You put him out there in front. They made mistakes. We didn't. We got one more to go, guys. This race is ours. Freaking Evernham is taking home a trophy. Who's it going to be? You know what? Who is it going to be? It's going to be up to you. Right here. It's up to you. Let's go.
The Evernham team has 2 of the 4 cars that are on the lead lap.
It's no different than an offensive line getting together before that final set of downs in a really crucial football game.
It's all about teamwork.
Ryan Newman is back on pit road for his left side tires, as well as we talked about, his teammate Rusty Wallace taking advantage of this caution to get his full fresh tires and enough fuel to go to the end. They're trying to repair the damage on the right front fender, damage at the rear of the car.
Over the wall. Still running, right, Ryan? 4. 8 cars at 3.
Now we're told that Ryan Newman.
You're going to have to get some tape on the top of the left side deck lid. Bang that left side deck lid down. Left side deck lid down.
That Newman will
Middle of 3 and 4.
Penalized because of an extra man that came over the wall to shoot ether into the intake to get him restarted. Woes continue, Jeff.
Mike's in there watching the 12 guys trying to make repairs to that 12 car. And, you know, when that happens, you can see all the pandemonium that goes on during a pit stop. They had a really fast race car. The mistake was made coming in. They're trying to figure out what all they need to do, not only repair the car, get the car refired, not leave any lug nuts loose, and watch the guy on the left rear put the nuts back on to make sure they were tight. But in all that bedlam and trying to get the car refired, one guy goes over too early, so he'll get another penalty for that happening, or at least be held on pit road. So a lot of things go on in a real quick hurry here.
Yeah, they were given the extra man, but that 8th man can only service the driver.
Only the driver.
That's part of the rule. And how about that? He had the extra guy, Ryan Newman, also some carpooling with the price of gas today, right? Have Ricky Rudd help you out and Brendan Gaughan.
Find out who your friends are.
And right now, Ray Evernham with Jeremy Mayfield and Casey Kane leading. Ray Evernham Motorsports has never had a 1-2 finish. We might be looking at that here today.
Pretty strong run right now by these guys.
We'll continue from Dover in just a moment. This has been a Visa Racetrack. Check it out.
Under caution at lap 329, and here's what's happened with Ryan Newman. He spun entering the pits, knocked down the cones, which took him out of the commitment zone and into the barrier, which caused damage. Pitted too early, had an 8th man spray ether, all of which are infractions, but when he didn't make the stop sign, ran the stop sign at the end of pit road, that's when NASCAR decided to hold him for 1 lap. So that will leave 3 cars on the lead lap, because everyone else had made green flag pit stops before this happened.
Well, one of the problems with a 1-mile racetrack or a small racetrack is that you're going to lose 1 lap, and in some cases 2 laps when you make a stop. Then you catch a caution like this, and you got this result: 2 or 3 guys on the lead lap.
So Newman will serve out his penalty, and that'll leave Jeremy Mayfield, Casey Kane, and Jimmy Johnson as the only cars who are on the lead lap. So Dick Berger and Ryan Newman's having his troubles, but as this WebMD safety report comes to us,
He's breathing clean air.
Yeah, not all is bad. Last year at Darlington, Newman suffered a serious case of carbon monoxide poisoning, Mike, but today he's got a unique new device in his race car that converts poisonous carbon monoxide to harmless carbon dioxide. It's called an intercooler. This lightweight device was developed under the guidance of Penske South's Don Miller. The development team included NASA, physicians, Newman himself, and his crew chief, Matt Borland. 90% of the carbon monoxide is removed from the air Newman breathes, mostly through interaction with a catalyst. The device operates in conjunction with a helmet air conditioner, so he breathes cool, clean air. And after what's just happened to him, cool, clean air is just what this guy needs.
Thanks, Dick. For more info on keeping your family safe and healthy and a chance to win tickets to races next season in Daytona or Dover, visit drive.webmd.com. Let me update the cars on the lead lap. We have Jeremy Mayfield, Casey Kane, and Jimmy Johnson. Let's add to that as scoring gets updated. Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Dave Blaney, along with Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch, and the 99 of Jeff Burton. 9 cars are now on the lead lap.
And all Roush cars, 6, 17, 97, and 99 in the top 10.
Interesting thing will be our leader, Jeremy Mayfield. He's going to start about the middle of the pack on this restart.
My hours are slumberless, dearest the shadows I live with are numberless.
Here in Dover, Delaware, a day to honor those who fought on D-Day, the 60-year anniversary. And of course, the passing of Ronald Reagan, the flag at half-staff. It was 20 years ago when the late former president gave that speech at Normandy, and actually Ronald Reagan, 1984, was there for Richard Petty's 200th career victory.
Yeah, a pretty exciting time. They're having President Ronald Reagan there at Daytona for such a historic moment as far as Richard Petty was concerned. We had an opportunity to go have lunch with him afterwards down in the infield. I mean, it was really a pretty special time.
And as MBNA, this race has a salute to heroes falling on the anniversary. My father, who was here, one of the D-Day veterans, honored. Many of us, our fathers, grandfathers, our lives have been touched by those who served not only in that pivotal battle, part of the greatest generation in World War II, again, a war that bonded Americans in the United States.
Yeah, and a lot of those pictures and things we've seen recently were from Van Colley's father's collection. I mean, he was over there part of the 101st Airborne who actually jumped in behind the enemy lines that D-Day morning. I mean, they did so much as far as liberating Europe and, you know, making it to where we could all kind of like live in a better situation. I mean, just a great opportunity there for all of us to kind of share in that moment.
That moment of nothing less than full victory.
Exactly.
Maurice,
I mean, you
the
can't
father.
say nothing.
Van Colley, of course.
Nicknamed Shorty.
Okay, and Van works with us here at Fox. Our coverage of NASCAR has been a business associate of Darrell Waltrip for many years as well. Don't hold that against him, though. Van's a good guy. Let's check in as we're under caution. Jimmy Johnson just went into the pits. Steve Burns has more on that. Steve?
Chris with Chad Canal, son, your driver did a great job getting on pit road. We saw Ryan Newman, Tony Stewart both have trouble. Now tell us about the remainder of this race, Chad.
I'll tell you, Jimmy just has done an incredible job here today with the Lowe's Chevrolet. The pit crew has done phenomenal. They've been in the low 13s every single pit stop, even with adjustments, and it's just tremendous. I'm so proud of these guys. I'm so proud of what Jimmy's done. You know, we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We made up a lot of time getting on pit road, had a really good pit stop. Fortunate enough to catch a bunch of these guys the lap down. We're just going to have to kind of wait and see. The Lowe's Chevrolet's running, you know, top 5 right now. Maybe one more adjustment, we could be top 1.
All right, good luck. Let's go to Mac.
Checking in with Kenny Francis, making some notes on his notepad. Kenny, you've been in this situation before. This team has done well all day trying to capitalize on a great race car, but you have a lot of traffic ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be wild with all this traffic. You know, we'll just have to see. It's going to be a pretty good race. I think Casey's pretty strong, the 48's pretty strong, and the 20's strong if he gets back around. So.
What about the 19? How strong is he?
Well, we were pretty strong that last run. I think we were running them down, so, you know, it should be a good race. Hopefully we got a good set on it. Good set of good years and ready to go.
Jeremy hasn't won in 4 years. Kenny Francis has not won a race as a Nextel Cup crew chief. Maybe today's the day.
Thanks, Matt. Now, he will restart in midfield because when the caution came out for Ryan Newman, Newman was the leader. The pace car comes out to pick up the field, and Mayfield finds himself in midfield. In fact, at the instant of caution, Mayfield coming onto pit road, he and Dave Blaney were the only cars that had not been in and completed pit stops, so they were pretty much on a lap by themselves. NASCAR scoring is sorting it out right now, and so there is Mayfield, because once the pace car comes out, under NASCAR rules, it's not allowed to wave cars around to pull the leader right up behind the pace car. Your position is frozen, and you sit there behind the safety car until it's time to go back to green.
Yeah, one of the things that Newman is arguing right now, his crew down there, Matt Borland, is that he was on a lap by himself. So if you penalize me a lap, I should be on the same lap with everybody else. And they're having a big discussion about that.
We'll see how it sorts out. Dave Blaney would have been tail end of the lead lap at the moment of caution, and right now we're showing 9 lead lap cars. .62 laps to go in the MBNA America 400, and a very rare situation in which all of the lead lap cars had pitted except Dave Blaney and the number 12 of Ryan Newman. So Newman comes on to pit road, hits the end of pit road, knocks the tires out of whack, and causes a caution. He then commits a few pit road violations and gets himself penalized a lap. But he was just about on a lap of his own at the time. So the caution freezes the field, pace car picks up the field, and now we're getting ready to restart with Mayfield the leader, Casey Kane right behind him, and Jimmy Johnson essentially getting a free stop in the pits because he's not going to lose but one spot and line back up behind those other leaders. Now in front of Mayfield are drivers who stopped under green and got trapped on the tail end of the lead lap. So there'll be lead lap cars in front of Mayfield, but they are behind the pace car, and they are Tony Stewart, Dave Blaney, Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch, and the 99 of Jeff Burton. We're still working out the free, if Mark Martin was the free pass car, and if so, and if he was waved around, he would start at the tail end of the longest line. If he was the car that was one lap down at the instant of caution, and we're checking on that.
Which that's the reason that would make Jimmy Johnson's pit stop a free pit stop, because he came in third, since Mark Martin will have to start at the tail end of the longest line. And just to explain what the tail end of the longest line is, there's 2 lines of car on a restart. The lead lap cars to the outside, the 1 or more lap down cars to the inside. Longest line means at the end of whichever one of those lines is the longest, so he'll be able to go right back up there essentially behind Casey Kane in the 9.
So if what we're saying is correct and official, Rusty Wallace on the restart would be the first car 1 lap down.
I know now why I like being a driver. Because all I'm doing is sitting out there saying, what the heck's going on?
And then I'll just tell you to line up behind who they tell me to tell you to line up behind.
There's Rusty, who is 1 lap down.
And he's actually the first car that's being shown a lap down, so he should be, when we get the 1 to go, be able to pull up to the inside of the lap down cars, which would basically all but put him back on the lead lap.
Well, yeah, but that's assuming that those guys in front of the 19 don't decide to double up. So there's a lot of things that's going to happen here in the next
It's going to get very interesting
half hour anyway.
And what's going to be more exciting, we only have 60 laps to go in this race.
And the reason that Ryan Newman was practically on a lap by himself was that all of the other lead lap cars had already made their green flag stops. Now, Matt Borland has appealed to the NASCAR officials. That's been relayed to the tower back and forth. There's Don Miller, one of the owners of that team.
Yeah, what they're arguing is, and understandably, is that I was on a lap by myself. So if you're going to penalize me a lap, that just puts me back in the same lap with everybody else.
And the difference would be right now probably being 4th or 5th on the lead lap, or where he's at right now, which is 14th, 1 lap down.
Well, there are a lot of questions about position, and before we go back to green, NASCAR is trying to at least get each of those teams an answer. But our scoring shows that Jeremy Mayfield is the leader of the race from his teammate at Evernham Motorsports, Casey Kane. And if you're Ray Evernham, how would you like to have this race just drop right in your lap like this?
But, you know, I certainly understand Matt Borland's feelings. I've been in this position, and that's why I applaud NASCAR trying to sort it out. Once we go back to racing, you can't fix it. If it's right or if it's wrong, you can't change it, and that's what Matt Borland is saying. We have to fix this before we go back racing. But, yeah, I mean, Ray Evernham, besides Tony Stewart, the 20 car, he has had the 2 best race cars here almost all weekend, including on qualifying day.
Now NASCAR can snapshot the field at the instant of caution, not exactly as the cars are running, but as they passed the last of their timing lines, and they have several embedded around the racetrack to try to determine as closely as possible where everyone was running at the instant of caution, and they have the advantage of video replays to also help in positioning cars for the lineup, the restart lineup. 58 laps to go in what's been a very interesting day here at Dover. Tony Stewart has dominated, but Stewart now finds himself as one of those cars on the tail end of the lead lap after leading 234 laps.
Now, Tony Stewart, where his problems are is when he missed pit road. If he had not missed pit road, he'd be sitting there on the lead lap with Jeremy Mayfield, Casey Kane, and Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin as well. So that could be a very costly mistake, even though it wasn't as magnified as Ryan Newman's accident.
What about fuel mileage? I mean, I think everybody's in their window, and with these cautions,
Everybody should be good to go.
Should to go. Shouldn't be any more stops for fuel.
Well, let's go back down to the Hollywood Hotel and see who's checking out.
Well, you know, thanks, guys. Jeff, you were noticing, obviously, when Tony Stewart came in, Ryan Newman, I mean, obviously the drivers are the guy hot on the spot here, but they weren't the only ones involved necessarily.
No, I think a lot of times you can forget there's another player in this, and has to be the crew chief. But let's take a look at what's going on as far as the whole race is concerned. Right now, early on, lap 12, 41 car, Casey Mears, he gets out of control and hits the inside wall. On lap 38, right at the start of a restart, number 97 car gets in the back of the 38 car and have a big wreck there.
Both Sadler back in the race, Casey Mears, but Joe Nemechek, who wrecks in the 01, was not able to return. And Jeff Gordon, 4-time winner here in turn 2, out of the race, frustrated about those safer barriers. And here's the pit mistake by Tony.
Tony Stewart coming in too hard. He misses pit road, but then just 2 laps later, all of a sudden Ryan Newman tries the same thing. His car gets away from the route. He goes, hits the tire barrier as well as the inside wall. That brought out our last caution. We're trying to sort all this stuff out. But guys, and Larry McReynolds and Darrell Waltrip, you know this to be true. Sometimes that crew chief's on that radio saying, guys, we're going to get 4 tires. Now, driver, hustle, hustle, hustle. We got to make up time. Don't want to lose any time getting off on the pit road. So you got to get here for me, buddy. And what happens is that driver is trying so hard to get to the end of pit road so he cannot cost his team any time. He makes a mistake, overdrives it, or there's debris down there at the end of pit road he's not expecting. Car gets away from him, and what's going on right now is the cause of it.
What does Matt Moore
1 lap down.
A legitimate argument about being over penalized here?
I think he does, because when he came out, he was only 1 lap down. So when they penalized him a lap, he only should have been on the same lap as the rest of these guys right now, because he had the rest of the field a lap down. So I think that is a correct call.
56 miles to go. Let's go back up, rejoin Larry, Darrell, and Mike.
One of the things that I think has really created all these problems this year is that commit line. See, we never had that before. And so you can come to pit road a little hotter than what guys are accustomed to. And that commit line, as you can see, is back the pit road up quite a bit. So you've got to get down there and be slowed down or committed when you get to that point.
But that's also here at Dover. That's where pit road speed starts as well.
So the tail end of the lead lap cars on the outside line are Tony Stewart, Dave Blaney, Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch, and Jeff Burton. Then comes the 19 of Jeremy Mayfield. He's the race leader, and he is back right there behind the white car of Burton. Here we go. These drivers will be struggling to stay on the lead lap and keep from going a lap down and hope for another caution. 55 laps to go. We're back under green.
You see Jeremy Mayfield back there about 12th or 13th spot on the racetrack.
Losing the lead to Casey Kane.
On the outside. And here comes Jimmy Johnson in as well. Jeremy Mayfield.
Oh, trouble is Blaney. Michael Waltrip and Blaney got together. There goes Blaney into the wall.
There goes everybody.
Yeah, Ryan Newman's in it. Greg Biffle.
48 car.
Half the field, it looks like.
And the 9th caution of the day will be huge.
40, 41, 31, 0.
When the leader restarts in the middle of the pack, this is frequently the result.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'd almost bet you that something like this might have happened.
And Tony Stewart, a lot of those cars, Michael Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, they will be back on the lead lap. Look like every car has driven away except for Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, and Dave Blaney.
Johnson had a car that might have won it. And Mayfield, who was the leader, is now wrecked. And of that group, I feel worse for Blaney, who in a part-time ride for Bill Davis was having the best race of his year.
Well, you got to feel sorry for Jeremy. He got boxed and he couldn't go, and that's what that got him in a position where he got in that wreck.
I don't know how much damage he has. The problem is it's rained here for a day and a half and he's stuck in the mud down there.
The dirt is so soft there, the ground is so soft, that front valence, Larry, must be all torn up too. Well, it doesn't look too bad, but look at the back end. That looks like a car that could finish the race if they could just get it out of the mud.
Rusty's got damage on his car. 97's got damage on his.
Ricky Rudd.
Zero does. Ford Burton. Rusty's got quite a bit of front damage. Of course, the pits is closed, so they can't come in and work on them right now.
And the field is being held in the front straightaway. Here's what happened.
Oh, they're just 3 wide down through there, and Blaney's trying to give the guy on the inside room, and he got into Michael.
There you see Greg Biffle gets to the back of Jimmy
Johnson. Did you see the 9-car shoot through there?
Hard to believe.
Wow, I can't believe he made it.
Matt Kenseth got through. Ward Burton stopped with minimal damage. Mark Martin stopped. But
see, they go 3 wide, and Blaney tries to move over to give the 22 car some room, and he and Michael come together.
Darrell, I wouldn't want to be at the team meeting Monday at Bill Davis Racing because it was Scott Wimmer who, trying to come up the track to get an entry into turn 3, caused Blaney to swerve to the right.
Here they come down the back, and they get 3 wide. I don't know what happened.
And I'm mistaken. Wimmer stayed low on the bottom of the racetrack, out of harm's way. My mistake.
It's just too many cars going in the same spot.
Jeremy Mayfield, the 19, finally gets out of that mud over there. He's coming down pit road right now as we speak. See Ryan Newman in the 12 as we're riding with Greg Biffle right here.
Let's ride with Rusty. From the back of Michael Waltrip. Ricky Rudd. Rudd might have missed it, but got hit from behind. Watch this.
A bunch of guys do. They get hit from behind. The 42 gets turned. He gets into the 97. He
48.
Gets into the 19, into the 2, into the 40, into the 43.
Jeff Burton, the 99, just skimmed by.
12 into the inside fence.
Jimmy Johnson's fiance looking on as a race that he might have won.
He's trying to crank the thing up.
And that car has still not moved from between turns 2 and 3.
I mean, what a run he has been on. Is that right now under red flag, these teams cannot work on these race cars, but Jimmy Johnson, 5 consecutive top 5 finishes, 6 consecutive top 10s. He has been on a roll here lately, but it will not happen today.
Dover did him in last year. He spun off a turn 2 after coming from a win at Charlotte.
Greg Biffle's National Guard car headed for the garage.
Second car of the weekend.
Ricky Rudd, who looked like he might have missed it, but was one of those that got hit from behind. And Ryan Newman's bad day gets worse.
Going so well, leading the race, comes down to pit lane, hits the barrier, tire barrier, and from there on it's been all downhill.
From Dale Jr., there's Wimmer just ahead, and in the middle is Blaney. He just comes up into Michael.
Yeah, you know what happened, Michael, as I look back, Michael got loose off of 2, lost his momentum. I believe Blaney thought he had him cleared.
And the drivers who make out best in this collision are Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, because they get to come around, not the free pass, but they get to come around and pick up the tail end of the lead lap as the pace car will pick up Casey Kane, the leader. Dick?
Well, Greg Biffle is here, Mike, and his car is really torn up. Left rear corner, right side door. Knows what happened out there, Greg.
I really don't know. Joel, my spotter, saw it early, you know, and he said, slow down, they're wrecking. And I got slowed down as much as I could. And I got run into right here in the left rear corner and shoved into the 48 car. I thought I was out of it, but then I got hit in the back here and shoved into the 48. And, you know, I feel bad for all the people involved. And we had a decent car. Unfortunately got a lap down, but we had a decent finish coming anyway.
Feel bad for a lot of people involved indeed.
Dick, what's going to be interesting as we watch Greg Biffle get sent into Jimmy Johnson and then pile driven into 5 more cars like a pinball, is that with so many cars involved, anybody that can get out of the garage and just run 2 or 3 more laps could pick up as many as 15 positions. Steve.
And Mike, Ryan Newman has just come out of the care center. Ryan, it was a tough day. What happened at the end?
I don't know about that. I ran out of talent there coming down the pit road and then got penalized for something. I'm not real sure yet. Expected to stop at the end of pit road on a dime when we got a 3,400-pound race car. There was a big crash down in turn 3 that I don't know whose fault it was, but it took out a bunch of cars, and ours is junk. That's pretty much it. Good day for the Auto Dodge other than that.
Thanks, Ryan.
Boy, that's putting a fresh coat of paint on a torn-up race car, isn't it? Good for him. I'll tell you. Here's Steve again.
And we just caught up with Dave Blaney. Dave, you had a great day going. Tell us what happened there at the end.
Yeah, that spoiled a great run we had going. I don't know. I couldn't tell if 25 hit the 15 or 15 just lost it or what, but it's all scrambling to get by and didn't make it.
All right, thank you, Dave. Tough day. Let's go to Dick.
Sterling Marlin and what's left of Sterling Marlin's car. What did it look like to you?
A big wreck. Looked like it was a Daytona or Talladega. Yeah, we hated for everybody on the Coors Light team. Had a pretty good car. And I don't know if they had the score all messed up or what happened, but everybody wasn't lined up right, and somebody hung somebody, and the way we went must have took out 15, 20 cars.
Can this car be fixed? Can you get back out there?
Yeah, it busted the radiator, and the toe end's knocked out, so we'll get that fixed when we get back.
All right. Glad you're okay, man.
I admire Ryan Newman's candor. What race car driver hasn't at least said to himself a time or two, I ran out of talent? But it's going to be a short day for Ryan. Steve?
And you know where he's going? To work on the car.
Sure.
And Mike, Jimmy Johnson out of the care center. Jimmy, you guys had another great run going. What happened at the end?
I don't know. It just looks like some stupidity from some people up in front of us. You know, everybody gets caught down a lap, and then they throw their heads out the windows and race like a bunch of idiots. So it's just terrible. I mean, they're running along, having a good day, and 3 wide running into each other up in front of us, battling for, you know, they're all 3, 4, 5 laps down. Who knows? So just terrible day, and I can't believe sitting here talking to you right now. Just stupid people out there not using their heads.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Jimmy Johnson trying for 2 in a row. Had a car and a position that, well, might have been.
You have to realize something. The driver is, I mean, he's so emotionally, you're up and you've got a great car, you're running up front, got a shot at winning, and then in just an instant, it's all snatched away from you right out. You just like kicking your feet right out from under you. And you can't help but react.
And Mike, you mentioned Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth got back on the lead lap. That will give us 4 cars on the lead lap. Casey Kane, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth. They're still trying to sort through who will maybe get the free pass, the pardon, back on the lead lap after this.
And you have to feel for these crews because, as you say, Darrell, in an instant, you go from a shot at victory to a pile of junk.
Yep. And, of course, every driver is big picture. They always think about what is this going to do to me in the points? What is this effect going to have to me at the 26th race mark? A lot of things go through a driver's mind.
Of the NASCAR top 10, Jimmy Johnson knocked out of the race in this. Jeff Gordon out early. Tony Stewart got a break. Ryan Newman right in the middle of it. We're under the red flag at Dover. Ryan Newman surveying the damage and wants to help try to repair that Alltel Dodge and get back out on the racetrack first. He's got to deal with the swell of cameras and microphones and notepads that have been thrust in front of him. Some teams are packing up and others are packing on repairs. There's the cat in the hat, Jack Roush, who has 2 of the 4 lead lap cars, one of which is Mark Martin. The other is Matt Kenseth. Here's Dick.
A story with Mark Martin, Mike Joy. Just before they dropped the green flag, Mark and crew chief Pat Tryson were talking about how worried they were because they were starting all the way in the back of the pack, even though they were in the 4th position and in fact on the lead lap. And the great concern was they might get into something. But because they were so far back, when things began to happen coming off the 4th corner, Mark just checked up, nobody behind him. He let it all happen in front of him. Everybody crashed. He came out in 2nd position. Now, he has run through some debris on the racetrack, and there's conversation with Pat Tryson as to whether they should come in and put new tires on it to make sure that one of those tires was not damaged. They haven't made that decision yet. But Mark Martin right now in 2nd position, thinking man race car driver, he played it smart.
And the reason he had to start so far back, Darrell?
Yeah, he got the lucky dog, and he got to go all the way around. The guy that wasn't so lucky, though, was Jimmy Johnson, because remember, he came on pit road. He started back there with Mark, and he had to go by, and Jimmy could go in front of Mark because Mark had to go at the end of the longest line, and Jimmy gets crashed.
Well, Jeff, if you're Mark Martin, I mean, the choice shouldn't be a hard one. There's only 4 cars on the lead lap. Why wouldn't you come and get tires?
Don't beat yourself, Mike. That's what I'd be saying right now. It's, hey, come on, man. You know what the big picture is. Let's come get us 4 tires. Let's make sure you get you a fresh drink of water. You need to clean your windshield, make sure everything's just like it needs to be, and let's lock and load and try to get us a win.
And at least 19 cars, I'm still working the calculator here, at least 19 cars involved in that wreck.
Still waiting on the insurance adjuster to come along here and tell us how many people have been torn up, right?
Monster mile. I guess the Monster's winning this one at
Definitely
this point.
has roared all of a sudden. And we said everything happened so quickly here at Dover. This is what we're talking about. When one person gets out of control, this racetrack is very narrow. You're coming so quick that nobody can avoid the other guy. We seem just on a very rare situation have guys been only 1 car incident. Most of the time, it's a multi-car accident.
Let's go to somebody who was leading the race last time we talked to him. Now he's fixing a car. Matt Yoakum is standing by. Matt?
Chris, let's talk to Kenny Francis, the crew chief for Jeremy Mayfield. Now, Kenny, trying to make the best of a bad situation and see some body parts here in the pit. What do you need to do to this race car to get it back on the racetrack?
Well, we're not going to have time to do much. We've just got to get the fenders off the tires mainly and see if we can run a reasonable speed to not lose too many more laps. I think it's about all we can do.
I know this has to be pretty heartbreaking for you and this team. You guys had a great car trying to capitalize on that pole-winning run.
Well, it's disappointing, you end up with a situation like that with a bunch of people that don't need to be up there, and I don't know, it's just a mess. You get cars that should have been up there that were on the tail end of the lead lap, and you get some cars up there on the bottom that probably shouldn't have been. I couldn't really see what happened, but every time that happens, it's usually a mess.
Well, they've got a lot of parts here in the pit or front fascia. They've got a game plan out on pit road. Each member on pit road has a job to do when the field goes back to caution, Dick.
Well, with Larry Carter, his driver, Rusty Wallace, right now is in the 6th position. Car up there looks a little damaged. How bad is it?
Well, we've been talking to Roger on the radio a little bit.
It's Roger Penske.
Yeah, and he's been filling us in on what it looks like. And Jeff Burton rolled alongside of us there and gave us a good idea of what we're up against. So it looks like we'll be able to maybe just beat it out and get him back out there.
Okay, good luck with it. Rusty's had a good day until that crash. Chris?
All right, thanks. So I think it's 18 now, the official count.
And that's Roger Penske up there. They've been, talking to him. He's the basically the commander-in-chief of Penske Racing. And as we see right there, those are the cars that are involved in the crash.
And what about damage control here at this point?
Well, Kenny Francis kind of was talking about that with Matt. And what happens in a situation like this, the crew chief and the car chief, they get together, they look at the car under this red flag condition, make a determination of what they're going to try to cut off as quickly as possible, what tires, what body, what maybe mechanical parts need to be replaced with the radiator, the front nose, fascia, whatever needs to be done to get this race car back on the track as quickly as possible so you don't lose any more laps than you need, and try to save them points.
And guys taking a hit, Jeff Gordon, Elliott Sadler was in a wreck earlier. We saw Ryan Newman, who's out of the race now. Ryan Newman and Jimmy Johnson both officially out. They are packing up. And it was, the Matt Kenseth's crew a reason to smile at this point.
Robbie Reiser and Jack Roush sharing a little bit of humor, I guess, between the two of them. But that's the forces of war, you might say, as far as what happens when you go into a place like Dover.
Casey Kane, the leader. We are red flag. Let's go back upstairs and rejoin Larry, Darrell, and Mike.
Well, there's a casino right across the way here at Dover Downs, the hotel and casino off the backstretch. Let's see, Jack Roush, once they move Jeff Burton around for the free pass, is going to have 3 cars in the lead lap. Joe Gibbs will have 1, Tony Stewart, and Ray Evernham will have 1, Casey Kane. I like Jack Roush's odds, but Stewart and Kane have been fast all day.
Yeah, and Kane will be out front. And, you know, it's a shame when things like this happen. I've seen it happen time and time again. I know you have too. When the leader restarts back in the middle of the pack like that, this is usually what happens. And I don't know how you fix it, but I wish there was somebody would give us an idea. Maybe we could get it done.
And just like yesterday's wreck, Larry, the one that put us under the caution at lap 15 that led to the red flag for rain, you have some cars trying to slow up and miss the wreck, and some cars trying to keep from getting hit from behind. And
I mean, that's typical Dover. Things are happening so fast here, and I couldn't help but chuckle when Dick Bergman was talking about Mark Martin. He was in the perfect position because we saw in the replay he just stopped because there was no one behind him that could shove him into the wreck like we saw Jimmy Johnson get shoved into it.
Yeah, that was the perfect storm over there. Mark avoided it.
But, Darrell, that's got to be tough for a driver. Do you want to slow down and miss the wreck, or do you want to worry about somebody running into the back of you?
You really don't think that way. I mean, you're just dodging whatever's in front of you. You know, car starts spinning, you start looking for a hole, you're going to get off the throttle. You know, it's a chain reaction. There's not a whole heck of a lot a driver can do. He just closes his eyes, even though you don't. But that's what we always say, and then hope for the best.
Let's look at the top 10 in Nextel Cup points as they came in here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was not having a great day, but he's now 14th a lap down. Jimmy Johnson's in the crash. Matt Kenseth is a beneficiary. He comes around. He's back on the lead lap. Jeff Gordon hit the wall earlier and parked his car. Tony Stewart, like Kenseth, is back in the hunt. Bobby Labonte spent some time in the garage making repairs. So did Elliott Sadler. Kurt Busch is a lap down. Ryan Newman is wrecked. And Kevin Harvick is 2 laps down. So going to be a wholesale change in the points after today.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., he just barely got by that wreck. He went all the way to the apron, almost into the grass, and just barely scathed by.
And Kenseth, too. I mean, he just shot right through the hole there, he and Kane both.
We'll take another look at it when we come back. 18 cars have been wrapped up in a pileup in turn number 3 in the MBNA America 400 on FX. The red flag period's over. The caution is out. Work begins on the cars on pit road and in the garage after an 18-car pileup that swept up leader Jeremy Mayfield in mid-pack. Dave Blaney and Michael Waltrip get together. Let's have a look.
They're clear. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. And clear. Ah, we in it, boys.
That was Dave Blaney's spotter you heard clearing him, except he wasn't quite clear.
Darrell, I think that pretty much the spotter with that video right there, just Dave Blaney, he was trying to get up the racetrack where he could make the right entrance into turn 3, and he just was not clear of Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, I think there was something happen. Here you go off of turn 2. You see Michael got out there. I think he might have had to get out of the throttle. I think Blaney thought he had him clear, didn't quite make it.
Point out the audio was recorded separately from the video, not synced up exactly in real time. From Dale Jr.
You see how Michael slowed? That caused that 3 wide thing, and I think Blaney just got back, tried to get back in line too quickly. Watch this.
That was Greg Biffle. Here's Rusty.
See, when you're back here like this, you can't really see anything. You just start to see the smoke, and the spotter starts to holler at you. But you really don't see that many cars in front of you.
And from our Quaker State aerial coverage, there you see the 9 of Kane has just gone past the 99 of Jeff Burton. That's why Burton is the first car 1 lap down. And then everything clogs up behind them. Pit road is open. Kurt Busch elected to come in early and take the penalty so they could have plenty of time to make repairs. Same to Kevin Harvick.
This is for lead lap cars only, so really and truly Casey Kane, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth are the only ones that can pit. Ward Burton in the 0 car, he's just pitting early because he's trying to repair damage to his car. Jeff Burton that got the free pass, he has to wait to the second time to come to pit road to see Matt Kenseth. I'm sure all these pit stops will be for 4 tires, adjustments and fuel, Steve.
Larry Mack, Robbie Rise with the crew chief telling his guys, come on, there's only 4 of us on pit road. Let's do this right. Right side tires for Kenseth, now left side tires, no other adjustments, Dick.
Mark Martin, same deal, 4 tires, no adjustments to the automobile. A long discussion trying to decide whether this was the right thing to do or not.
Matt, the 20 car, Tony Stewart in as well, getting 4 sticker tires. No chassis adjustments for Stewart. He felt like, though, he needed to be a little bit more free at the beginning of the run.
They did not have that good a stop on Tony Stewart.
I like what the 9 did. Stay out. I mean, if he comes to pit road, we've got almost the same scenario all over again.
And since he was in front of the wreck, there's little chance that he ran through debris.
Right. So if he'd have come to pit road, all those cars 1 lap down would have restarted in front of them, and they'd have been right back where they were last time.
His teammate, Jeremy Mayfield, goes from leading the race to this. He is shown as 1 lap down.
Here comes Jeff Burton, the 99 car. He will be back on the lead lap. He'll have to start at the tail end along this line, along with Rusty Wallace and a lot of more cars that are 1 or more laps down.
Matt Kenseth's going to make a second stop, Steve.
Mike, they're going to work on some fender damage over the left front tire. They're making sure there's no rub on that left front tire of Matt Kenseth, making sure everything's okay to make this last run to the checkered flag.
He will restart 4th, the last car on the lead lap, so they can take their time with this stop.
Now, of the cars that pitted, Mark Martin did win the battle off pit road in the 6 car.
Dick?
Well, Rusty Wallace has got significant damage to the right front corner of the car, Mike. Crew's out there beating on it with hammers, and they've got tape and that sort of thing. But this thing almost certainly is not going to run as well as it had before this right front corner damage.
Looks
Trouble
like
for Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got a busted radiator or what happened there, but he came on pit road. And maybe a piece of debris has gone through there, or he's run over something.
Because there's really not any damage to the front end. Right now, Michael is being shown in about the 12th position, 1 lap down.
When Dave Blaney came up on Michael, could that hit in the left front corner of Michael's nose have pushed something back at the radiator?
You know, there's something going on there. I'm not sure what it is, but they wouldn't be spraying water up in there if there wasn't.
49 miles to go in the MBNA 400. A salute to heroes on the 60th anniversary of the invasion of Normandy. Kevin Harvick back in now. His good wrench Chevy is at least 2 laps down. A lot of battered race cars, but only 2 so far from this accident have been retired. Dave Blaney and Jimmy Johnson. Sterling Marlin in the garage with Ryan Newman, Greg Biffle, and Jeff Green.
Some of them are semi-retired.
Yes, some of them are on disability.
That's right.
But I tell you, Kenny Francis, Jeremy Mayfield's crew chief, the 19 car, they've done exactly what he said they were going to do. They are only 1 lap down back in 11th position. They've made numerous pit stops, but they're staying only 1 lap down.
Yeah, I think, though, he took a pretty hard lick in the left rear there. I don't know if he didn't do some damage, maybe more than just sheet metal.
Our Quaker State aerial coverage at Dover. Packed house today, over 130,000 fans in the seats, the suites, the Dover Downs Hotel. And the horse track grandstand, the enclosed grandstand, which right here in this area was kind of the first speedway club, if you will, in NASCAR.
You know, we're looking at Scott Riggs right here, the 10 car. We really not mentioned him today. Qualified back in 23rd, but he's sitting there right now in 5th place, 1 lap down. He's done what I've always said you have to do when you come to Dover, a lot like Bristol, just survive. Don't have a bad pit strategy, make good pit calls, stay out of trouble, and there he is sitting there as a rookie, sitting in 5th place.
That's what you tell you tell everybody, but rookies particularly. I think Brian Vickers has been a good example of that as well. These young rookies come here, they just try to keep their nose clean and get some laps on this tough old racetrack.
Yeah, we have 3 of our rookies in the top 10. Casey Kane in the 9 leading the race, Scott Riggs in the 10 running in 5th, and Brian Vickers in the 25 car back in the 9th position.
Scott Riggs is running 10 positions ahead of his best career finish. Could be a big day for him, could be a big day for Casey Kane. 3 times a bridesmaid, never a bride, but could today be the day?
Now, one thing that I noticed about that 9 car, it's not real great on restarts. And if you think back to last week, that was his Achilles heel. So he's going to really need to take advantage of being up there in front of everybody.
Motivation. Mark Martin doesn't need any outside help in that department. His last win came more than 70 races ago at Charlotte in 2002. Winning the Coke 600 at Lowe's Motor Speedway in dramatic fashion with just a thrilling drive over the last 50 miles.
And came from there right here, was leading the race and was well on his way to winning and had an accident off of turn 2 that he could not avoid.
When you look at Casey Kane, though, our leader right now in that 9 car, the last 5 Dover races have been won by a driver in their 1st or 2nd season on the Nextel Cup circuit.
Jimmy Johnson had hoped to take the point lead from Dale Earnhardt Jr. Instead, Johnson's in the garage, while Dale Earnhardt Jr. is 1 lap down in 10th. They've moved Jeff Burton around. He's the free pass car. So 5 cars will be on the lead lap when they restart to begin lap 355. Casey Kane looking for his first win ever. Mark Martin for his first win in 70-some races. Tony Stewart looking for his first win of the year. And Matt Kenseth and Jeff Burton. Here we go.
Scott Riggs, that 10 car we talked about being 1 lap down in 5th. He starts beside Casey Kane. He's trying to get back on the lead lap right here, and he will temporarily.
And remember now,
we got a battle for the lead, though, DW. Look at Mark Martin.
Yeah, Kane did not come and get tires. He's on the older tires. It's going to take a lap or 2 for him to get cleaned off.
Martin is there. Stewart is there. Kenseth a little further back.
This is where the 9 has been so good. It's up off the corner. He really can get up off of turn 2 and 4 really well.
On the hot side.
Yeah.
And Darrell, since he didn't get tires, just consider this an extension of a long run, and that's where he's been really good. Ward Burton way up high in turn 2, brings it back down. He's okay.
I do think Casey paid the price for about a half a lap. Yeah. A little bit older tire. Got him cleaned off. Now he pulls away.
Yeah, now he's good to go. That's what he needed. He needs to get around that 10 car and put as much room between himself and Tony Stewart as he can, because I really believe that's the guy that he has to worry about.
That 9 car just ran the fastest lap that he's ran this entire race right there on lap 356. He can see that checkered flag.
Yes, sir. Just be cautious right here. Scott gave him plenty of room. He goes by.
Yeah, Riggs is running his best career race, and he's not about to mess that up.
Well, I know people hear me say it all the time, but I know that little kid in that 10 car can drive. He just needs some luck.
But Mark Martin in the 6 car, he just ran his fastest lap of this race on lap 357.
And Tony seems to be struggling just a little bit right now.
Yeah, Stewart has not kept pace with Kane and Martin after this restart. However, Darrell, in the last long green run, it took a while for Tony's car to come to him, and then he was right back toward the front.
He don't got a while. He got to go now because we're running out of laps.
41 laps to go. Seems like plenty of time. We'll see.
That 9 car gets better on the long run as well, so they're pretty evenly matched, and the further the 9 gets out there, the harder it's going to get, obviously.
You know, when I look at Casey Kane in that 9 car, to think, of course, he came out of the Silver Crown Series with 21 victories. He was the 2000 Midget Champion. 2 years ago, he was doing a part-time bush ride for Robert Yates. It was a mere disaster. Then he picked up the ride with Aikens in the Bush Series last year. Ray Evernham signed him. He won the final race of the year, and here he is looking for that first win with 40 laps to go.
He's just done an incredible job in a short period of time.
7th place battle, Darrell. Here comes Dale Jr. under Terry Labonte.
It's a good run for Terry Labonte. And they are a lap down, but they are battling for position. And I'm sure if Dale Earnhardt Jr. and that 8 car can come out of here with a top 10 with the day they've had, they'll feel like they won this race.
Could be both the DEI cars will come out of here with the top 10. Michael Waltrip currently in 10th.
I think the 17 car is the car that beats all I've ever seen. He started dead last, changed engines, missed a big wreck, gotten all the brakes, running forward.
Ryan Newman's car appears to be headed for the garage. He may call it a day. There's Jeff Green's car going by, minus the nose.
But what they did, Mike, is what you talked about. They fixed that race car where they could just make another lap and get in front of all those cars that could not get back out. It's what you have to do when you're points racing.
Sterling Marlin's come out of the garage to make a couple of laps. There's Newman's car. They may give it another shot here.
That's one of the things Casey needs to worry about now. Casey Kane here in the 9. We don't need he doesn't really need a caution right now to get Tony Stewart close back up to him.
We've been talking about these points all day long. You look at Elliott Sadler in the 38 car. Remember, he was involved in that very first caution. He was back in 39th position after that. They fixed the car. They fixed it right in the garage area. Now he's sitting up there in 22nd position, 9 laps down, a swing of 17 positions.
Now, he could have fallen as far as 10th or 11th in points today. But he's going to end up with a decent day because of an 18-car crash in turn number 3 just off a restart.
But that's a good example of fixing it right. They took it in the garage, they fixed it right, and he's not out there riding around in something that's wounded. He's out there making, running good lap times.
You know, with the many cars that's out of this race, should we stay green here with about 34 laps to go, Casey Kane is starting to catch some lap traffic, but they're strung out. It's not like he's going to have to fight a pack of cars. He definitely needs this thing to stay green without a caution.
And he is holding his margin on Mark Martin at 1.7 seconds. Tony Stewart is 2.8 seconds off the lead. Matt Kenseth is 6 seconds back. Jeff Burton 13 seconds down. And the lap down cars will probably have the best race of the remainder here. Scott Riggs, Dale Jr., Labonte, Vickers, Michael Waltrip, Mayfield, and Busch.
First 3 cars are just pretty evenly matched. Once they get spread out here, running very similar race lap speeds. One lap it'll be Kane the fastest, one lap it'll be Mark the fastest, one lap it'll be Tony the fastest, but only by just a few hundred.
See right there, the interval just right at 2 seconds.
Casey Kane could crack the top 10 in the standings. He came in here 11th, 378 points out of the lead.
Well, this is when they tell you, when they're talking to him saying, hit your marks, don't make any mistakes.
Darrell, it's not been a question of would Casey Kane win in Nextel Cup, just a question of when. 3 second-place finishes for Ray Evernham after winning the USAC Midget Silver Crown and Sprint Car titles. He is a great talent at, 23 years of age?
Yeah, a lot like Jamie McMurray. He just came out of the Busch Series with a little bit of success, but boy, he took the Cup racing in a hurry.
Really starting to stretch it out on Mark Martin right now. Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr., what he's doing, he's setting his sights on Scott Riggs in that 10 car. When he gets there, that will be a battle for 6. He's in 7th right now. And with Jimmy Johnson in the garage area, this will be a good points day for this Budweiser car.
And if he gets by the 10 car, we get a caution, he gets the free pass, he's back on the lead lap. And his car looks the best it's looked all day. Whoa, baby.
6th place at stake here. Junior will make the pass.
I think Scott Riggs was probably thinking the same thing. I need to be the first car lap down. But Junior's a little quicker than he is.
For Casey Kane, this is not just a chance to win his first race. It's a chance to get his season back on track. Since he finished second at Texas in April, his third second-place finish, he has not had a top 10. And that is in a stretch of 5 races in which his best finish was last week, 12th.
He's been a victim a lot. He's been in the wrong place at the wrong time a lot.
Rusty Wallace just hit the wall.
No caution.
Shouldn't be I don't think he's I don't see there's some damage on the right front, but there already was damage on the right front.
The caution is out. That's a big break for Dale Earnhardt Jr. You just talked about it. He will get the pardon. He'll be back on the lead lap. And trust me, everybody on the lead lap will be coming, I think, for 4 fresh tires.
Okay, Rusty's still running. Didn't make further contact, so the caution must be for debris from Rusty hitting the wall. There's a look. Now you can see metal debris from behind the car.
Well, I tell you, I'm sitting there in the 9 car right now. I don't know what to do, because last week when he come in and put tires on that car, it took it too long to get going. Tony and them have already come in and gotten tires. I got to believe, if same old story, Larry, if the 9 comes, 6 and 20 stay out.
Casey Kane's crew chief, Tommy Baldwin.
I think he's thinking the same thing, man. This car, last week they put new tires on it at the end of the race and it would not go.
Matt, what will they do?
A lot of debate, Mike, on the radio, back and forth. They've gone with the clean air is better. They feel like they can hold off the 20 and the 6. Tony Stewart's going to come for an air pressure and wedge adjustment. Just way too loose the whole time on that last run. Dick?
Well, Mark Martin has just told his crew chief, Pat Tryson, that he doubts he will run faster on new tires than the tires he has now. Nevertheless, the decision has not yet been made as to whether he is going to pit. Tryson, Jack Roush up there, still talking to Mark, trying to decide what's the right thing to do. How do they win this race?
Larry, Jeff, is there a right thing, or is it just a matter of doing what the other guy doesn't do?
Well, I think the debate is the fact that these cars, they have the tires they have on there, they have about 30 laps on them right now, and we know how hard they're going to have to run these last 15 or 20 laps. Matt Yoakum.
Larry Mack, they've reassessed their ideas. Tommy Baldwin and the Dodge boys, they are going to bring the 9 car, at least at this point, unless they change their mind again, to pit road for tires. No adjustments if they do come.
Well, let's poll our experts. Darrell, would you stop if you're Casey Kane?
Well, he's got more laps on his tires than anybody else. So if he comes, I think if I'm Mark and Neil, well, Tony's not very good. Mark Martin stays out, he might be the guy.
Larry, if you're Casey, do you stop?
I think he's going to have to, Mike, because he has 35 more laps on his tires than Mark Martin and Tony Stewart. Plus, we know Matt Kenseth, Jeff Burton, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to get 4 fresh tires.
I tell that rookie, you've got the lead, that's where you run the best, hang in there.
Jeff, how about you?
I think if you're Casey Kane, it's really hard to make the right decision right here, because either way you go, if you don't win the race, somebody's going to second guess you. But I say you come get the tires. I think the car is good enough. Tommy Baldwin and those guys will make enough air pressure adjustments to where the car will hook up quicker and make a good run. Tony Stewart's got to come because he can't beat him unless he does. I think Mark Martin is a guy that's kind of pivotal. Matt?
Jeff, I just talked to Tommy Baldwin. He says he has no choice. He's got to gamble it. He's going to stay out.
He's staying out, Matt. Mark Martin's staying out, but here comes Tony Stewart and all the rest of these guys. Quickie yellow, so Dale Earnhardt Jr., he can get his 4 tires here as well, but he will have to start at the tail end of the longest line. So our top 2 stays out. The other 4 cars that'll be on the lead lap, they're going to get their 4 fresh tires.
I like this. I think the 9, you can't give up clean air, and I've seen that car last few weeks. It needs to be out front, and it doesn't run bad on old tires. I think that's a great decision. He might lose the race, just like he said, but I think he did the right thing.
But right now, Darrell, the way it looks, the guy's not going to lose anything. It's Tony Stewart. He's 30 when he comes back out. If he beats Matt Kenseth and Jeff Burton off the pit road along with you see he's down and away already. If he makes these adjustments and get back out in 3rd place with fresh tires on, he's not lost anything, and he'll have an opportunity to really work on these guys.
And I think the guy that really had no choice but to stay out was Mark Martin in the 6th car, because he has less than 20 laps on his tires.
Now, Tony certainly didn't look that good on that restart. No. He was not coming up through there like he had in the last several restarts. So, yeah, I guess he had to come down, but I think Mark and the 9 did the right thing.
Yeah, I think everyone expected Tony Stewart to come in. Mark was probably hoping the 9 would come in because that would put him out in the lead with tires that weren't that worn. Casey Kane and Tommy Baldwin make the big gamble. Greg Zipadelli did the smart thing. Pat Trison and Jack Roush for Mark Martin, doing the best they can. Who's made the right call? Gosh, that's what keeps all these people tuned in right to the checkered flag every week, isn't it?
That's one of the reasons I'm glad I became a broadcaster, too.
Well, I still don't mind being a driver because I could always say, what'd you do that for?
Or you could tell me, that was a great move, crew chief.
Well, now they've got to tell Casey Kane to drive it like they stole it. "22 laps to go."
I just believe by the time Tony, if the tires help his car and he gets around Mark, and by then the 9 will be pretty far out there. It's going to be a really nip and tuck right here at the end for Tony to catch the 9. And the 9's lost a couple of them by a car length. Maybe this will be his day.
Next weekend, NASCAR returns. The scene shifts to Nashville and Pocono for another big weekend of racing action. Friday, Buttonbull qualifying on speed from Pocono, and NASCAR Busch Series qualifying from Nashville. Saturday, final Cup practice on FX from Pocono and the Federated Auto Parts 300 Saturday night from the Music City. Next Sunday, NASCAR This Morning on Fox Sports Net. And on Fox, NASCAR Nextel Cup Racing presented by Subway, 1 o'clock Eastern Time. But before that, before we can pack up for Pocono, tomorrow we'll finish the MBNA American 200, which has only completed about 25 laps before it was red flagged for rain. Getting set for what could be the final run of the day, Dick Berggren.
With Pat Trison. Pat, how sure are you that the decision to not pit was the right one?
Well, I don't know. Hard to hear you, but the Valger Ford Taurus has been pretty good all day long. We could have come and got tires right there, but he's pretty happy with that set. So we'll see what we can go do with that 9 car. Hopefully we go win this thing.
How sure are you?
I don't know. I'll tell you in 20 laps.
Good luck.
Now, as they line up for the restart, the cars 1 lap down can't get around some of the cars more laps down. So that means that Riggs there and Vickers will be starting mid-pack.
Look who's going to be starting on the inside alongside of the 9 car. Mark Martin's teammate.
And of course, that's the thing that Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, Jeff Burton will have to really fight, is that inside line of lap traffic.
And the 9 hadn't been very good on these restarts, and I have not seen him clean his tires off.
We can't spin those tires on this restart.
20 laps to go. Who will it be? Casey Kane, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth, Jeff Burton, or Dale Jr.?
Gets a good restart. Mark Martin is a 6, gets 1-2. Tony Stewart's trying to clear that left car on the inside, and he will. Matt Kenseth is bottled up behind 2 lap cars back there in 4th.
Stewart on new tires, 3 wide behind him.
Well, we've seen this before. Yikes.
This is where that Casey Kane, that 9's been so strong there. You were talking about it up off the corner, especially up off the corner.
Smoker, turn 4. It's Casey Mears. A lot of smoke.
I think that's just tire rub. Cut a tire down. Got a lot of damage. Yeah, he's still going.
And Kane and Martin pull away just a little bit from Tony Stewart, who fires it in
Casey
3.
Kane lost it.
Oh, there's oil. There's oil on the racetrack. Oil on the racetrack.
Mark Martin, Tony Stewart gets by. I think Matt Kenseth may have went up and brushed the wall.
Oh my gosh. I've never brushed the wall there.
Yeah, look, lots of damage.
He's killed that right front of that car.
What an incredible turn of events.
All that smoke from Casey Mears.
Yeah, I saw the sheet metal damage. I said, well, it's a tire rub, but man, he was putting oil down.
How close can you come to your first win and not get it?
Tommy Baldwin is just, he has no idea what has happened here.
Oh, that poor kid.
Boy, Darrell, I'd rather finish second by a foot like he's done 3 times than have it end this way, for sure.
No, he's got to be heartbroken.
This is incredulous. 18 laps to go. Matt Kenseth was on the lead lap. His car destroyed. Casey Kane was the leader. His car destroyed as they all flew off into turn number 3.
Here comes Kane down into the corner. You're going to see the car about right there. She takes off. Not too far behind him comes a whole bunch more. I think Mark and Tony may have seen what happened to him and got it to the inside.
This will show it right here, Darrell.
Martin and Stewart were just that little bit lower on the racetrack from Kane, and they got through.
Just a little wee bit. Those are coil spring flying down through there. 25, who was having a great run.
Those are hopes and dreams flying down through there.
I mean, you just feel for that whole Evernham organization. They had 2 of the best race cars here today. Jeremy Mayfield gets caught up in that wreck, leading the race, and now Casey Kane gets caught up leading the race.
Kane is now in the front straightaway, come down to the backstretch, come down to the bottom.
See that oil?
You can see the line of stuff right there.
Yeah, that's what it is. Goodness gracious.
You can see it coming all the way out of turn 2.
Yeah.
He did a nice job of not spinning out up there in his own oil.
Oh, well, do you know who is running 4th? Just to know, by the way.
Yeah. How about that? Well, car on Ray Evernham with Matt.
And Ray, when you look at the drive that this young man put in today, 20 laps from the finish, can you describe the disappointment that you have for him knowing how close he got to his first win?
Well, both guys, you know, our Dodge dealers, UAW Dodgers, were good today. The guys did a great job. Don't know what we got to do to turn it around, but just really appreciate Dodge and UAW and Valvoline, Mountain Dew. You know, I'm going to get my plugs in, you know, and Siemens, everybody that supports this. We had 2 great cars today, but, you know, they just sometimes they get wrecked unnecessarily.
You told me this morning you felt like the 19 needed to take it to another level, and they did that today. And the 9, they needed to reassess their expectations, and they did that today as well.
They did. It was really a good team day. We keep having good days, as I said, not getting the results, and sometimes it's not in your control, and I guess you just can't worry about those things.
And for Tommy, you've been in his situation before.
Yeah, it's you know, it's really tough. You get a lot of heartbreak in this business, and unfortunately, both of the teams got it today. But they brought real good cars. They brought winning cars, and you know, again, sometimes maybe a little bit mad, but sometimes just stupidity wrecks a lot of race cars.
Thanks, Ray. Dick.
Matt Kenseth has just watched his wrecked race car go by. How tough is this to take?
I'm just really aggravated. This is a bad time to ask me questions. You know, if I was a fan, I'd be mad. First of all, NASCAR spends 40 laps under caution, you know, screwing around for who knows what reason, if it's a scoring issue or what. Waste 40 laps doing that stuff, you know, of the race that all the fans can see a good race. And then this time a car blew up a half a lap before we got there, and they never threw the caution. They just let it go green until we all drove down in there and wrecked. So, and on top of that, I sat on the front stretch for a lap and a half, 2 laps, never saw an ambulance, still haven't seen one.
Matt Kenseth, tough finish to what had been a good day.
Here's Matt as he climbed from the car. His anger over the fact that Casey Mears had been putting oil down at the racetrack. And Darrell, that's a judgment call. You called it as tire smoke. Certainly it could have looked like that rather than oil smoke from any of the observer positions. And it's a tough call to make when you're 20 laps from the finish. Do you throw the caution? In this case, that would have been the right decision, but it's hard to second guess.
I think even looking back, if the caution had to come out, I think it would have been too late for Casey because the other Casey, Mears, was coming off of turn 4 as they were going into turn 2. So you got to give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
We've red flagged the race for the second time today. We are 17 miles from the finish. Brian Vickers' car appears to be finished, as is Casey Kane's and Matt Kenseth's.
That's about all the cars we got left.
4 cars are on the lead lap. Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Jeff Burton. Dale Earnhardt Jr. got the free pass on the last caution, so he's a contender on the lead lap. And this time it'll be Scott Riggs in the Valvoline Chevy who gets the free pass, and that frees him from the clutches of Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip, and Jeremy Mayfield, the other cars that are one lap down.
And you know, guys, we've been talking a lot, especially today, about our point situation. Mike, you were talking about it earlier before this wreck. When I look at the top 10 in points, the only 2 cars that have not been involved in an accident is Dale Earnhardt Jr., who came in here first in points, and Tony Stewart, who came in here 5th. All other 8 cars in the top 10 are either in the garage or out there very wounded.
Let's have a look at a couple of replays here. This is Robbie Gordon.
That's 3 Hendrick cars today.
Michael Waltrip. Onboard Dale Jarrett.
Creeped his way through.
You know, there's a story in USA Today the other day about how baseball players will go and rub up against a player hoping some of their hits will wear off, somebody who's hitting well. I want to go shake hands with Jeff Burton. He has snuck through another one. How many has he dodged today?
He's had a good day all day long. You know, he led the race a little bit there early on, made some good calls in the pits, and finds himself sitting there in 3rd spot.
The car right behind him, Scott Riggs, the 10 car, he'll be back on the lead lap. He gets the free pass. He'll be in 5th.
Red flag out, 17 laps to go, and still anything can happen, though I can't imagine what hasn't happened yet. Welcome back to Dover International Speedway. If you joined us late, well, gosh, what hasn't happened today? There's 17 laps to go. We're under the red flag for the 2nd time. We've had 11 caution flags. We've had an 18-car pileup, and of the drivers that have led this race, half of them are in the garage through one of the more of these multi-car incidents. One of those is Brian Vickers. Steve Burns is with him.
Brian Vickers just out of the care center. Brian, what happened?
A bunch of us got into some small. I was told, I don't know, somebody blew up and was riding around in the groove. I'm not really sure why you would do that, but you know, it cost us a good finish. We GMAC Chevy guys did a good job. We got kind of tight midday, but they got the car better there at the end. We were on our way to a top 5, and this happened. So what do you do?
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
I think what happened to the 41 Casey Kane is I think that oil, he was not in the groove, but I think he ran, when he went into the corner, the oil got under his tires because he went all the way up and almost hit the outside wall down in 3 and 4. So it wasn't like he knew something happened. It looked like an oil line broke or something.
Mears' car is one of those in the garage. Dale Jr. got the free pass last caution and now finds himself in 4th place in a day that's seen him as low as 32nd and as high as he is right now. Dick Bergren's in his pit.
And he told his crew, Mike, that he saw the oil on the racetrack and ducked low in order to avoid it. And that's why he's in good shape out here. But Tony Eury Jr., the car chief, that car was terrible at the beginning of the race, but now you're in 4th spot. Is it good enough to have a chance to win?
I think so. I mean, me and him got together last night. We probably tightened it up too much for the beginning of the race. We were just worried about it being loose. So we've been freeing it up all day. And, you know, the car's good enough. I mean, I thought it was a top 5 car yesterday in practice, but it certainly ain't showed it. We were lucky enough. I mean, you'd rather be lucky than good any day, and that luck's been on our side all day. So we finally got our lap back, and we'll see if we got anything for that 20. I think he's going to be the car to beat.
There's always some excitement around that number 8 car, Matty.
Dick, the 20 has never finished worse than 11th here at Dover. And Greg Zipadelli, have you guys used up all your mulligans yet?
I hope not. We got 17 laps to go. This Home Depot Chevrolet's been awful strong all day. We got a little bit behind there when we missed pit road and kind of had to come from the back a little bit, and then we freed it up too much that last stop. So we came back and put it back the way it was, and hopefully we'll have something for Mark here. I just hope that hope they get all the oil up. This isn't one of those places that you want to be racing on a slick racetrack for a win with a few laps to go, you know. But Tony will give it everything he's got. This team's done a great job here. We've been trying to get ourselves back on track here in the last couple of weeks. We've been running like we're supposed to, and just proud of everybody at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Well, 2 top 10s coming into back-to-back 2 top 10s coming into Dover, something they haven't done since Vegas and Atlanta back in March.
Thanks, Matt. Jeff Burton is the luckiest guy in town, and we're going to show you why. Again, he dodges the wreck. Watch that white 99.
But look at the cars on the car in front of him and the car behind him. Both spun, and he didn't.
I mean, he dodged it from every side that time.
And you got to remember, it's a real small line of oil that is being put down. So if you happen to hit it, you spin. If you happen not to hit it, you continue on.
A little bit of damage there, but not bad.
And Jeff got some congratulation from his spotter.
And I didn't know which way to tell you to go, but you did a hell of a job there. That was incredible, as the Lord would say.
Just when I got in it, I just throttled down. I just freaking mashed it wide open, and it once I got through it, then that shot me, you know, down the racetrack.
Jeff, if I don't have to fix this bumper bar, do you need to pit?
We can't pit.
4.
That was his spotter, Carl Barnes, and you're right, Jeff. I don't think you need to pit sitting up there in third, especially with Dale Earnhardt Jr., and now Scott Riggs will be back there on the lead lap as well.
And look at the grandstand. Nobody is leaving.
Better not leave.
No.
I think the way the last 100 laps or so has gone, I wouldn't leave.
I mean, because you just look at the top 4, Mike. You've got Mark Martin, we showed the video a while ago, who's not won in 2 years. You've got Tony Stewart, who has had a hit-and-miss season, trying to get his first win of 2004. You got Jeff Burton, that hadn't even come close to winning a race in 3 or 4 years. Dale Earnhardt Jr. just trying to pad that points lead.
But, Larry, this is a grim day. It is cold. A lot of these people expected 80-degree temperatures and didn't even bring anything but a short-sleeve shirt. But they're not going to the warm safety of their cars. They can't wait to see what will happen next. Dick?
Just jumped in here, but Casey, what happened out there?
We were going down the back stretch, and you know, I was pretty happy. We had Tommy Baldwin, our whole Dodge Steelers UAW Dodge race team did a great job, and the car was perfect. We were pulling away, and they just swapped ends when I got there. There was something on the racetrack. I mean, lots of oil or fluid because there was no grip when I got there.
Your emotions at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. I didn't know what to think. I came to a stop and everybody's crashing. I was looking at them, and then I was in the care center, and you know, we just went from just about winning another race, or not another race, but just about winning our first race to nothing. So yeah, it was real disappointing.
See you next week. Thanks.
For a lot of these drivers, it's a good thing that Sunday night at midnight the clock turns back to 0.
Pictures pretty much tell the tale.
Darrell, that's a hard hit.
Oh, no, it hit hard on the left side, like you said. 1 minute I'm leading the race going for my first victory, and the next thing I know, I'm in the care center. So probably rang his bell just a tad. Eventually, we will get to Gatorade Victory Lane at Dover. A lot of expectant people there, not knowing who they're going to greet. That's changed a lot here in the last few green flag laps. Those people have been there for about the last hour. They keep thinking we're going to get to the end.
We need to note that spotter for Jeff Burton's actually Buddy Red Dog Burns, longtime spotter. It was a Barnes, but a different Barnes. And, of course, Red Dog was on Rusty Wallace's team when Rusty won the championship. So the red flag out for the second time today. Must almost be happy hour down in the Hollywood Hotel, you think? Probably. They're always open.
And a lot of unhappy drivers. This is a race that takes a toll on a lot of guys who aren't able to finish.
It is, and we keep talking about how physically demanding this place is, but the mental aspect of what you're going through right now today is very, very difficult for not only the crews, but as well as these drivers. You can see the starting and stopping is very hard when it comes to getting these kids back in what you call race mode.
55 laps to go, and this was the 18-car pileup. Watch how they funnel up after Dave Blaney skids and loses it.
Dave Blaney gets turned around here. Next thing is a multi-car pileup right there. Jimmy Johnson, Greg Biffle, Ryan Newman. As you can see, Jimmy Johnson's fiance, she reacts exactly, tells you the story pretty much right there.
Casey Kane leading the race with about 21 laps or so, and into the slick oil area left by Casey Mears, and a multi-car wreck there.
Tommy Baldwin right there again, he says, what happened? What happened, guys? I mean, we do not understand what went on, but he does now, and unfortunately for them, it was the end of their day.
So red flag, 17 laps to go. Mark Martin leading, followed by Tony Stewart, Jeff Burton, and the points leader, Dale Earnhardt Jr. More on that when we come back in Dover, Delaware. Dramatic beat. Wow, he's going to call him out.
Oh, the race frozen at 17 miles to go. The MBNA America 400. Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Jeff Burton, and Dale Jr. are the lead lap cars. They'll be joined by Scott Riggs, who will get the free pass as soon as cleanup in turns 3 and 4 is complete from an oil down by Casey Mears that sent leader Casey Kane into the wall, just 18 miles short of what would have been his first victory. Cleanup continues, trying to get all that oil dried up from the concrete surface, because when they come in there at full throttle.
Well, as you can see, it doesn't take much to turn you around, turn you loose, and they got to fix that. Turn 3 has been a little treacherous today.
Turn 3, the entrance to pit road. Turn 1. It's been quite a day. Let's go down to Jeff Burton's pit. He's the third place car. Here's Steve.
And with crew chief Bob Osborne. Bob, you're sitting here in third with 17 laps to go, and dodged all kinds of problems today. Can you get to the front and cap off a miraculous day?
Well, we're not sure. We've got to look at the car on these yellow flag laps to see if there's damage that's going to make us come in and fix.
All in all, it's been a pretty good day for you, though.
Yeah, pretty happy, pretty happy. We were a little tight early on, and we struggled with that, and we've worked on the car all day, and we've been competitive on long runs, and I'm real happy with that.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
So you hear that cheering. There's a group of fans along the front stretch grandstand that are trying to start a wave. It's a tough thing to do because there are 7 of them, and they're not getting a lot of help. These are not them.
Well, this is kind of like...
There we go.
It's kind of like high and by. One side's waving high, the other side's waving by.
I think the 7 of them are trying to start the wave. Everybody else sitting around them is too chilly to stand up and cheer and get the circulation going again. Cars have fired. 17 laps to go. We'll have to run a couple of laps of caution to blow off any remaining speedy dry in turns 3 and 4. Allow the cars a chance to pit. Then we can finish this off. Will it be Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt Jr., or Scott Riggs?
And I think we will see Dale Earnhardt Jr. probably come to pit road for 4 tires. And, of course, Scott Riggs, second time by, he'll be on pit road. He'll have to start at the tail end along this line, but he will have 4 fresh tires.
You know, the odds were long against Casey Kane, not for how well he ran, but that in the history of Dover International Speedway, only one driver has ever scored his first career win here. Jody Ridley driving for Judy Donlevy.
I was here.
That was a unique day because I think Jody was barely running in the top 5, and it's like whoever took the lead as we watched Casey Kane watch his car being loaded up. Everyone kept blowing up or getting involved in wrecks.
I think it was Cale Yarborough, and then it was Neil Bonnet, or it was Bobby, I forget which. And Jody won his only Winston Cup win.
I think they had to run 5 laps before he finally caught up.
Right, he was leading the race among the cars on the racetrack, but to take the lead, he had overcome a 5-lap deficit. That's right. It was a great day for
Judy Donlevy.
Yep. And for Jody, who is still a successful short track racer.
You know, Darryl, you talked about 3 of the Hendrick cars being in the garage area, all on different situations. Terry Labonte in the 5 car is sitting in there now. He'll be 1 lap down. He'll be the first car a lap down in 6th position. And Terry's only had 1 top 10 finish this year. So regardless of how, this will be a good day for these guys.
I wouldn't count on that just yet because we got to get to the finish of this bad boy. We might have another major pileup down here.
Well, let's see. The Busch race is scheduled to start at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. I hope we're done by then. Certainly. All right, cleanup is complete in turns 3 and 4. Sweeper working down on the apron to pick things up. We will finish the Busch race tomorrow at 11 a.m. right here on FX. And a little bit of a look down in turns 1 and 2 for any errant debris down there. And blowing off the front straightaway with one of the jet blowers. 5 lead lap cars when we go back to green. Of course, Scott Riggs will be on the lead lap, but he'll be at the tail end of the longest line.
It's not a bad place to be.
No, well, no. Mark Martin proved that.
Yeah, Mark did.
There you see Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 8 car. I do anticipate, as I mentioned a second ago, that he will be coming to pit road for 4 tires because he'll be able to pull right back up to Jeff Burton. There you see his pit sign out, so he will be on pit road.
And that red pit sign, Larry, is that of Jeff Burton. So both of them pitting.
Pit road was open that time by. Here comes Burton.
Here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. See, they're elected not to put fuel in the car. You can only use 7 men, so they're using a guy to work on that rear of the car. They don't need fuel right here. They just need 4 tires, and he pulls that bumper bar off, which is a good move.
Burton is away. Dale Jr. gets 4 tires and also no fuel.
You're talking about getting run into from behind. You got to fix the car where it's strong enough to take a small lick. But you want to have that back of the car where if somebody does run into you, it'll kind of fold all that stuff up underneath there and not knock you out of the race. Now just the opposite on the front. You want to put all you can up there to protect that radiator.
You know, we saw them squirting water in Michael Waltrip's grill, and he appeared to be overheating, but he's not apparently had that problem since. He's still in 7th place.
And then right behind him is our Bud pole sitter, new track record holder Jeremy Mayfield, the 19 car. He's still 1 lap down, involved in that wreck over there, was stuck in the mud, but he's sitting there in 8th position. If he could have got out of that mud, he would probably still be on the lead lap.
Yeah, Michael's got a little damage on the left front. More than likely,
you don't have damage.
yeah, I'll tell you.
More than likely, he's got some debris in the radiator.
Tony, I don't think that car has a mark on it. Tony Stewart.
Pretty clean.
And Mark Martin's car, Mark's pretty clean as well.
Yeah, Mark's been out in the clean area just about all day.
Scott Riggs, now he'll be back in 5th position. He comes to pit road this time and gets his 4 fresh tires in the 10 car.
Look at this car, Darrell. Doesn't even have a donut on it. Nothing. Out of harm's way all day.
Now, what would be good news for Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. if we can run another 3 or 4 laps and get to that 10 laps to go where it'll be a single file restart, they would not have lap down cars to contend with. I'm sure that's what they would be lobbying for.
Yeah, I think everybody's made their pit stops. Got a jet blower up here blowing some of that stay dry off for the oil from the 41 car.
I think we're getting pretty close here. Tony Stewart has not won this season, though he has won twice here at Dover. Mark Martin has not won since May of 2002. Jeff Burton trying to find a sponsor to run the full season with Jack Roush. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to hold on to the point lead. A lot of different agendas. One thing's for sure, no driver's going to leave here without a story to tell.
That's for sure. I mean, I was just looking at the 10th place car, which is Jeff Burton's teammate Kurt Busch in the 97. You almost, especially from the other side, look at that mess. You can't even tell whose car that is when you look at the right side. The only thing that won't have to be replaced about that car yet is the roof.
You know what, Mike, Larry? Mark Martin leads all drivers with 15 top 5s here. So he knows how to run here. I had a good feeling about Mark coming up here this weekend. I thought he'd have a pretty nice weekend.
He's got the best finishes here overall, Darrell, but look at Tony Stewart's record. 10 starts, 2 wins, 8 top 5s in 10 starts, plus a 7th and 11th, his worst run here.
I think in 10 races, I think I remember was a 4.7 average finish.
Yeah, he's completed all but 1 lap of competition here in his Nextel Cup career at Dover.
And Jeff Burton, last win for Jeff Burton, Phoenix, 2001. That's a bit of a drought.
Man, that's a long time.
Solid white car, no sponsorship on it.
You would hope a run like today may help that.
Now, they will run the full season. Jack Roush is committed to Jeff Burton to run the full season. Sponsorship would aid in that, certainly. But this car is here for the long haul. A little bit more sweeping to be done down the front straightaway, and then we should be able to go back to green. There is Jack Roush, who owns 2 of the 4 cars on the lead lap. Kim Burton, Jeff's wife.
Reminds me a lot of Stevie Waltrip. She's always on that pit box keeping laps for Jeff.
Yeah, a lot of the wives don't do that anymore, but the ones that kind of came up in my era, I like to see them there. I think it means a lot. I know Stevie liked to be there just for the comfort of knowing what was going on. She had a headset. She could hear the team talking to me talking to the team. That's Delana, that's Harvick's wife. I like for the wives to be involved.
Should Jeff Burton win? Can you remember, and I couldn't, but Greg Fielden, our historian, did, the last unsponsored car to win a Cup race?
We had this question a few weeks ago, but I don't remember the answer.
We're going to keep having it until Jeff wins. Atlanta, 1986, Morgan Shepherd.
Driving for Jack Beebe.
Yep.
I was thinking it was Greg Sachs at Daytona, the 4th of July race.
Wasn't that 84?
I don't remember. It was somewhere back in there.
It was 85.
Yeah.
So 1 year prior. In a car that Greg owned with Dygaard Power, an R&D car. 1 to go.
And Gary Nelson was a crew chief.
1 to go, and the restart with 10 to go.
And we're checking right now with him holding that finger up like that, not down. That means it will not be a single file restart. Those guys will have lap down cars to contend with on the inside, which is not good news for Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Scott Riggs.
It's Scott Wimmer's option, and he does allow Michael Waltrip, the first car 1 lap down, to pull up to the inside. So it'll be Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Jeff Burton, and Dale Jr. on the lead lap, and at the tail end of the longest line on the lead lap, Scott Riggs. 1 lap down on the inside, Michael Waltrip, Jeremy Mayfield, and Terry Labonte, and now they have waved off the start.
I think wisdom prevailed here. I think, maybe they said, look, we get inside the 10-lap window here. Let's give them a single file restart based on everything that's happened here this last little bit.
And now it will be single file.
I know. I can't tell how many drivers were probably raising Cain right then about what are they doing. Give us 1 more lap. We go single file. It's better for everybody.
And Darrell, some drivers radioed in, wanted another lap to go through that speedy dry before they went back to greens. That's also a consideration. We're on 1 to go again. And Michael Waltrip will have to drop in behind Dale Jr., which puts the 4 lead lap cars out there together to settle it amongst themselves.
I like that a whole lot better. And I'm up here.
Hero of the day for me has got to be Scott Riggs in that Valvoline Chevy. This is by far the best run of his rookie season. Taking a look at his year to date, his best finish was 15th. He's not had a top 20 finish in 5 races. And if all goes well, he's going to come home with a top 5.
Now, a single file restart for him is kind of bad news. I mean, he only got a few laps to go, 10. But he has to start at the end of that line.
Darrell, you know what I believe if I'm Doug Randolph, I'm telling him, let's take this 5th place finish and go to the house.
That's right. No.
Get you about 100 yards behind the field and then another 100 yards.
No, I'm with you, buddy. If I was back there like that, I guarantee you.
It's like Bill Cosby said, you go long.
Real long.
All right, here comes the Ford F-150 pace truck. It's going to be 9 laps to go, and Mark Martin brings him down, trying to win his first race since May of 02.
Tony didn't get going too good.
Spun those tires. There's a concern. Mark Martin pulls out about a 2-car length advantage going off into turn 1.
Will it be enough?
Tony should have the better of Mark, but
here comes Junior though. DW battle for 3rd with those 4 fresh tires in the 8 car. Next time be 8 laps to go.
Yeah, Mark's going to have to go.
Mike, you talked about it. No one's left. 160,000 people. They're all standing up right now.
Mark's old car looks good. Larry has put a little distance between he and the 20 car.
He gets off the corner real good.
But that distance hasn't changed. Are there enough laps for Stewart to close?
No, I don't think so. Mark is inching away from him. Tony's car looks like it's still a little bit loose to me. Yeah, stretching it on out. I think he's going to pull away here, and he's going to win comfortably.
And Junior is closing on second place.
Ever so slightly.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of change here, guys.
6 to go.
Mark's just a little bit quicker than Tony and Dale right now.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that the last couple of pit stops, I don't know what they've done to Tony's car, but it just hadn't restarted well. Yeah, Mark's had a good day. I mean, it's not like he got lucky and that he's out there leading the race because of some lucky breaks. He's had a good car all day long.
The key bit of strategy seemed to be Mark Martin's call into the pit saying new tires won't make it better.
That's exactly right. Tony's car just looks a little wee bit loose, boys.
Tell you what, with 4 laps to go, we definitely have a battle brewing for second, though, between Dale Earnhardt Jr. He doing the same thing he did to Jeff Burton, side by side down the backstretch.
Got up under Tony, and Tony, like I said, is just a little bit too loose to hold him off.
Dale Jr. has been as far down as about 34th place, but he got a free pass to get back on the lead lap, and now he is charging for second.
This right here is where he's been a little stronger than Tony, but Tony's getting a good run now up in that second groove. Yeah. He's going to take second place back.
Well, he knows if he keeps Dale Jr. pinned down like that, he's got the advantage.
And who likes this best? Mark.
Mark. He loves what he's seeing in that rearview mirror. 2 to go.
Whoa, boy, Tony is loose off the corner. Holy smoly. Hang on to her, bud.
When Junior gets close to him, Stewart's car gets really loose.
Yeah, watch it over here off the 2. Gets that nose under there. He jumps sideways right there.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. knows he's loose. He's sunk right up there.
Just keep working on him. Just keep working on him. No, not now. Not there. I thought that 12 car was going to get in his way. Maybe he's trying to diamond the turn.
White flag.
Junebug's working on him. This could be
close.
He got him up off the bottom. Tony's loose right there.
I believe Dale Earnhardt Jr. got a little bit loose off that time too, Darrell.
Does Junior have room on the bottom? He's going to try to make it fit.
It's going to be a drag race to the line here for second place as Mark Martin takes the checkered flag.
Tony Stewart beats Dale Earnhardt Jr., but he finishes third.
Good job. Good job.
Fourth for Jeff Burton. And a top 5 for rookie Scott Riggs.
Way to go, Scott. Michael gets 6th. Terry Labonte 7th. Jeremy comes back from hung up in the mud to finish 8th.
Scott Wimmer 9th and Kevin Harvick 10th.
You know, with less than 100 miles to go, Dale Jr. could have left here 60 points out of the lead. Now, he's going to lead the Nextel Cup standings by nearly 100 points.
Rusty Wallace wins Martinsville.
Yeah.
Old guy got Mark in the victory circle today. Way to go, boys.
FX welcomes you back to Dover, Delaware. Welcome to the Nextel post-race show. NASCAR and Nextel, partners in speed, and 45-year-old veteran Mark Martin on a day we honor veterans. The winner. Let's check in with Dick Berger. Dick?
The celebration is well underway here in Victory Lane. It has been 2 years and 1 race since Mark Martin won. What? Pat Tryson wants him off the roof so nothing gets bent. What were those last few laps like?
Well, you know, it's all what happened to the 9 car, so I just kept getting slower and slower and slower. Man, I thought I was going to park there at the end. I just want to thank Pfizer and Viagra for hanging in there with us. They put a lot of pressure on us to perform, and you know, we're stepping it up now. We've got some fast race cars, and Pat Tryson, he is a gutsy man. He's a brilliant man, and you know, the Gatorade kept me, you know, my thirst quenched all day. My mouth was pretty dry there at the end. Those Goodyear tires were great, man. We didn't change, you know, and I knew Tony had them, and I knew Tony probably wouldn't hit me, but he sure would have liked to took the wind off of me. So I didn't give him much of a chance, man. We took off and got going, but just great Taurus, you know. I mean, I want to thank Ford, and I can't believe this. I want to say hey to Matt and Arlene. Golly, Matt won last night in his Ford F-150, and this is this team. This is this team. Man, I raced for 25th for a year, back in that pack. And I told you we had something at Charlotte. And, you know, hey, Tony. Thank you.
Tony Stewart here to congratulate him. Tony, come here. Tell us about the last few laps from your perspective. What was it like out there?
You just watch Mark Martin get smaller and smaller and smaller. So just glad to get through this mess.
Congratulations on a great finish. Steve?
All right, thanks, Dick, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Dale, you had a great battle with Tony Stewart, and overall, a good day.
Yeah, we'll take a good top 5 finish anytime we can get it. I had a real good car all day. I just couldn't show it. You know, we got a lap down early. But once we got the car handling good, we just could never get our lap back. We raced hard trying to get the lucky dog, and it always landed somebody else's lap. But we got caught on pit road there once. We had a good car, though. I mean, I was glad to be able to show how good a car we had at the end and race Tony. That was a lot of fun. I was a little too loose. I could get under him, just couldn't stick the pass, but it was fun.
All right, thanks a lot. Dale, let's go upstairs.
For the 4th time, it's Mark Martin celebrating in victory lane at Dover, and for the 34th time in his career. Darrell, Larry, you folks both know what those droughts are like. It's been May of 2002, and to finally break through and to get one, regardless of the circumstances, it's got to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, a lot of heartbreak today, you know, with some of the things that happened to Casey Kane and some of the others. But, boy, it feels good to see Mark win. That means a lot to him. I know Mark is a very competitive guy, and he's harder on himself than anyone else, so it's good to see him win.
Larry, those last calls, do you take tires? Do you even stop at all? Those are tough calls to make.
They really are, and I think who it's really tough on, I go back to Casey Kane and Tommy Paulwin's decision that whether they needed to pit or not. They had a lot of laps on those tires. I think, Darrell, we concluded they made the right call. They were just a victim, and your heart goes out to Casey Kane, Jeremy Mayfield, Jimmy Johnson, all those guys, victims of the situation. But I don't know of anyone here at Dover, Delaware, that would begrudge Mark Martin that win right there. I think Tony Stewart, that ran second to him, proved that by being one of the first guys to victory lane to congratulate him.
That was cool. I like that.
A lot of drivers got the free pass today, but one fellow was the lucky dog of the day. Steve Burns is with him.
That's Jeff Burton, Mike. And Jeff, how rewarding is it to you to run the way you did today? Where you guys have struggled all year without a sponsor, with a sponsor. What does this mean to you?
Well, I'm really disappointed with the last run, you know. I mean, we just couldn't go. We were just way too loose. And, you know, early lot of the time today, I could run with Mark and was actually quite a bit faster than him for about 15 laps, and then he'd go away from me. And we had 4 new Goodyears, and I thought, man, we're going to be in great shape. And we're just way too loose. I'm trying to get over that. I'm disappointed about that. But we had about a 10th place car today and finished 4th with it, so I'm not going to complain. Real happy for Mark. You know, it tickles me to death when people say that Mark can't drive anymore. I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, he's one of the best race car drivers out here. We got to give him the stuff that he can go and do it with, and when we do, he can get it done. And I'm proud of him, and it makes me feel good because I know I can do it too.
All right, thanks a lot, Jeff. Let's go back to the hotel and Chris.
All right, thanks very much. You saw Matt Kenseth congratulating Mark Martin on a day the veteran came through with the victory, but Dale Earnhardt Jr., his largest points lead of this year. You see a 98-point difference. Jimmy Johnson, who was knocked out of the race. Jeff Hammond, Jeff Gordon, certainly knocked out early, a disappointing day. And now we're down to 10 drivers who are within 400 points of that magical top 10 spot in the 10-race chase for the championship.
Now it's when it gets really tough. If you notice right there, Mark Martin is 13th, 442 points out. So he's really only 42 points out of breaking back into that magic number. So maybe this victory will help kind of catapult that team to kind of eat up those other 42 points and get back in this championship chase.
You know, Mark Martin, his son Matt, you heard him make a reference, the youngest member of the Ford family, racing family at 11 years old, his son signing him at, he signs a sponsorship with Ford, and certainly a big victory for Ford. And a guy like Mark Martin, you heard even Jeff Burton talk about, talk about the young guns and certainly some of the younger drivers. Casey Kane, who ran well today, but when it came time at the end of the Monster Mile, Mark was the man.
He knows how to get around here, but again, congratulations, I should say, to Pat Tryson. That was an awesome call by that crew chief, being able to sit up there, make that determination along with his driver that, hey, we got the best we can get on our car right now. It's up to you to bring it home, and Mark Martin definitely did not disappoint us.
His first win at his last 73 Cup races, and the 11 cautions ties for the most in a 400-mile race. We had 16 cars that did not finish. That's the most this year. This was a race that's more about surviving than it was racing.
It always is when you come up here. We talk about it being a lot like Bristol. It's a basically a racetrack on steroids when you talk about Dover. Well, today it was no disappointing factor. There was a lot of torn up machines. You had to keep your nose clean, and in the end, that's what persevered.
The track flexing its muscles. Rain the problem on Saturday, but tomorrow morning live on FX at 11 Eastern, we'll pick up the Busch race, 200 miles. They're 28 laps in. Bobby Hamilton Jr., your leader. And then it's on to Pocono for the Cup Series. For the Busch Series, it's on to Nashville. Speed will have the coverage for you on Friday. Then on Saturday, final Cup practice. That's here on FX. And the Auto Parts 300 from Nashville, 7:30 Eastern on FX. And on Sunday, NASCAR this morning gets you going on Fox Sports Net. And then at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, the NASCAR Next Up Cup race presented by Subway from Pocono, where Tony Stewart is the defending champ. Mark Martin in victory lane here, and on a day where the salute was to heroes, where the world stopped to remember the 60th anniversary of D-Day, this race about survival for the best drivers. After numerous wrecks, it was Mark Martin in the end coming through. The gang all here. Thanks for watching NASCAR on FX. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm Chris Myers. We'll see you next Sunday on Fox.
Wow, man, I can't believe it. Man, I told you I loved y'all. Thanks, man. Can you believe we won, man?
Good job, Mark. We're proud of you, bud.